And in the spirit of the season, because it is Friendsgiving, gotta say I am thankful for each and every one of you that have tuned into the streams throughout this year. And looking forward to seeing what kind of duels we can have tonight. Alright, let me drop this over there so I can see you guys just fine. Chat over there.
Hey, Jay! Duel!
I wouldn't think that Possession, Jesse, would be appropriate for a stream of this sensibility. Not too bad, Yusuke. Hope you're doing okay too, partner. Whoa! That don't look like elemental heroes that I've ever seen. Goki Twist Cobra and Goki Suprex. Well, hate to say it, but let's put the pedal to the metal here. I'm gonna go ahead and discard 2 of my Crystal Beast cards. Actually, it could be any card. Sure. Do we give up the normal summon? Nah, I think we're gonna give up the trap card. Oh, it's good, but yeah, we'll just do these 2 monsters instead. And what we're gonna do is put out Pegasus and Ruby Carbon. That's what we'll do. Oh, Skillet, I'm glad to hear that you got that fixed up. Next, I'm going to activate my Crystal Promise. And ordinarily, I'd love to bring out Ruby Carbuncle, but this time we're going to meet my favorite Steve. Oh, the room code is not over my head. How astute are you, 4-Leaf? I don't know where I would be without the kindness of strange duelists. So, tell you what, lickety-split, there you go. That'll make it a little bit easier for those of you who didn't join right when the room started. You still can. We're going to do as many 2 out of 3s as we can. Fit this in. I'm going to go ahead and activate.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
Ooh, Fiendish Chain. I think I might have made a mistake here. But I'll tell you what we're going to do instead. I think I'm just going to have to set this trap card. I'm glad I kept it. And I end my turn. Your move, buddy.
I end my turn. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it looks like we got the room code okay. Doing good on that end. Although, it's a shame that poor little Rubik Carbuncle smiling at everybody and nobody can see it. Got a giant old pumpkin up there. What for was going to carve it for,
I know you'll help me out. I summon a
oh, I guess you can't really
monster
see
in
it anyway
attack
behind me.
position.
Just leave it there. But yeah, there's a giant Rubik Carbuncle behind me. Alright, so you succeeded in normal summoning a monster. I don't care about that. You can do what you please.
Looks a part of skill.
Well, went back to North Academy and saw all the friends I'm used to having, but I'd be happy to duel you guys in their stead.
Go.
Alright, so, 1900 you say. Well, tell you what, I'm going to activate this Crystal Conclave card. And let's see what we can't do without offsetting these games of yours. Alright, I'm going to activate it, Crystal Conclave. And I'm only going to actually bounce the Carbuncle back and tell you what we're going to do. I would like to... I mean, I guess the only play really is the Twist Cobra, bouncing him back. Problem is, you're still going to have to see the Gokis and their Twist Cobra power-up effects. It was definitely one of those really early decks, 4-Leaf, that captured the imagination of dual monsters. Right, we got all kinds of decks now that do all kinds of things, but way back in the day, Crystal Beasts were really special. The fact that they turned into spells and traps, couldn't find that anywhere else. But now, well, now every deck's got a gimmick, right?
I attack with my monster.
Unfortunately, these aren't exactly dressed to impress, at least not for this duel. I done got turnover faster than the turkey in the oven. But, good news is we are playing 2 out of 3. This is one of those decks that functions a little bit better in the full-on trading card game, you know, when you got your 5 slots, your main phase 2, etc., your whole extra deck, Link monsters. But it's still fun, and you play it relatively the same, so I think we're going to get as much fun out of this as we can tonight. Oh, hey, Aichi, how you doing? Or I guess I should say, konbanwa, Aichi-san. Gotta say, that Swedish fellow has a mighty thick Japanese accent when he speaks in Japanese, but more power to him. Joke, of course, being that he's not from Sweden. Oh, thank you, Queen. Appreciate it, mighty kind of you for saying such.
This duel's gonna be a regular hoot.
Oh, that'll be... Today's the day. If you were going to duel Yubel versus the Crystal Beast, I can't think of a better day than today to do that. If you're just joining us, we are doing best 2 out of 3 in a set. I lost the first one to Goki's because Jaden here's not playing his favorite deck, but let's see what we can get done. Draw for turn. I'm gonna do what? Well, still activate my Transcendent Crystals, and I might have to say goodbye to my buddy Rainbow Dragon here. So let's start. Yeah, let's start with a little Crystal Beast, Sapphire, Pegasus.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
You gotta do better than
I'll
that.
keep that in mind, Kira.
Check out my
Sounds like
face
one of
down
those
card.
shows that Jaden certainly
My
loves.
continuous trap activates.
Oh no, King Silverwing. Sounds like you are speaking a language of the future. We haven't gotten that character in Arc 5, but I'll tell you what, I am excited for when we do.
Don't let this
Alright, time to say goodbye to some strategies here. We'll kiss Rainbow Dragon and the Crystal Gathering goodbye. And then we're gonna grab 2 Sapphire Pegasuses. Oh no, we only run 1. Besides the one that we got on the field. Why don't we do Sapphire Pegasus and Cobalt Eagle to our spell and trap zone? Then we're gonna activate our Crystal
activate
Promise.
my spell. Crystal Promise.
Alright, so Crystal Promise's effect activates, and we're gonna get a second Sapphire Pegasus. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, why would you do that? Now you made it to where you can't activate Crystal Beacon, but the good news is, I've still got a way, as long as there's no face down spell and trap there. Doesn't seem like there is, so why don't we put a rank, man, level 3 I should say. Might be getting ahead of myself. Oh, Pink Chicken, what deck would that be? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna make a Diamond Direwolf, and the reason why we're gonna make a Diamond Direwolf is we're gonna do something else quite interesting.
Come on.
So first off, Diamond Direwolf, if you don't remember its effect, it can target any of my Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast monsters, which is half my deck, and then destroy one of those
You
cards.
do that.
But it looks like Paleozoic Canadian is going to say something before any of that happens. But here's the fun part.
Activate my spell.
I'm going to activate Crystal Beacon. Now, it was very astute of Ox to flip my monster face down because it means that I can't use Crystal Beacon to Ruby Carbuncle for its full effect. But I do get this, so I'm going to bring out this Emerald Tortoise in defense mode.
Here come.
And maybe one day. You never know. Alright, then I'm going to special summon an insect-type monster by overlaying and opening up the Exceeds. Or Overlay Network. I think I said that backwards. They didn't teach Exceeds when I went to Duel Academy, so I apologize for mixing some words there. Alright, so you might be asking yourself, why would you trade those important friends of yours for just an insect-type monster? Well, here's the good news. It's not just any insect-type monster, it is the bait for me to make a powerful new Exceeds-type monster.
Come on out.
And that's going to be my Digital Bug
Summon a
Corbage.
monster.
And so, doesn't necessarily do a whole lot, but feels good just to Exceed summon something like that. But here's the problem. If I attack, we all know what's going to happen. So I'm probably just going to decline to attack, and we'll just leave it at that.
I end my turn.
Be careful when you do that. I know a streamer who unfortunately got themselves banned for messing with the audio files like that. I know there's some options in it now, which is great, but wasn't always the case. So again, be careful. That Cyrus fellow probably loves some Car Ranger. Now you got that theme stuck in my head. Car Ranger, Car Ranger,
I'll show you
Exo
my hero's
Sentai,
power.
Car Ranger. It's actually the real lyrics of the song.
Let's
I
battle.
kid you not.
Take this. Attack.
Oh, how
Take
interesting.
This. Attack.
Be careful when you do it, though. I'm just
My
saying.
monster's effect activates.
That streamer had quite the following, quite the attraction there, but
My
unfortunately it was
monster's
all for
effect
naught, because once they
activates.
caught her doing it, that was it for her. It could happen. Raid Raptors are pretty popular. So, ouch and ouch. I don't know of a single card that I could draw in this situation. Oh! Perhaps I could just draw every card at once then. Alright, so we're going to use
Activate a spell.
that to grab just a single copy, and I guess technically that works. So I'm going to set that card and call it a turn. Not a great
Oh,
start,
yeah.
but, well, you're fighting with
It's
someone as good as
my
Vox,
turn.
then you might
I
be in
draw.
trouble.
I throw down a face down. I know you
Oh,
know
yeah,
me.
you know, O-Ranger probably is right
I
up that
summon a
Yama-Yugi
monster
fella.
in attack position.
Zally, I guess I should say. Probably astute to finish my sentences. How's the bond? Alright, luck's a part of skill, huh, Jaden?
Time
Well,
to battle.
tell you what I got in response.
Here goes
I ain't gonna
down.
lose. but I may not win.
Activates. Crystal Gathering.
So I'll go ahead and bounce your other monster, but
My
let's see what
trap
happens.
activates.
Oh no, I didn't even notice you had that Canadia from earlier. What for when you got rid of my Diamond
One of my
Direwolf.
favorites.
But now that it's in
My
attack mode, I
special
really don't
summon
stand
of
much of a chance.
Trap activates. Crystal Gathering.
So it's not that there's anything wrong with the Japanese audio, it's just that if you mess with the client, you're breaking the rules. What do we mean by the client? I mean this thing that I'm clicking here on, the program that allows us to duel against one another. You edit the files in it in any way, and they catch you. You say bye-bye to your career as a duelist. And that is documented to have happened to some relatively famous streamers, unfortunately. All I'm telling you is just follow the rules, and you'll be just fine. I see that. Are they friendship because they're tagging in like that? Wrestlers do get awful close, you know. Alright, Flower Boy. Let's see that U-Bell deck that you told me about. Alright, so yes and challenge. Time to duel, friend. Yeah, it's one of those things where it could be a licensing issue, right? Get lawyers involved and, well, there goes the fun in things, right? Of course, I wouldn't be speaking from experience or anything, would I? There's no official audio on the Japanese PC version. Or rather, there isn't any Japanese voice lines in the English version of the PC client. So again, you start touching under the hood there, Konami's going to say, well, hope you had fun, because that's the end of your ride. So just be careful. That's all I'm trying to tell you is follow the rules. Oh, nice, Summer. Gotta say, those ninja cards are pretty good. Let's see what I can do here. I'm going to go ahead and discard 2 of my crystals. We'll say goodbye to Ruby Carbuncle there. And why don't we grab, well, just the ones that we aren't going to get that much use out of. Let's do Cobalt Eagle and Amber Mammoth. Put those 2 out. And then quiz time. Which one of these is the better buy? We're going to activate Rare Value. It's going to let us draw 2 cards, but you got to pick one of my spells to go to the graveyard. Well, then I'm going to activate Sapphire Pegasus effect when I summon him.
Sapphire
Pull him out.
Pegasus effect activates.
I mean, yeah, Gokis are friends, but, you know, just depends on whose friends they are. Tell you what, I don't want to pull anything from my graveyard, so I'll just pull this from my deck, and then I will activate Crystal Beacon. Now, again, we're going to be able to pull out multiple monsters here, which is nice. And so, with this level 3, I'm going to activate its effect, especially summon another level 3 or 4. I think I'll do the level 3, just so we can have 2 interesting monsters on the And then, yeah, I will say some of the voices that they came up with for the Crystal Beast monsters are ridiculous, to say the least. And most of them are actually other 4Kids actors from throughout the series, but they're all putting on an affectation. Down to Topaz Tiger, sounded like Mr. Sean Connery, and I want to say, you got very holy Toledo when it comes to Cobalt Eagle. Speaking of effects, though, I'm going to go and activate my Giga Brilliant, and we're going to power up these monsters. So depending on what you got in your field, that may be it. Oh no, say it ain't so. Well, the good news, we're playing 2 out of 3. That way you don't have to feel like you got robbed of your moment to shine.
Well, you're wrong.
Alright, yep, that's game 1. So the deck's not all bad, but it's not all good either. We'll have to figure out what to do with it. Tell you what, that Digital Bug Corbage probably going to get taken out faster than you can say Digital Bug Corbage. Oh, hey, Q. Good to see you again, as always. Welcome back to the stream, fam. So again, gotta fight that U-Bell. A heck of a duel monster, but not the nicest personality on that one, I'll tell you what.
I won't let you take over my body again.
Stay
Are
out
those...
of my way.
Is that like Jabali from like the CEO fighting game streams? But he's like a turkey and so it's Jabasted? Because that might be the funniest thing I've seen all Thanksgiving.
I end my turn.
It's my turn. I draw.
Alright, so... Jokes aside, let's see what we can do here. You know, I think I do want to go ahead and activate my skill.
This is what.
And I'm going to go ahead, and this is going to seem a little crazy. I'm going to discard Pegasus and Amethyst Cat. And we're going to grab a Carbuncle and... what do you know, we'll do a Cobalt Eagle just to get rid of it. And then I'm going to... Oh, I got to be careful there. Yeah, I guess I really can't do what I want there. Then I'm just going to go ahead and do
Activate my spell.
Crystal Promise, and we'll
Crystal
do
Promise.
one each here. So, Ruby Carbuncle.
This here's my
Maybe ask yourself, what do you mean one each? Well, Carbuncle Special, something from the
Ruby
Spell and Trap Zone,
Carbuncle's effect activates.
has a special ability, and that lets us bring out anybody else.
Fly.
Well, the room's already been made, so unfortunately I cannot make it to be an unlimited room, but maybe one of these days we'll have to do that. Looking forward to Friday's stream. If you're not aware, we did make it to the Kaiba Core Cup Stage 2, and so on Friday we'll be doing an extra long stream in order to celebrate just that. Now this is going to be interesting. I'm actually going to activate a pendulum effect.
I set the pendulum.
And so this is going to protect my monsters, but let's see if that turned out to be the right idea. So attack, and attack.
My monster attacks you.
And yeah, I end my turn. So, the effect of my pendulum monster is, each turn, the first time an ultimate crystal, which pretty much just means Rainbow Dragon and its ilk, and or a crystal beast card you control be destroyed by card effect, it's not destroyed. So, turns out that was pretty good when you're thinking about Duel and Fire Kings. That's all about destruction. So we got an assault on GHQ, so you're destroying your monster there. Oh, and you're getting Phoenix out.
Oh, yeah.
That means I'm probably about to lose my
I'm
pendulum.
gonna draw.
Well, I can't play my Crystal Beacon. If you're asking yourself why, well, here's the issue. Crystal Beacon has to have 2 Crystal Beast cards, and this Crystal Keeper, also known as Crystal Protector, it's not a Crystal Beast. But I'll tell you what is a Crystal Beast. Why don't we... Oh, do we want to activate our skill? Man, I don't know if I want to do that. Well, let's special summon something special. Yeah, we're going to bring out Diamond Direwolf. And so we're going to combine these 2 cards. And here's the wolf.
I exceed summon a monster.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Then I'm going to activate my
Monster's
Fest.
effect activates.
Remove a material. Say goodbye to my Diamond Direwolf. And say goodbye to your card. And turns out that it is Time Machine. Now, I know next turn what's coming. So, I think all we're going to do is just end our turn.
And that ends my
Give you a little
turn.
bit of a shot there, Ubel, being a sport and sock.
I draw.
So, Pig Chicken, we're not trying to scare you. It's only if you use some kind of illegal means to crack open the program in order to swap out that dialogue. So, if you were using something that you probably shouldn't have, you probably want to fix it as soon as you can. If you're just using something where it automatically works anyway, like the mobile version of the game, you are just fine, fella. I'm not trying to scare you. Just trying to make sure you follow the rules just like everybody else. Speaking of rules, we all know the rule on Crystal Beasts. They turn into spells and traps.
Oh, yeah.
And so now I'm going to be able to
Too
activate my
easy.
Crystal
I'm gonna
Beacon.
draw.
And let's see
Activate
what
my
special
spell.
Crystal Beast we might have in the deck.
Crystal Beacon.
Oh, it does look like we have a Ruby Carbuncle. Take a quick look at our extra deck here. And I don't know that we're going to be able to make a monster big enough with just that. So why don't we... Yeah, you know, we're going to have to change it just a little bit. So yeah, we're just going to go ahead and bring out a Ruby Carbuncle. Put that in the fence
This
zone.
here's my
And so here come the
Ruby
friends.
Carbuncle's effect
Carbuncle
activates.
to Carbuncle.
This here's my
And funny enough, you know, Carbuncle actually would activate its effect if I had another thing in the Spell and Trap Zone, but as you can tell, we're all full up, right? So, we can make an Exceeds monster, but we know it's not going to be powerful enough to do what it needs to do unless we set up something a little special there. So why don't we combine our 2 Carbuncles?
Come on out.
And you might be asking yourself, wait, Pheromone, what you doing? Why are you making a monster that's smaller than his monster? Well, I'll tell you what, it's because I'm setting a card.
A card.
And ended my turn.
Ends my turn.
Such an annoyance. My turn. I draw.
Oh, well, I gotta say, there's quite a few dinosaur duelists, so you're not in ill company there. Yep, that's true. Probably some kind of stack of blue or some Vox or something like that. Speaking of something like that, we're going to activate our trap card, and we are going to activate the fence, and we're going to say goodbye, and we're going to say goodbye. So Phoenix is going back to the hand. We're probably going to stay there for a while unless it gets destroyed by
Your
something.
clock's ticking down. I'm gonna draw.
Oh yeah, anytime. One fellow fan to another. We're going to go ahead
My
and
monster's effect
remove an
activates.
Exceeds material here. Now it's got 2,400. We'll set a monster just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been wrong before.
Time to
Ah, but it looks like that's game. Well, good games as always. Happy to play ya. Alright, so let me take a look at the list here and see who's next. Up next is gonna be Declan Blaze. Alright, Blaze, I know you usually tell me what to play, but today, Crystal Beast, take it or leave it. You know, when you said game over there, I was thinking about that there, M. Bison feller from the Street Fighter, the movie, the game, the movie, the game. I think. I remember he was very confident when he said game over. Ain't gonna imitate it, because tell you with my southern accent, I ain't gonna do justice to such a fine actor like that, but here we are. Blaze. Earth to Blaze. Captain Blaze. Hello, hello. It's time to get our game on. It's time to duel. Oh, he was, you know, funny enough, that actually was his last film. And I gotta say, I remember seeing that in theaters, because we all know I'm ancient o'clock. And, you know, it was honestly pretty good. He might have gone AFK just for the moment, so tell you what we're doing, we're going to start another one of these, and once he comes back, we'll just slip him back in. And with that in mind, we're going to play Chris the King games. Seeing as it is the holiday season, and I am literally thankful for you guys. Once we get done with this 2 out of 3 set, we're going to keep playing in a rotation. We don't usually do that, but hey, it's the holidays. Spreading the cheers is what it's all about, right? So afterwards, we'll start doing 1 out of 1s after we finish everybody with a 2 out of 3. And hey, if you happen to be here and still want to duel, then stay in the duel room.
I better keep on my toes if I want to win. Because I know my crystal beasts will do their job.
You know, couldn't be the worst there. Gotta say, there's some other version of Pheromone in another universe. He ain't got the friends you got. Oh, hey! Appreciate the host, and it is time to duel. Alright, so, tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the usual here. Now, I know Chris is actually playing an anime deck. Because an anime deck's honestly what's good right now. So, we're gonna go ahead and discard 2 of them here crystals. And then we're gonna play 2 other crystals. Oh, hey! Thanks, Yusuke. Alright. I activate Rare Value. Pick your poison, although I'll tell you, neither one were that great. Okay. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and activate Rainbow Bridge. Practically like every Crystal Beast card in one. You know what this deck really needs, Chris, and maybe after I lose this game, we'll probably add it. Honestly, probably could use a Wind-Up Zen Mains. Wind-Up Zen Mains would be perfect for all of our 3s, but based on the field I know you're about to build, I'll probably just keep it as is. Alright, let me see here.
Here comes Destiny Hero Drill Dark. Drill Dark.
Alright, so we got Destiny Hero Drill Dark. Oh man, you're going in. You ain't even worried about having to discard and trying to get Mystical Space Typhoon or whatever. You just want straight into whatever this Crystal Beast may or may not be. Alright, so you got your Destiny Hero Celestial, it's attacking. And that's actually pretty good, right? Because Destiny Hero Celestial never gets activated effect against anybody else, but it does me. And because you're smart enough to know that a face-down monster in a Crystal Beast deck probably has 2,000 defense or more, you're actually chaining your mass change. And that means you're going to be able to get your, what is it, Mass Hero on? Yeah, and I take the 500 damage, and I lose my Tiger. So, yeah, this may be all she wrote. Now, here's the difference, though. You didn't send my monster to the graveyard. And because you didn't, that is the end of Master Anki's reign of terror. But hey, I gotta say, that's a pretty good move there, fella. Alright, so what am I going to do to even the odds here? Well, I'd have to do quite a bit, but maybe, just maybe, I actually don't need to do it with anything other than other Crystal Beasts. Alright, so we're going to start this turn off as follows. We're going to use Sapphire Pegasus effects, and with Sapphire Pegasus, we're going to grab, well, we got a lot of choices here, actually. Man, I really do need that Wind-Up Zen Mines, but here's what I might do instead. I'll put out another Topaz Tiger. And then I'll activate my Crystal Beacon.
Activate my spell. Crystal Beacon.
doing something a little bit different than you think here. I actually need that tiger in order to use its own effect. We're actually going to do this. Gotta say, Chris showed me quite a little bit of respect there and allowed me
Ruby Carbuncle's effect activates.
to get everything on the field and keep it. So if he's playing straight, so am I. Alright, so yes, we can make an Exceeds monster, but we actually really don't need to. Just check this noise out. We're going to go ahead and attack here.
Sink your fangs into
And that's going to do 400 damage, which ain't a lot, but you know, it's not bad. Then, we're going to go ahead and discard and make our 1800 attacker a 3600 attacker. And then, at the end of the battle phase, it's going to turn into a crystal. And that's all she wrote for now. Now, we'll say, technically, yeah, Pegasus would be pretty good, but I kind of want to save that, right? If I burn all my Pegasus now, I may not have any later. And, well, friends aren't food. That's the best way to say it. I just don't want to throw them around like that. Although, speaking of throwing cards around, looks like you've got Stratos. And Stratos gets you a Destiny hero. You might be able to discard... Ah, the clock of Destiny is striking now. All right, well, here we go. It's good to see it, though. You know, I don't even know that Jesse and Astro Phoenix ever had a duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Now that I think about it, I mean, he did show Jaden what for a couple times, showed Yubel what for a couple times, dueled Zane once, twice, maybe had a little bit of a gothic outfit in between, but with so many characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX series, I don't really know that they ever got to square off, so this will be interesting. Well, and there's that Mystical Space Typhoon. And you set 3! Ow! Oh, but that's because you get to draw some cards. Alright, well, hope they're good ones. Gotta say, you just had a mass change. Might be in trouble. Now, I'm not running Haman, so I'll tell you what, we are not going to go ahead and activate this effect.
I'm ending my turn.
Yeah, probably Red Eyes Black Dragon, but it may not be. Could be Baby Dragon. Could be the Claw Hermos. There's a lot of different cards it could be. Alright, so, Flock strikes. And unfortunately, I'm going to set a card. But in and of itself, that's its own conundrum, right? Because you got to determine whether or not you want to space my face down, or... Oh, you don't even got to do that! That's quite the plan ahead. Double Cyclone. Well, so long, Crystal Conclave. The gathering of the crystals was never to be. And that means you get your Dreadmaster Feller, and I guess you get to summon, what, 2 Destiny heroes, right? Because your whole field's going to get cleared, because Stratos ain't a Destiny hero. He wishes he was one. He fraternizes with them, but he ain't a Destiny hero. I mean, for a moment there, this is one of those decks, though, I'll tell you, without a Link summon in it, you're in trouble, right? Because no deck puts 2 monsters on the field like Crystal Beasts. And so, with that in mind, in the TCG, you can go right into Red Eyes, Predaplan, and a Continent. If you want to show somebody how you can use Destiny heroes, you can use Destroyer Phoenix Guy from there. But it does a whole lot more than that. The problem is, without things like not Rare Value, what am I saying? Rainbow Ruin? Yeah, the field spell. And, yeah, I guess they can put that in Dueling, maybe it's a skill or something. But beyond Rainbow Ruin, you know, you've got a lot of options. You know, Crystal Abundance is a great example of that. In fact, you can see a little Crystal Abundance if you look, I don't know, about 1/3 down the screen, all the way to the right on your screen, you see a little bit of Crystal Abundance right there. Yes, Jesse is here today. Now, I ain't trying to make this a monthly thing, unless you guys end up falling in love with it. But, yeah, I've got this one. This will be another GX character cosplay in the belt. The little notch that we're carving out there. Oh, hey, happy Friendsgiving to you too, Scarlet Youngblood. Apologize. I can't see the chat too good with the hair on the face, but I'm doing my best. Alright, so, that was just the first one, Chris. Now, I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. I do have a better card change in mind. I think, honestly, I need some stronger rank 3 Xyz monsters, because it's true, we just said that Crystal Beast put 2 monsters out like nobody's business, but we're not even really using our Xyz engine that much. So, we're going to start off with Wind Up Zen Mains. Classic, great card, good to hide behind, easy to make. And then, you know, I really do like that Insect Feller, but I just don't think it was meant to be. Star-Crossed lovers through and through. So we're going to go ahead and go to rank 3 Xyz monsters here. And see... Oh, you know, Ghost Trick Alucard actually might be... Oh, man, or Nightmare Shark. I feel like they're doing the same thing, and most of the time if you're trying to get around like a set spell or trap, Ghost Trick Alucard is just going to be the victim of that set spell or trap, so I would probably want to do Bahamut. And then we can summon a level 3 water monster from your hand to your side of the field, and I guess technically that would be... an Emerald Tortoise. Hard to even get through that sentence, but technically, yeah, if you would combine your, take a look at the deck list here so you guys can actually see it in a little bit better clarity. Yeah, if you combine this one and this one, right? They got names, Amethyst Cat, Ruby Carbuncle. Then you could special summon your Emerald Tortoise and then attack correctly. It could come up. We'll never know until we try. So, Chris, thank you for your patience. That was mine, courteous of you. Let's see if that patience is going to turn into anything. There's only one copy of Rainbow Dragon in there right now. 2 Rainbow Dragons is awfully ambitious. It's one of those cards where, hey, you know, I don't even have it in my deck, right? If you turn back to Season 3, Episode 2 and 3, well, I don't want to spoil it, but basically Rainbow Dragon took a while to mosey on over into that deck box. Well, it just depends, Kira.
Told you.
Mr. Pegasus certainly likes people who are inspired. So if you're inspired by all those Super Sentai characters you love so much, I'm sure he'll appreciate it none the same. But you also got to be able to make cool effects and be able to draw. So it's a tall order to work for that there Industrial Illusions. Oh, and Light Angel, all you got to do is join. I know that the room code's not on there, so I'm going to do 2 things for it. First, oh, X-Gab the Creator. You know, I'm around a lot of Southern folk, and I'm not trying to make fun of them in any way, but it's just one of those things where, you know, you pick it up, that's all. Not perfect, but perfect for me. Alright, so let me snap this into existence. Yeah, I want to say that's the same number. Yeah, I'm looking at both screens. Appears to be the same number, so I think we're good there. And, yeah, if you want to join, all you got to do is type in these digits to 550564. Alright, let me go and draw for turn. And what we going to do here? I've got all the cards in the world, but nothing to spend them on. Now here's the issue. With 3 sets and Clock Tower, I mean, there is no margin for error here. So why don't we go ahead and I think we'll discard these 2 level 3s. Oh man, are we really going to try to bring that Rainbow Dragon into existence? Oh, yeah, why not? You ain't lived till you've seen it summon. Oh, wow, Pink Chicken, I'll tell you, we might be doing some Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Bs action next month, but, only time will tell, right? If not, we'll work it in, but there's so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on. We still got Rush Duels, we got so much. Alright, speaking of so much, we're gonna use Rainbow Bridge. Gotta say, this deck's actually not too bad. It's doing what it's supposed to do, at least, which is all you can really ask for from a deck. You know, knowing what you probably got on your field, and knowing that's probably gonna be an issue, I think I need to take this. We gotta force it out of you. Now I'm seeing you got one of these little disconnection symbols up here, but nope, looks like the connection evened itself out. I'm gonna go ahead and use Sapphire Pegasus, my favorite steed.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
Honestly, like 5Ds, when that show was coming out like week to week, and I was watching just the Japanese unsubtitled versions because we didn't have nobody who was, you know, kindly providing it the way that all those newfangled anime companies do. I gotta say, it was very, very exciting because it reminded me of like Final Fantasy VII. You know, if you ever played that game, it is action incarnate and it has like a certain vibe, right? Nobody's doing the way they wanna. They're just kind of getting by, and that game really spoke to me back in the day. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put this out. We got that, and we set our cards. We're just gonna go into battle phase. I can't imagine you're gonna let me have 1800. My attack queue, we gotta see something. In fact, it's probably gonna be now that reminds me that I ain't gonna do any damage to you with that field spell with its 4 counters on it the way it is. Now, I love FF9, but I could speak about Final Fantasy all day. Don't get me started.
My turn. I draw.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta say, this is a little bit more like the Southern East in terms of the accent. Maybe like Carolina, Virginia. Not bad. But it's definitely not a Texan accent. Texan has a much different type of sound to it, for sure. Now, this is going to be interesting. You're trying to target your own field spell. Let me see if I have something to say about that.
Crystal Gathering.
You going to chain anything to that? Ah, but I couldn't activate its effect again to chain. Okay, keep that in mind. No response. Your move. Well, this is really going to put your mind in a little pretzel knot. How is Jesse Anderson able to duel anybody from outside his own show? Right? Think about it. You got Jesse here dueling against, well, everybody. The Astro Phoenix, that's fine. Same school, right? Old high school buddies in your book and everything. But I will say, not quite what you're used to seeing, that's for sure. Well, I'll tell you, Kira, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a card called Crystal Protector, Crystal Vanguard, or Crystal Defender. It just depends, because technically they did the voice lines for it before they even had the card's name, right? But it actually has its own unique. I guess we're gonna bounce here. Yeah, let's go ahead and send that to the grave, and then we're gonna say goodbye to this monster. Now, it's mighty fearful actually bouncing Destiny Hero Decider, but I figure I'd give it a shot. Although I might have done it a little too soon actually, because it's my opponent's main phase. He might just be able to whip that one back up. Oh, hey Pantaven, how you doing?
Here's my face.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Pink Chicken, and really any Final Fantasy fan, I'm really looking forward to Strangers in Paradise, that's for sure. Oh, now that's interesting. And your Destiny Hero can't be destroyed, so yeah, I'm just going to lock up my zones here. And then you're just going to normal summon again. Whoops, and you're going to get the normal summon effect. I might not have thought that one through. Well, maybe next time. Youch, that's just 16, and that's another 16, so we're still alive. Well, part of the cards don't fail me now. Actually, you know, we may not be in that bad of a spot here. Let's go in Crystal Beacon. And I'll summon out a Ruby Carbuncle in defense mode. And then we're going to use our Crystal Ruby Carbuncle's effect. And we're going to go, well, we might as well just summon both of them. So, I will bring out my favorite steed, Sapphire Pegasus. And we'll bring out Amber Mammoth.
Let's do this, pal. Crystal Beast Amber Mammoth.
Now, Skillet, you don't got to worry about being at a particular table as long as you have joined the duel room at the appropriate period of time. You're going to be just fine. The reason being is we're not doing it based on what table you're sitting on. We're doing it based on whether or not you were in line before somebody else. And all you got to do for that is just join the room at the appropriate time. Now, here is a little bit of a predicament. Do I have a Sapphire Pegasus in the graveyard? No, I don't. So the only thing I can really do is I gotta bring me out a Diamond Direwolf again. So here, let's make Diamond Direwolves. Let's combine these two monsters. But here's the thing, Seas materials aren't technically on the field, so my Rainbow Dragon can't see them. Oh man, don't make me pick my favorites. Oh, there's Karma Cut. So, that actually turned out not to be so bad, because now I count 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. And then 6, right? Because we got, let's make the colors of the rainbow here, right? Red, orange, yellow. We got green on the field. There's some kind of blue right there. All we need is to put Cobalt Eagle on the field. And then, it's time. You all ready to summon some Rainbow Dragon? Alright, take the field.
7 crystal beasts.
Y'all ready for the greatest light in history? If you haven't seen it, this is something. Alright. Rainbow Dragon. The greatest light in history is here. Now what? Well, I think the field's actually relatively clear, right? Let me go ahead and switch my player view here. Yeah, I guess I can go ahead and attack. Let's see how that works out for us. Oh, but we can only attack that monster. Well, that's not any fun, but now it really just depends on what you draw. So, yes, I am my turn. Now, I might have needed to get rid of that Cobalt Eagle, ram it into the Destiny Hero Decider here, because a simple activation of a mass change that was just drawn is trouble with a capital T. Ending your turn, well, tell you what, why don't we, send some Crystal Beast monsters to the graveyard. And gain some attack. Now, that's a permanent attack game, so this is going to sit here pretty at a whopping 6,000. Second thing we're going to do here is normal summon our monster. Yes. Oh, okay, there it goes. Alright, Chris, well, that was just 1. And 1. So I'm ready for the next one. About just scrape that victory out from nowhere. Oh wow! Dimbro. Make sure I'm reading this right with these contacts then. Dimbrotus, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Pink Chicken. Aw, thanks fam. So, you just earned a bunch of new emotes for our dear friend here. And I'm going to show you some of those right now. Let me make sure I got all these. And then this one, this one, this one, and that one. Now, one of these here, probably the one that's just a little picture of me outside of cosplay, is going to be turned into one of these. And then all of you all who are just following but maybe didn't notice, there's all kinds of little emotes that you get too, including like a Pegasus, because it's suspicious, and a couple others there too. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, friend. Well, what I probably would have done before that game done there rebooted is a couple options. I could have put Rainbow Dragon back in the deck, that way that your monster who couldn't be attacked by anything that was level 6 or lower would have gone back in the deck, but honestly it was a good one. Aw, you're too kind, friend. Well, happy Friendsgiving. Man, Clayton, those are some just straight up. That's like 1/2 Go Ranger and 1/2 Masked Rider if my eyes can actually see that small. Alright, Chris, I am ready when you are. Let's have the rematch of the century. This is good. This is like actual GX vibes, so I certainly appreciate it, fam. If you're just joining us, you all can join the room too, right? Y'all just gotta enter in the code 550564, and we're dueling people in the order that they join. Now, usually we only do 2 out of 3 sets, but if we happen to duel everybody this time, we'll just go back through the list and we'll start dueling people one at a once.
You better give it your all, because I sure am. That's the only way to duel.
The future is predetermined.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Now that is a hand. Now, I'm kind of thinking I probably should put in like some of the mystical space typhoons. I don't usually like to talk about spell and trap removal because I'm a little bit sensitive, but yeah, it might be helpful if I bring in some stuff to, you know, blow away the competition.
Time for my destiny heroes to shine on a new battle.
Oh, all this is? This ain't nothing. This is just some Hawaiian coffee. Look fancy, but gotta keep that energy up somehow, right? Alright, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, even if it was Ojama, it'd be in theme, right? And y'all don't have to play GX decks if you don't want to. I just figured, you know, it's Friendsgiving, and this is the friendly duelist. I would think so, at least. Some other people may not think so, right? Depending on what outfit I was wearing on what day. May not like the whole Rainbow Neos thing, you know.
I'm ending my turn.
I did. I woke up. I have never missed one of them Marvel shows. I always wake up at, I guess it'd be 2 a.m. my time. And yeah, no, I watched both episodes, and I think it's a pretty good, accurate representation of the Matt Fraction run. I know you've been having hit or miss with these live-action adaptations of things you love, so I hope you like this one for sure. Now, this is really interesting because we're going to be doing something that we ain't never done before. We're going to set the pendulum scale.
I set the pendulum scale.
All right. Let's see what you want to do there. To chain or not to chain? Oh, looks like you don't want to do nothing. All right, well, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to complete the pendulum scale. See what you think of them. Well, I'll tell you, Pink Chicken, everybody's got a different way of addressing themselves. The best thing you can do is just respond in kind, right? All right, now I got to respond in kind. I got to figure out what it is that I want to do. I think we're going to go right into a pendulum summon, and I think we're going to go ahead and summon these 2 here monsters.
I pendulum summon a monster.
It's, Vox, I got to say, it's really good. I think Hawkeye loyalists, if that's a thing, they're really going to appreciate it. I think all the people who are just Marvel viewers, you know, just along for the ride with the 25 other movies or whatever, they'll probably appreciate that too. Now, here is going to be a little bit difficult because I am activating my effects, so I don't got any Haman. I might be out of luck here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and place that crystal down, and this is our field right now, but I'm going to go battle phase, and I can't really do a whole lot here, but I do want to get rid of one of these here, and I guess the one we'll get rid of is, I mean, I got to make up my mind here. Yeah, we'll get rid of Decider.
Sapphire Pegasus.
Goodbye, Decider.
Storm. Sapphire.
I'm looking forward to it. I can attack directly, but I'll tell you what, I ain't going to do no damage.
Amethyst Power Pounce.
So this is wild. I ain't never used these pendulums before, especially not at the same time, but it's mighty dangerous because we only got 3 spell and trap zones here in Duel Links. With only 3 spell and trap zones, you ain't really doing a whole lot.
Here's my face
So,
down card.
I see you got your own mystical space typhoon. Fortunately, you're not going to try to free me up from my own idiocy. You are correctly destroying your own field spell. Bring out your powerful Destiny Hero, Dreadmaster.
Come on out, Destiny Hero Dreadmaster.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually because, you know, dinosaur that I am, I just happened to see an advertisement on the tube. And, yeah, put myself in front of it, watched the first episode with headphones on. I remember the television was giant at the time, for the time. It was a 27-incher, right? One of those big old cathode ray TVs that, like, goes on and on in the back. There's more space in the back than there is on the front, right? And I remember watching it and just staring up at the screen and thinking, wow, this is probably the most amazing thing I ever seen. But the problem is I had an awful taste in anime at the time, so I didn't think anybody was going to like it. I thought people were just going to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And just nothing ever come from it. Flash forward, what are we, like 25 years later, 20 years later, I guess if you're just watching the American version. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuck around now, didn't it?
Destiny Hero Decider.
But I stuck with it ever since. And there's other stuff that I've been into since that era too, but there's just something about this game, right? Now, I do see that Heroic Champion Excalibur might be here to punish her for our deeds. And, this is kind of scary too. You're getting to draw some cards. Man, I'm seeing everything this deck has to offer. Good deal, Aichi. Gotta say, with a culinarian like you, you probably appreciate this holiday more than most. Alright, so, taking 1,000, going to the graveyard, and yep, that's all she wrote. Or at least it probably will be.
Decider, attack and
oh yeah, I remember that there, Cabillion. Now, when I watched it, it was good old Kids WB in the far and distant year of our Lord 2001. But good news is it stuck around, and we got Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
That's game.
All right, good game, Chris. Very, very on target there. Looks like up next should be Blaze if Blaze came back, but I don't know that Blaze did. I'm just gonna page him one last time. Paging Dr. Blazing. You're wanted in the operating room. Procedure is to duel. Is it though? I mean, it's just cards. You gotta tell me you've been all over Twitch and the one thing on all this screen here, you're like, your wall's weird, sir. I'd like to think there might be something a little bit more weirder than my wall on the screen, that's for sure. But either or, I'll take the compliment as it's given. Alright, so... so I turned that one off, Pink Chicken. You know, it is Friendsgiving. So we're not thinking about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. We can do all that and more on Friday when we're doing our marathon stream for the Stage 2 of the Comic Core Cup. But today, rest assured, all cards are allowed in Duel Links, right? Who am I to judge? Leave that to Mr. Pegasus and Industrial Illusions. Not seeing Blazin' here, so I think we're going to mosey on over to the next person in line, which would be Summer. And I know you're here because you've been awfully chatty, so Summer, let's see where you're at. Find yourself one of these open tables and I'll be happy to sit down. Could be 6, could be 11, could be 12, whatever you want. I know, ruined. Irreplaceable. Oh, the room code's right above my head. I was thinking that if I put it right here, you might actually see it for some reason. But far be it from me, I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. And it's going to be 550564. You're fine, fella, you're fine. Alright, so let me see if Summer Runes took the hint and sat down. I'm still not seeing you, Summer. Summer. You don't gotta do that. The only thing you gotta do is join. How am I able to keep track of all that? Well, good news is in a duel room, it actually shows the order in which everybody joined and whether or not you played against them before. So, I see that Summer Runes ain't here for whatever reason. Summer. Well, if not Summer, we might have to skip 2 fellers then. I guess we'll go to Skillet. So, yeah, Skillet, looks like it's time to duel, and I know you're just putting those ellipses. What do you mean by those ellipses? What are you up to? Alright, Skillet. I guess the only way you're gonna tell me what you're up to is by dueling you, so it's time. Alright. Let's get our game on.
You better get
If you are,
All right.
it's
See
my
what
turn.
we got. Well, I mean, you know, not every duelist is a dirty duelist committing crimes, right? Some people are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. which is pretty much the entire cast of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Oh, you're fine. Don't sell yourself short. Anybody with hard work and determination can rank up throughout life, not just in that Duel Academy. Hey, this may look blue, but it's not because I'm on Obelisk Blue. It's, well, just because I happen to be there. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is we're going to activate our skill here, but we're only going to discard one card here. Yeah. Alright, so goodbye, Emerald Tortoise, and why don't we say hello to Amethyst Cat? And then the next thing I'm going to do is summon my Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. Oh, hey! Flower Boy, that was awfully sweet of you. Well, it looks like, Queen, you just got yourself a new set of emotes. I will just put anything now, right? Yeah, I guess we could actually even put... Well, nah, that's... We don't want to do that. Now we're going to do... Oh, I guess we want to do this. Yeah. Alright, so I activate my spell card, Crystal Beacon, and that is going to allow me to... I don't know what I want to do, actually. Yeah, we'll just do Amber Mammoth. So what I probably should have done there is probably replace this Topaz Tiger with another copy of Sapphire Pegasus. That way when I did my Crystal Beacon, we could have gotten a little bit more out of that and still got to keep our crystals. But the good news is we didn't bury ourselves in a hole just yet. Oh, Queen, yeah, you gotta be careful. No links. Still gotta say, man, Clayton, those emotes. That is, I can't believe, to see Go Ranger emotes in the year of our Lord 2021, that is something else. Alright, so, do I want to use Crystal Master? Well, I really don't know if I want to use Crystal Master. I think what we'll do is probably just enter the battle phase. But maybe I will set, oh, but if I do that, then this ain't gonna be no good to anybody. Yeah, but I really don't want you to target me with your effects when that is what your deck is all about. So yeah, I am going to go ahead and activate Crystal Master. And now we're going to battle. And we might regret this. Ouch, we certainly do. Alright, I end my turn. But my crystals are safe, and that's all that's on my mind.
I expected you to do that.
It is. Now, Yusuke, I gotta ask you, really anybody in the chat who knows what I'm talking about, are y'all looking forward to that remake that they mentioned that they're doing, like Shin Kamen Rider or Kamen Rider Shin? If you ain't seen Shin Godzilla, it's an incredible film, but if you can't appreciate the nuanced Japanese politics that are part of that movie, which it won an Academy Award for, well, you may not like Kamen Rider Shin. The idea is, with those Shin movies, and I think they're also doing a Shin Ultraman, is it's like a realistic take on what would happen if those alien characters landed on planet Earth in Japan today. And unfortunately, well, with Godzilla, they didn't get a whole lot done, did they? Alright, so you're not going to give me any more crystals. I see. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to activate my effect here, and I'm going to go ahead and special summon my monster in attack mode. And, yeah, I think we're going to do what we're going to do. We're going to use this Crystal Keeper. Oh, wow. Oh, now those are some neat ones. Now that's that Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything fella, right? You ever see him, you tell him I said hi. Alright, so, getting back to basics here. You know what? This might be one of the few times where making a Diamond Direwolf is actually the right idea. Aw, Payne, you're too kind. Hey, you know, I'm sorry that I missed you. I ended up having quite a busy little holiday season, but tell you what, you make that next milestone up there with that Pyro support, and I might have a dancing Volcanic coming your way. Alright, so we're going to say goodbye to the Dark Magician for sure there. And then my Crystal Beast is not destroyed by virtue of my Crystal Keeper. So I got a Diamond Direwolf that does, well, more things than you can shake a stick at. And I'm going to go ahead and attack you there for 600. And I'm going to keep attacking you for 600 until maybe there's no 600 to take from you no more.
My turn. I draw a card.
Oh, you're fine, Flower Boy. Stuff happens.
Here I go.
Yeah, the Crystal Beast. Here, let me go ahead and flip the screen here. And, yeah, notice, if I take a look at this one, that outfit looks awfully familiar. Something about this bright blue vest over a certain series of pants and poofy shirt. I wonder who that fella is. And then, iconically, the same way you got the Crystal Master there. Well, he does his own thing. Now here's the thing though, I'm a little bit in trouble here because I can't use my rare value and I really can't use this either. I know what's going to happen if I just let these monsters sit, so, well, we got to make a decision here. Do I want to attack directly? Do I want to make a wind-up Zenmains? Here's the thing, if you activate some powerful Dark Magician card, I won't be able to protect my monster. So, I think I'm going to set a card. I'm going to go battle phase, and we're just going to peck you 600 by 600 by 600. Alright, your move, although I know I'm about to take a lot of damage in return for that.
I draw a card.
You know, I don't think I've ever read Daishikaku. That's a new one for me. SJ Warrior, you can absolutely set the thing about Rainbow Dragons, just like Elemental Heroes, there's no one right way to run the deck, right? Because if there were, you'd be seeing everybody run it the same way. But that's the good news too, right? We can all just kind of enjoy it our own way. I will not use my Crystal Beast effect, unfortunately. Man, you know, I'm starting to feel like I might need a Haman in here. Because, technically speaking, these pendulums are face-up spells. And if I had Haman, Lord of the Striking Thunder, in here, well, we'll be able to have a good time, that's for sure. I will not use the effect Anti-Scat.
My turn is done.
Alright, so,
It's my turn.
let's draw for turn. Alright, now that's helpful. Let's go ahead and use our Rainbow Bridge. And, wow, now this is going to be something. Yeah, you know, the pendulum spells really lock up the zones. They're fun, for sure. For sure they're fun. But the problem is, I don't have the ability to set anything anymore because I only got these 3 spell and trap slots here. It's almost like there are other decks or other duelists who can play this deck better than Jesse. How unfortunate.
I draw a card.
Actually, if you look in the background, you'll see a Ruby just fine. Tell you what, why don't I just take this pineapple I call a haircut out of the way. You'll see, I'm going to bring this down just for you guys, because I know I'm about to lose this duel, so I ain't need to focus on that no more. The Skillet, you're about to give me what for, that's for sure. But yeah, pull this down here. Can I do it? Well, not without dropping a few things, but...
I tribute something.
Yeah, I took one of these pumpkins we were supposed to carve for good old Halloween there, and painted delicious little Ruby Carbuncle's face on here. Give him the throne that he's so
Attack your
well
life
deserved.
points directly.
Although much
I
more
use my
careful
face
than I did
down
the first
card.
time.
My continuous trap activates.
But yeah, Ruby's certainly
My
here in
ever
spirit.
faithful companion, Dark Magician.
Crystal Vanguard, Crystal Protector, Crystal Master. They're all over the place with the names, that's for sure.
For that.
It's over. Go, Dark
Alright,
Magician.
so take 25 and take 10, because that's the end of me. Alright, let me see if I can't tweak this deck up just a little bit. The pendulums are fun, but I think the pendulums would be better served for their monster effects and not their scale effects. And so with that in mind, I think I'm actually going to say goodbye to the evil version, Crystal Vanguard, and we're going to go and take it out and put in another one of the Crystal Protectors, because, well, their effect never goes out of style. Being able to doubly attack your Crystal Beast and destroy it, a lot of fun. Take one of these, and, you know, actually, maybe I'll put Haman in after all. So, tap into the dark side here just a little bit and say hello to my Haman, Lord of the Searing Thunder. You know, we search so much that honestly we should be fine, but just in case, I'm going to take out... Nah, I think we could go ahead and leave that second Rainbow Bridge. IRL, that's what the kids are saying these days, right? IRL, I'll run 2 of those. Alright, so... that means my next one's going to be Skillet Part 2. Alright, Skillet, if you're already sat down, looks like you know what to do. Challenge. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, hobby stores are good for that. Just make sure that they're giving you a fair price for it, right? Now, every now and again, you got to understand they're running a business, so you might have to take a hit, right? You may not get the full $50 or so that Destiny Hero Celestial's worth, but it is, you know, kind of convenient. Now, here's the interesting thing, Kid Blunder. If I recall correctly, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was supposed to start in 1996, and GX, and I'm not just talking about the publication dates, it's actually the dates of the story, GX also starts in like 2000X or so. We're only in 2020X, so he'd be, you know, whatever he was plus them. Problem is, they don't really tell us that much, but you figure 2005 plus 3 years would be 2008. Probably, you know, your average 16-year-old Japanese high school student, right? Type you see in anime all the time. And, yeah, just add about 15 years to that, and he's about double the age he was when he was in the show. Well, it makes sense though, because I'll tell you, it's not really Jesse who's bringing out Rainbow Dark Dragon. It's his secret friend, and maybe Jaden's secret admirer.
Here I go.
Now I actually don't have Over Dragon Q. I just wasn't able to pull it. I was trying my best, but well, this dragon's got wings enough to fly for 2, so I think we'll be fine without the fusion monsters. Great card though, for sure. Oh, how interesting. Charioteer of Prophecy. Discard a spellbook spell. Target a spellcaster monster and add it to your hand. I wonder what you be doing with that. Well, tell you what we're going to do. We are going to activate our skill. We're going to discard. Oh, I really like this. I think I'm just going to do the 1 then. And we'll bring out Pegasus. And then we're going to Crystal Promise. So much to just bring that 1 Pegasus out, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Favorite Steve, Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus.
Well, it's one of those things. People really do like that One Piece show.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
I do see that Slapper in the graveyard. And I fear it not. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do. Well, technically we could do a whole lot of damage here. We'll just put whoever. I think Mammoth should be fine. Alright, so let's do some mathematics here. So we can actually use 2 of these, and when we tribute both of them, we're gonna double the original attack and defense. Is it gonna double? I gotta find out. And the only way we can is by attacking.
Sapphire Pegasus, whirl up a storm.
Alright, activate Crystal Keeper.
Effect.
And I think it's just going to do it once, but I had to find out one way or the other. So, it only does it once. Alright, so we're going to put that back, and unfortunately we wasted one of our keepers, but we are blessed with something even more important, knowledge, right? Alright, so let's see what we get next. True though, double the original attack twice is only the original attack. Twice.
From my hand, I activate an equip spell.
Summer, we're gonna come back to you, don't worry. I wouldn't leave without you. You know, you're putting on Power of the Guardians. I ain't got no response to that, no big deal.
Let's battle.
Alright. Well, this is where it's gonna get fun here. I'm gonna activate my Crystal Conclave. And I'm not gonna take a single bit of life point damage. Because we're gonna activate it again. Even though it says Crystal Gathering. We're gonna bounce this card. And we're going to bounce your monster off the field. Jesse Wheeler. Now, Wheeler has never been this gentleman's last name. But, you know, I see that you recognize it, so props where props are. Now, I got my Pegasus back to my hand, so we can go ahead and bring out another Crystal Beast. So, draw for turn. Oh, man, I'm in love with that. We drew that Rainbow Bridge, almost took it down to 1, and I'm glad we didn't. It might be. Alright, so, keeping on the theme here, we're going to bring out another Crystal Beast, and we're going to activate Rainbow Bridge, which allows me to add any Crystal Spell or Trap to my hand. Now, here's the thing. I want to be able to finish this duel now, but I also don't trust you as far as I can throw you, so I got to pick between attack or defense. I think I'm going to go full-on attack, and we're going to go ahead and activate our Crystal Beacon, and we're going to bring out Ruby Carbuncle, and we'll put her in defense mode. And then we will activate her effects, and I'll bring out, man, what I wouldn't give for a Lightning Chidori. Gives us multiple monsters on the field. Technically can do a whole lot here, but why don't we just go battle? So Amber Mammoth, charge! Oh no! Oh no! Well, that was a fun duel. Sorry that it ended before you could bring out your ace monster. I know you were building to something, especially with so many tells like that. Alright, let me just see what the score is. Are we evened up, or is that it? Oh, we are evened up, so we're 1-1. So Skillet, let's see if you can bring out that ace next time. Whenever you're ready, just sit down at table 10. Oh, you're too kind. Calling me a fruit cup, right? They're sweet. You want to make sure that everybody gets their hands on them? I mean, that's actually quite a compliment. Oh, you moved yourself down to table 14. Let me scoot on down. And it is time to duel. All right, here we go. knowing, by the end of this, I might have a halfway decent Crystal Beast deck. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. So, Blazing, here's what we're going to do. I had to mix up the order a little bit since you were gone. But right after I finish this one, I'm going to duel Summer. Because Summer came back first. And then afterwards, I'll duel you, and then we'll get back to the order as usual. So, you got a little bit of time, but don't go too far, fam. Hate to miss you.
Sure.
Alright, so speaking of which...
Duel! It's go time. My turn.
Are we revving it up or what here? Definitely see the 5Ds theme here. Got the great looking sleeves, great looking mat.
Okay.
See if we draw some monster cards, that's for sure.
I end my turn. Here I go.
Alright. Draw for turn. And do I activate my skill? What do I want to do? Well, I guess I don't really need this card. Frankly, the trap's really not that good right now. So yeah, let me go ahead and we'll discard 2 whole cards here. And we'll plop down some stuff we don't really mind. So we'll say these 2 monsters. Alright, we'll see you, Q. You have a good one when you get there. And then, the next thing I'll do is my rare value.
Rare value.
Oh, you're too kind, Bia.
That's game.
Now, you saying that because you're just being complimentary, or did you work your way through GX? Because if I remember correctly, you're a big original series fan. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just wanted to know if Jesse was on that list of favorites of yours. Alright, so I think I will grab... Honest to goodness, that may be the card we need. And then we're going to go grab the other one, because we drew 2 Rainbow Bridges here. So we'll grab our Crystal Promise. Then we will activate Crystal Promise. And that'll special summon our Amethyst Cat to the field. So Amethyst Cat's on the prowl, we're going to set a card, and then battle phase. And we will attack directly for half. And, well, that's all she wrote. Your turn, Duelist.
My turn.
So, afterwards, it's going to be Summer, and then it's going to be Blazing, just because we happen to miss them, right? But afterwards, it's just going through the line the way it was supposed to. So, we'll pull that right up afterwards, just so you know. But if you look at the list, and you see the trap after Summer, you can kind of tell what's going on.
I know what to do. I summon a monster.
Jolly Rancher Dragon. Well, at least it's flavorful, right? Alright, so we got 2 monsters coming our way.
Battle.
Do I want to take the attack or not? That's interesting. I will activate, but you know what? I sure am not bouncing that Assault Beast back to your hand. I'm going to bounce. Oh, I guess I could bounce the face down. Nah, we gotta bounce the monster back, so we're just gonna send that Junk Servant back to the hand. Yeah, it's not maybe the most efficient use of our ability and of our trap, but, well, we just want to make sure that we don't have it. Now, we aren't got the chat commands, although I'm happy to do a deck profile right after this. Draw for turn. Alright, so, why don't we do what we do best, and we are gonna discard 2 crystals, bye, to get 2 more crystals, and we'll say, well, hello, and... hello. He is. He really is. Now, what's a shame is that, you know, you don't really get to see the whole story unless you watch the Japanese version, but long story short, Jaden and Jesse get back together in order to do one right by the world. Alright, so I'm going to pass my turn for now, and we'll see what happens. Reason I had to pass my turn, though, is because of the Sapphire Pegasus not being bigger than your Assault Beast. For what it's worth, it is a 1900 hitter. Now, what have you got for your skill there? Because I noticed you got 9 cards in your extra deck. It looks like you get an extra copy of Stardust, Shooting Stardust, and 4 mil Saphon, so you get the whole suite there. Interesting.
I set a monster. I'm not scared to attack.
That's absolutely correct. So Yusuke, in the English version, Jesse Anderson. But in the Japanese version, Johan Andersson. In fact, he's actually Swedish, I want to say, if I'm remembering correctly. Now I'm going to go ahead. Oh, no! Well, it's a good thing I got Haman in this deck, because we ain't playing any more cards anymore. That might have been the best idea or the worst idea.
I end my turn. It's my turn. I draw.
Well, I have to pass my turn, but not because I got locked at my spell and trap slots, but because I drew the undrawable card. Yeah, Loud Angel, they changed it up because they thought, you know, shouldn't have to be penalized and shouldn't have to be forced to run that other skill. Now, if you don't know what other skill I'm talking about, they got one that puts a Junk Converter in your graveyard and basically gives you a Shooting Star Dragon. It's fun for sure, but your results may vary, right? So pick the one that's right for you. Uh-oh, 3,000 coming our way. Oh no, and we might actually see a level 9 Synchro. Double Resonator's effect's gonna activate, and you're gonna target that, and that's gonna be a tune. So you're gonna get 2 4s. Then you're gonna bring out your Formula Synchro on there, and we may actually get to see a Shooting Star Dragon animation. Tell you what, we'll go and switch it over to this so that when that shooting star shows up. Oh, yeah, you know, I was just watching that, and I do remember poor Mr. Marcel. All he wanted to do was be loved by his father, and instead, he got strapped to that there U-Bell armor. Alright. Now that's an interesting ace. That don't look anything like Stardust Dragon, but hey, you know, different strokes for different folks. But that is the end of our set. So, let's talk a little bit about the order. I know we got a little mixed up here because some folk took a little bit of a breather there. But that's Skillet. We're going to finish these 2 out, so I'm going to play Summer Runes and then back to Declan Blazing. But after that, it's going to be E-Hero XGP, Yusuke 699K, JJ Pars, Queen, Legendary, Lat Soul, Kabakev, Clayton Crucible, and SSJ Warrior. We're going to have ourselves quite the hoot tonight. Alright, so, let me make sure that Summer Runes is raring and ready to go. Alright, summer. Summer. Hello, summer. Almost. Well, Kev, be careful. If you want to bet the farm on that one, that's your choice. But if that joke turns out to be, well, maybe even just the slightest bit offensive, just don't upset the mod team. That's all I'm saying. Alright. Oh, cool. Well, you know, you absolutely could play Zuzu too, you know. Zuzu's kind of the better Melodious tools, if I had to say so myself. Not that I have any experience playing that. Actually, since we're talking about Kappa Corporation Cup coming up, probably will end up using Melodious. Yeah, probably end up using Melodious this Friday for the Kappa Corp Cup. Just because it served us so well, right? Is it the best deck ever? No. But did it get us lickety-split to day 2? Yes, it did. So that's probably what we're going to end up using.
Of course, Yuma.
Duel!
Alright, Summer. Well, I have a very interesting hand here. Yeah, I guess we'll do some, experimentation. I'm going to discard 2 cards, and we're going to put 2 Crystal Beasts in our Spell and Trap Zone. Then, we're going to activate Rare Value. I might have to run a Crystal Blessing. Although Crystal Blessing is not that good in Duel Links because Crystal Blessing takes up a Spell and Trap Zone when you activate it. So, for instance, if you had 1 crystal in your Spell and Trap Zone, just like I got on the screen, and you activated Crystal Blessing, you're not getting 2 crystals back, you're only got enough space for 1. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and set my card and then end my turn. Didn't feel like going for the big one right away.
I draw.
The fun has just begun.
My hand.
Man, I thought I had weird hair, but you take one look at little Mr. Yuya Sakaki and, well, it does get stranger out there, that's for sure. Alright, now, interesting. We're actually seeing a full-on ninja deck, including Strike Ninja, looks like Yellow Ninja there. Tell you what, I want to get a closer look here, so we're going to turn this over into player view.
I end my turn.
What should our next move be?
It's my turn.
I don't know that I did catch that one, but it was a nice joke, though. That's what's important. Alright, so, this is what we're going to do. We are betting the farm. I am discarding 2 cards. And I am going to put out 2 crystals. And, yeah, I guess we'll do these so that when we draw that Rainbow Dragon, it's going to be even more special than usual. But, here we go. Sending these 3 Crystal Beasts in the graveyard. Oh, hey! Good to see you, Triforce, as always. Uh-oh, the Ninja Art of Decoy. It cannot be destroyed by battle. Well, that is a crying shame. Because I'm just going to take on the other one. And whenever my monster sends a monster to the graveyard by battle, you take 1,000 damage. One of those monsters that wasn't affected by Duel Links, cutting all them life point effects in half.
I set a card.
Oh, you're too kind, fam. This is brand new, by the way. Just finished it, and we'll probably do, you know, the usual TikToks and all the other stuff, but I figured the best way to debut it is on Friendsgiving, because I can't think of a friendlier duelist around than Mr. Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll go ahead and activate the effect. Mr. Jesse Anderson. Worried about my card there for a second, but...
Too easy.
I never give up.
Alright, so you still got your Ninja Art and Decoy. And, yeah, I guess I'll just go Battle Phase.
You are still in quite the
That all she wrote? Oh, it is not. We got the Ninjutsu Art of Shadow Sealing. You're gonna banish your monster to banish mine. Well, back to square one. But she only got 700 life points, so be careful.
I draw.
Go, Yuma.
I'll keep that in my box. I'll tell you, though, they don't usually respond that often to, various reports like that.
A field spell.
Alright, so we got our ninjas and our ninjas. Now, is this going to be enough? Putting in defense mode. Oh, wow, it's the arm ninja. Yeah, that actually would scare an arm.
Stay focused.
Alright, so I'm going to take 1,900 points of damage. I just got to draw any crystal beast. Let's see what we get. I draw. Well, that is not really a crystal
Well
beast.
said, Yuma. But you are still in quite the predicament.
But I don't want to, well, I don't really want to do that. But I also don't want to lose, so yeah, let's go ahead and set a monster in defense mode and my
You have
turn.
not lost yet, Yuma. So do me a favor and duel.
Yeah. It's my turn.
Well, it's not quite that they're using the Sacred Beasts more because they like them more. It's actually just because they're kind of more playable. Now, the Egyptian God cards have gotten way better in recent times, and not just because of the new structure decks that came out, but also just because of the stuff in packs, and duelists just get to thinking, right? I myself play a Numeron OTK that just happens to tribute summon for Slifer the Sky Dragon and draw a bunch of cards with Memories of Hope. The wonderful deck. Have to show it to you guys sometime once we have Master Duels in full effect. That Southern Drawl catches up with me sometimes, that's for sure. But the point is that, well, there's more cards that have Sacred Beasts in their card text than there are for the Egyptian gods. So you can play it for sure, but they're just not necessarily as accessible. And that's probably why you're seeing those Sacred Beasts more than you're seeing your favorite Egyptian god cards. Speaking of which, looks like my Pendulum monster's going to go up to the extra deck. And, well, that's it. Your Kochi-Kochi or Kachi-Kochi? Yeah, Kachi-Kochi Dragon doesn't get its effect because it didn't send nobody to the graveyard. Alright, I'm going to grab one of these. Crystal Conclave, and then we're going to set a Mysterious Spell or Trap. Oh, hey! Well, ain't that a sight for sore eyes? Whoa, that's a sight for sore eyes. Alright, I might have to adjust this because this stream is about to be, well, a lot of thank yous. Because we have, I want to say, 5 of these back to back to back. Thank you so much, Flower Boy. Everybody make sure to thank him, by the way, because that's a big deal. All of you just got access to a bunch of new emotes, and, well, the right to say thank you. Alright, so I see that you're targeting that. Here's the good news. It goes back base down, because it's a trap, not a spell.
Here I go. I tribute summon a monster.
Oh, you're tribute summoning.
I activate a field spell.
And then you're going to get to do something with that. That's fine. I don't mind having your arm ninja. So yeah, we got lots of people who just got access.
A card.
That is the correct move.
Hey, Cabana guy, how you doing there?
Here goes.
So it's actually extremely easy to summon Sacred Beasts, and I played the deck on my YouTube channel, actually, on Remote Duel, if you want to check it out. But basically, long story short is, Sacred Beasts aren't just the way they used to be, right? Where you gotta just send the cards, and it says on the card, you know, to the graveyard, etc. There's so many different support cards that really help them out. So I encourage you so much to check that out, because, like, honestly, that deck is really good right now. Okay, so that's getting kind of weird. I guess we'll set this card, and that's pretty much all she wrote. If you get another monster, I might have bit the dust there.
At this moment,
Yeah, if you want to say thanks to Flower Boy, you absolutely could duel him in the duel room. Flower Boy's name is just Flower Boy in the duel room, and so I think that, well, that's how I'd show my appreciation with a good duel.
So do me a favor and duel.
Yeah, Kev the Creator, you can summon all 3 at once, almost instantaneously every time. And I got a good video for you, if you don't want to trust my word for it. Because it is very, very easy to bring that one up. Let me find,
Sure thing.
yeah, this will be a good one. So I'm going to send you a link, and when you get a chance, take a look at that, because Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Lets you summon all these. Yeah, honestly, like, 2 is pretty normal. 3's a good day, right? But 2 is the goal, and they got trap cards if you control 2 different Sacred Beasts. Doesn't matter, 2 Uriah, 2 Raviol, or some combination in between with them all. Oh, hey, Nathan, good to see you again, fam. Now, you did get that other monster, so I did lose. All you had to do was just banish something from the field. So, yes, I want to say that was 2-0. Those ninjas do exactly what you planned. Oh, no, that was 1-0. Okay. So, I'm ready for the next game. Time to duel. Blazing, you can do whatever you want. You know me, I ain't picky. The one thing I want you to do is to make your own choices. And if you choose to play Jaden Yuki, that's fine by me. Hey, Josh, good to see you again. Oh, so, Bia, I don't want to spoil the entire show for you, right? Because you really should watch it. But basically, he's a character that has almost the exact same relationship that Yama-Yugi has to Pharaoh Tem, or I should say Yugimoto has to Pharaoh Tem, right? I know some folk don't like calling him Yama-Yugi, because that's what the dub named him, but just saying. Now, all right, Summer, if you don't want to play again, that's fine, too. Usually we do 2 out of 3. Okay, looks like you're on. Oh, Bloom Diva is a fantastic monster for sure. But, won't be seeing any Bloom Diva out of me until this Friday. Fridays, we're doing our Kaiba Core Marathon. And I'm honestly really looking forward to it. It's good that we finally get to stream some competitive play. Because unfortunately, I've been at competitions all the time that competition was happening.
Because I know my crystal beasts will do their job. Duel!
Not during GX, but now, Blazing, they absolutely are. Alright, so, I gotta do something here. Do I really want to get rid of air value, or do I just want to, like, let's do it. So here's what we're gonna do. And this is probably not the best idea, but we're gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna make Hamon and pass. So I got out all my rank level 3 crystal beasts there. We're gonna sand and sand and sand. And we're just gonna put that in defense mode. Now here's the thing. We know this deck. Bounce it, tribute it, banish it, do all kinds of stuff. But, you know, it's a big monster, so it feels good. Well, Blazing, it's one of those things where you just kind of had to be there. But nowadays, it is much better, and you will find that out by taking a look at all the new cards that have the word Sacred Beast in their card text. And I'll tell you what I'll do, I'm going to give you the link that I always give you, because the database is the best place to find that information out. You don't have to ask me when you got everything at your fingertips. So I'm going to take a look, and I'm going to enter in Sacred Beast, and search by card text, and then awesome. So here we go, Blazing. And I've given you this link before, so I really, really encourage you to actually click it. You really should take a look, because there's so many great cards in there. I'm a big fan of Fruit by the Foot, because you can do this little trick where, now don't try this at home unless you're able, but you just grab it by the little tab here, and I wish I had a Fruit by the Foot so I could show you, but you can just whip it, just like a whip. Maybe that's just because I'm from the South, but you can whip it out, and then the whole thing comes undone, and then you just peel it at your own leisure. Speaking of leisure, we're going to turn this to attack mode. So, interesting thing about Mr. Takahashi-san, he only really did the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga and some... I was not expecting that to be a direct attack that worked. And some of the work supervising the sort of genesis of getting Yu-Gi-Oh! On the air. But there's a lot of other people, including animators, story writers, directors, who make Yu-Gi-Oh! What it is, not on the card game side, because that's a whole bunch of new people too, but specifically on the anime side. So while Takahashi-san, man, we all should be singing his praises, because without his great game, you and I never would have met each other. But there's a lot more people than that, a whole army of content creators, effectively, that work for Konami, Shueisha, TV Tokyo, and all that. Alright, let's go to game 3 there. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. There's nothing more about liking what you like. But here's the thing, you only get one depending on what you believe, one trip through this wonderful planet of ours, right? No matter what comes after, you're usually not coming here back, right? That said, that means you only got one chance to watch all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series in this lifetime. And if you believe in the next one, well, you can try to give it a shot then too, but I'm just telling you, you really should give it a shot. If you love Yu-Gi-Oh!, right, you're thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Every single day, then you should give those other series a shot, because it'll turn out they might be your favorites. You might say, well, I love Duel Monsters, but it turns out that I am a Brains Girl, or I am the biggest fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. You won't know until you see it, that's all.
I end my turn.
What should our next move be?
Alright. Now with a fruit roll-up, fruit roll-up's little too, right? You're not going to get the same level of whip there, but, well, I've been wrong before. Alright, so, let's see. I'm gonna... Oh, you're right, that Sacred Beast, it does technically say Hamon, so I should have put in Hamon, Lord of the Strike and Thunder. I just caught that box. Well, when you're right, you're right. Alright, so, speaking of being right, why don't I discard these 2 cards that I'm not going to be normal summoning right now. And we'll use that in order to put out these 2 monsters. And then we're going to grab
From my hand,
Rainbow Bridge.
activate a spell.
And we'll grab Crystal Beacon. Yeah, I do gotta say, now that I think about it, the Sacred Beast support's kind of weird, because there is no Sacred Beast support. There's just support for Hamon, Lord of the Phantasms, Lord of Strike and Thunder, Ravio, Lord of the Phantasms, and then, what is it, Uriah, Lord of the Serum Flames, something like that. Alright, we're gonna put out, a Carbuncle in advance mode.
This here's my...
Now, when I go as ham as I do, usually I do want to OTK, but I'm just so cautious, so I'll put that Carbuncle in defense mode, but I'll tell you, I probably end up giving my opponents more livelihood than they should have. Alright, so, got our monsters out here, and then we are gonna... Oh, now that's an interesting combination. What if I put the Diamond Direwolf on the field? So Thanksgiving is a holiday that's only really celebrated kind of in Canada, but also in North America, large, right, in the United States. And it's effectively supposed to be the holiday where we celebrate the congregation of the native people of this wonderful land and the settlers who came to colonize it, and the sort of union, right, making new friends. And is that all Thanksgiving is about? Well, not necessarily so, and I'm not really a historian who should be telling you the entirety of it, but that's generally the spirit of the holiday. We're going to go ahead and put this out. And so here's where it gets a little weird, right? I'm going to go ahead and activate my Diamond Direwolf, and I'm going to remove a material, then I'm going to target my Sapphire Pegasus, and I'm going to target your face down card. And the first time my monster will be destroyed, it's not. So if I had put my Carbuncle in attack mode, I actually would have had game here. But I was just a little too timid. I'm going to have to learn how to charge with that Ruby first and foremost. And my turn.
So do me a favor and duel.
Chaos Phantasm's alright, Blazing, but it's not one of those cards you always want to go for. In the same way that there's not one right way to duel, even when the deck's finished, if the option's there, you're not always necessarily going to use it. In fact, there's a lot of duels I have where I might just pivot into Hamon, I might just pivot into Uriah, I might just pivot into Ravio. Just depends on what the duel is.
Yeah, too easy.
Oh, Fran, you don't got to repeat yourself. I was responding to kind. You just got to be patient, that's all. Alright, speaking of being patient, let's see if I can go ahead and activate my effect again here with Diamond Direwolf. He waited a whole turn to do this, and looks like he's ready to do it again. You gonna activate that trap card of yours? Looks like it might be able to. Oh yeah, but it's fine, it's fine. I understand, United States has some interesting holidays, right? And everybody does. That's what makes this world so interesting, is that everybody's got their own way that they celebrate the gift of life. And how are we celebrating the gift of life? We are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links live and in cosplay. Aw, you're too kind, Demon Soul. Alright, so that was Summer Runes. So next is going to be Blazing. After Blazing, just for those of you following along at home, it is going to be E-Hero XGP, Yusuke699, JJ Pars, Queen, Legendary Light Soul, Kabakev, Clayton, Crucible, SSJ Warrior, and CJ Zero Skull. Man, we are popular tonight. Alright, so, Blazing, take it or leave it. It is time to duel. I don't see you sitting down there, though, friend. We do eat turkey. We do eat turkey on Thanksgiving. In fact, that's the principal meal, although a lot of people say, hey, ham's better. And frankly, I'm one of them. but turkey is just a little bit more popular here in the United States. All right, so nah, I don't think this deck would do that. I understand you're impressed by everything that I do, Blazing, but not every deck is made for competitive play. And I think that's true of the real Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Some decks are just meant to enjoy, right? You can just play it because you like playing it. And Crystal Beast, for me, at least in Duel Links, is one of those decks. Now, in the TCG, especially in the OCG in Japan, they got Crystal Beast we ain't ever even seen before. I mean, turkey's good. Turkey's good. Just depends on what you do with it, right? Let's see. Ah, there you are, Decon Blaze. If you were a snake, you would have bit me. Didn't even recognize you. All right, it's time to duel. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, it is Jade. Was Jade infused with you, Bell? I might be running into something kind of dangerous here. Let's see what you got. All right.
You better give it your all, because I sure am.
Let's give it everything we got, Jay.
Here I go. It's my turn.
And this hand ain't bad either. See what we get.
Here's Neospatian.
Tell you what, since there's going to be so many cards flying back and forth, I'm going to change this angle for you guys, just so you can see a little better.
Throw down a face down.
Oh, hey, it's one of them spacemen. Neospatian Dark Panther. All right, well, I know what my game plan is, so I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to activate my skill, and yeah, frankly, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these trap cards. So goodbye, trap card. And oh, I only selected one. Well, honestly, that's not so bad, because we're going to pop out, you know what, Amethyst Cat, you're not going to see a lot of play today. And then I'm going to normal summon my Sapphire Pegasus. Pegasus effect activates, and we're going to grab a Crystal Beast from our deck. Oh, Nathan, that does sound pretty good. Oh, interesting. You're activating next now. Well, that's curious.
Let's go.
Ah, looks like Neospace has a brand new hero, and his name is Elemental Hero Neos. Ta-da! Alright, anybody else coming our way? Nope, just that one. Tell you what. I think we're just going to slam down this Cobalt Eagle. We'll take the, well, not as sought after cards among the Crystal Beast family. Everybody's good, right? They all got their own heart, but their effects don't always come into play. I really do got to get rid of that Neos friend of yours, so I'm going to set this card. And you know what? Just for now, we're just going to battle.
Sapphire Pegasus.
And do 800 damage to him. You want to put that Neos in attack mode? You do so at your own peril, friend.
I draw.
Alright, see what we got.
I'll set a monster. Let's battle. Go, Neos. Cosmic Crush.
Alright, I had to approve some of those messages. Nightbot wasn't thinking you guys were being polite. Alright, so here is the fun part. It's before damage calculation, and surprise! Crystal Keeper is here. And by the way, I know we've been jumping back and forth, but does this outfit remind you of anybody? Oh, we are going to use the effect of Sapphire Pegasus. And then I think what we're going to do is flip this one over. And so here's my Crystal Conclave. We're going to send Crystal Conclave, or Crystal Gathering as the game is saying. And we're going to bounce your face down card back to your hand while I get to keep my Sapphire Pegasus. Then I draw for turn. And wow, looks like we got everything we could have hoped for and more. Now, I don't even really need to make an Xyz monster here, but the fact that I could is pretty exciting. We could use our Promise, we could use our Beacon. Tell you what, let's do Beacon. So here is Beacon, and we're going to use Beacon to put... Tell you what, we got to get in the habit of this. Carbuncle attack mode. And then with Carbuncle's effect activated, we're going to get... yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. Now, this is going to be a little weird. This is just style points at this point. We're going to put the Carbuncle back on top of the deck so that we have more space. And then we're going to Crystal Promise. Now, this is why this deck is so good in the TCG, because in the trading card game, right, the full 5 alive, you're rewarded for having monsters on the field because you can send those to the graveyard in order to get Link monsters. Or you can combine them into a powerful Synchro, Xyz, etc. And Crystal Beasts are really good about being a family together, right? Getting all their cards on the field in one place.
Yeah, I sometimes get frustrated when I lose. But that doesn't take the...
No Rainbow Dragon this time. Have to say, there were so many episodes of the TV show where Rainbow Dragon didn't even come up. But maybe in the next duel. Let's see. All right, Blazin. Sit down and get ready for Duel 2. Oh, looks like you were faster than me. Oh, hey, Seal Yuki. How you doing, fam? Yeah, Hero XGP, you aren't wrong about that. Poor Emerald Tortoise don't even really have the same effect that he has in the TCG because we ain't got a main phase 2. In fact, there's a couple of cards that are hidden throughout Duel Links like that, but that's probably the first one that comes to mind. All right, Jay, let's see how this goes.
It's my turn.
Well, I gotta pick something, and I want to draw more cards, but not at the expense of anything else, so I think we're actually just going to bring out my favorite steed, Sapphire Pegasus. Its effects is going to activate, and we're going to take, yeah, why don't we just put a cat in right here behind the column, and then I end my turn.
Here I go. My turn.
I mean, bacon's always good, but some people don't prefer it, right? It might be against their belief system, or maybe they're just watching their cholesterol intake. So, I like it, but it's not for everybody, that's for sure. I mean, you know, getting back to your question, Queen, about the best way to eat pie, I really am a big fan of doing things the way they were presented to you, right? If somebody slaves in the kitchen all day long and they want to present me a beautiful pie, I don't want to say, hey, where's the ice cream or where's the dipping sauce or whatever it is you guys want to put on it. Whatever it is that they put in front of me, that's what I'm going to eat. Excuse me, I had a frog in my throat.
I activate this.
It wasn't one of Julia's monsters. Oh, hey, wow. Rains keep on coming, fam. Alright, Clayman and Burstinatrix. That makes Rampart. No, makes Nova Master. That's not Rampart Blaster. Well, I might be in trouble here. Or you might be in trouble. Because, surprise, Crystal Keeper is back in action. You'll take 1,000 points of damage, and then I'll lose my monster at the end of the turn and turn into a crystal again.
Here I go. My turn.
Oh man, the stuffing's my favorite part. Alright, so why don't we do a couple of things here. We're going to Crystal Beacon, and we're going to Crystal Beacon in order to get an Amethyst Cap.
This here's my pal. Crystal Beast.
Red Eyes! Okay, fine, Summer Runes. Let me do this right, okay? You get ready on the clip. We're going to do this in 3, 2, 1. I summon Red Eyes Rainbow Dragon! Oh, whoops, I messed that one up. We'll try that again. I summon Red Eyes Black Rainbow Dragon. There you go. That is your money's worth. Get back to the duel, though, because that's probably the more important thing. Going to use the effect of Ruby Carbon, and we will plot both these monsters in attack mode. Now, we don't get a choice here. Remember that with Carbuncle, it is as many as possible. So, you mess up, you mess up. But that's what we got those misplay emotes for. Oh, man, Crawfish. Well, I guess I should have known if I was making a Friendsgiving stream, you guys would be talking my ear full of food. And, wow. Crawfish sounds real good right now. When you're from the South, there's all kinds of combinations of food that you wouldn't expect, right? Because people are just trying to, you know, make what they can, and everybody's got their own sense of flavor for sure. Speaking of sense of flavor, we're going to do what we do, and we're going to discard a Crystal Beast to add another Crystal Beast to the field. And then pop quiz. Rare value. Which one of these do you want me to keep?
Rare value.
And then I'm going to set a card. And technically speaking, I got exactly the numbers I need on the field. Oh, no. Nothing to keep you safe. Well, Jay, I'll see you next time. But the stream's going to keep on going for quite a bit. I said we were going to do a 1-out-of-1 set after this. We may not even have time after we get through all these duelists. Well, up next then is going to be eHero XGP, and thank you kindly for your patience. I know you've been here for a while as we've been bouncing around for people, but it is your turn. Now, here's the real question. Are you going to be running Elemental Heroes today? Because it'd be nice. It'd be the right time to do it. Oh, it was good. It was good. Nova Master's a great card. It really is. Being able to draw that extra monster, regardless of whether it goes to the graveyard or not, is awesome. You know, I'd say I'm a little bit more partial to Neospatians personally, but the heroes are probably a little bit better, right? Neospatians are good, but only when the right situation arises, and you have to be as lucky as Jade Yuki in order to get that to happen.
You better give it your all, because
all right,
sure
Yusuke, looking forward to it.
That's the only way to duel.
Wait till you see my flame deck in action.
Now that's interesting. Pumpkin pecan pie.
My turn.
I've had pecan pie, I've had pumpkin pie. I haven't had pumpkin pecan pie. Might have to add that to my dessert list for tomorrow. And again, I hope all of y'all, wherever you are having a decent holiday of it. I know that for some of y'all, it's not really even a holiday weekend, right? It's just a Wednesday. Well, if it's a Wednesday, I hope it's a good one. And if you don't get off for Thanksgiving, because I myself used to work on Thanksgiving Day, I understand. So I hope you are safe and happy and, well, everything you gotta be. Now, here's what's interesting. I really want to make sure that I get through here safely, but I'm also woefully addicted to bringing out some friends here, so why don't we... Oh, you know what we can do? We could have 2 birds with 1 stone. We're going to play it a little more cautious than we have been, because I just don't want to commit everything into a single Hamon. Because with Hamon, honestly, like, you got to be careful with that, right? You got this Blaze Accelerator here, and if Blaze Accelerator goes off, we're in trouble, right? So we'll do that, and then the next thing we'll do is we'll summon out our Sapphire Pegasus. Now, this is not going to be game pretty well close. We're going to go Battle Phase 17. And then, all according to plan, volcanic counter, volcanic counter, volcanic counter. Is that death? No, it's just 850, then 850, then 850. Nah, we're alive. Then we'll do 1800. Oh, wow! I done walked myself right into that bear trap. Now, if you don't understand what's happening, all those monsters will return to the graveyard. So now that I've done damage, volcanic counter, volcanic counter, volcanic counter, we're about to take half, half, and half again, which is pretty incredible, actually. Blam, blam, and blam. Wow, okay. Axel Brody is the shining star of his class for a reason. I totally get that dueling with danger thing now. If you're not aware, that is the MO of Mr. Axel Brody. Dueling in danger. He doesn't feel like he's getting the most out of his duel unless he feels like his life depended on it. But don't try that at home. That was pretty incredible. It might be. I'd like to think Jay probably would play whatever, right? But Sonic Heroes, right? All these different characters from the Sonic universe teaming up together. That does sound mighty like Jay, doesn't it? Alright. So, oh, I see some of y'all are dueling too. I saw a little spectate button up there. How interesting. Hey, GX was one of my favorite series. Whoa, okay, we're doing this again. Well, now that I get the joke, I can be a little bit more cautious and hopefully not run directly into that again. But we'll see. Stupid is as stupid does, right?
I will. My turn.
Well, Mia, it might be that you just didn't understand how I lost, right? So volcanic counter, you hear that card in the graveyard. Whenever I do damage to him, he banishes it, and another pyro monster, and I take half the damage back. But if he's got 3 of those in his graveyard, then he banishes, banishes, and banishes, and I take half and half and half. Which means I'm taking 1.5 times more damage than he is. But then using his other card, Burial from the Dimension, he'll put those volcanic counters back in the graveyard, and when my other attack hits, I take 1.5 damage again. And so effectively, I took more than he did, so I lost the duel. And speaking of losing, we don't want to do that again, so why don't we discard 2 of these cards, 2 new Crystal Beasts. We'll go ahead and put out one of these and one of these dual mismatch. Alright, here comes a rare value. So you gotta pick one of these cards and I get to keep it. Alright, so you left me with my Cobalt Eagle, which honestly isn't that bad of a deal. Drawing didn't end up being what we needed to do, so I'm gonna pass and end my turn. But here's the thing, if you don't rush into the Volcanic deck, well, they're a little slow, right? They're not gonna necessarily bite you that fast, so bide our time rather than thrust it in foolishly. Alright, let's see. Will he parry? Will he block? Will he dodge? Other offensive jokes here. Alright, Volcanic Rocket. Well, technically that's a pretty big monster. 1900 attack after all. We might take the damage on this. Oh, so here's the thing, Mia. One of the things, you probably don't know what this is, but there's a term in graphic novels, television, and it's called a style guide or a style Bible. And in the style guide or style Bible is the creator's rules for what people can and can't do. And so at the time, they just didn't want to show that character, right? They didn't necessarily want to put him for everyone to see him with his age. And so, yeah, if you notice, that there Yugimoto, a little bit buffer, a little bit taller, older, right? Technically speaking, he's probably in GX's 10 years after the last series. We know he graduates in about, whatever. He's probably about 25 to maybe even 30, depending on how long the series goes. So that's the main thing, is they didn't want to violate their style guide, so the information they got is don't show his face. I really love the show. I know some people don't particularly enjoy the fact that in the English version it was voiced over by the sort of Yami-Yugi, the adult Pharaoh with 10 voice on both. But here's the thing, while Yugi's his own gentleman, I think it really showed people that he grew up to be the man that everybody thought he was. Speaking of which, let me put out a new Crystal Beast. We're going to get this Amber Mammoth out here. That's what we'll do. Sonic Heroes. Yeah, I know that song quite well, Nathan. Alright, what do I want to do? I think I'm going to go activate my skill, and we will pitch. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just check our graveyard here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll put another one in the graveyard. It's actually time for Rainbow Dragon. And we only got to do one. So, yeah, let's just do the one. And the one we'll put out is Topaz Tiger. And, I mean, if you go by the original dates of the birth dates of each of the characters, technically Seto Kaba's like, what, a ripe old age of like 55 right now? He was born in the 70s, right? Because at the time, the show was released in the 90s, or at least the manga was, and, go about 15, 20 years back from the 90s and you get the 70s. So, yeah, Seto is kind of an old fogey at this point, ain't he? Alright, so, let's see what we're going to do. I'm going to gather the greatest light in history. We're doing it. Now, it's true, I do not have that fusion card. And the fusion card is better. You can tribute off Rainbow Dragon. And, who can tribute off Rainbow Dragon, really? But it's good. It's good. And, maybe I'll pull it. But I definitely tried before the stream started. And unfortunately, this is where we're at. So I like everything we got. I think... we don't have enough Crystal Beasts to justify turning some of these in. So I think we're just going to go Battle Phase, Attack.
Sapphire Pegasus, whirl up a storm.
Alright, now this is going to be interesting. Because UFO Turtle is going to summon that monster in attack position. And, yeah, I got 4,000 attack, so I can do this all day.
Let's go! I special summon a monster.
That is correct. So if you don't understand what Dark Side manga canon is, basically, y'all probably seen a remake of something, right? You know the difference between, like, the old Batman movie and the new Batman movie and the new Batman movie. Well, that's actually something that happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. And they have various different iterations of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise that don't include all the story. In the manga, for instance, Maximilian Pegasus, spoiler alert, you can cover your ears if you don't want to hear this, he died. And that directly conflicts with all of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX because Maximilian Pegasus is a very important character in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. But even in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga, this gentleman right here, Jesse Anderson, doesn't play Crystal Beasts. He plays Butterflies. And it's a cool deck too, but just saying, different strokes for different folks, right? And so there are different versions of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. And the manga, the television show, and even some of the movies, they don't necessarily get along. Alright, so, got your volcanic counter in defense mode. You're going to use your Blaze Accelerator. No response. Although I assume I'm about to lose my Rainbow Dragon, though, from a little discard, right? Okay. So you're doing your reload, discarding some stuff, and the only thing you're... Oh, nope, there they are. There they are. Now I can't do anything to you unless I want to bite the dust as well. Oh yeah, I absolutely mean what I say. He plays butterflies, specifically French butterflies known as papillions. And, well, that isn't something you're used for Jesse Anderson playing, right? But in the manga of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, it's totally different. In fact, it actually matches a little bit better than the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series because it deals with things like, well, Zork and Cole Elna and all the other stuff too. But I don't want to spoil too much, just want to whet your appetite. But, take a look, it's in a book. Reading the manga, reading the manga. It's very hard to sing in a southern accent, but that is not your normal cadence, by the way. Alright, you're going to end your turn. I'm not going to do anything.
You're out strategizing me.
Too easy.
Alright, so riddle me this. Let's say you chose not to mess with my monster. I'm going to use Rainbow Dragon's effect. And I'm going to clear the field by banishing all these Crystal Beasts. And so now you gotta either chain or don't chain. Negate or don't negate. But you're about to lose all your monsters, and if I attack you, if your life points are less than mine, well, that might be all she wrote.
Crash and burn.
Oh, we're gonna Necro Fusion. Now that's interesting. I will
I activate.
Activate my effect again, and we're gonna just tribute all my crystal beasts. Why not, right? Instead of sending that back to the deck, we don't really need to do that. Give us another target for our Sapphire Pegasus in our hand. Oh yeah, Clayton, you're absolutely right about that. Arc 5's totally different, 5Ds is totally different. So here's the thing, if y'all really already love Yu-Gi-Oh! And let's say you just love GX and you don't want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, right? You're tired of Pheromone telling you 7s, brains, all that stuff. Why don't you try out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, right? You can read it at your own pace and you'll get a completely different story about the characters you already know and love. Oh, cool, Kev. I'm looking forward to playing against that. Ignition Beast Volcanion, huh? And you're bringing out 2 of them, but now they're all going to go back to the deck. All right, so meet my favorite steed, Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. And yeah, Pegasus effect will activate. Tell you what we'll do, we're going to grab, yeah, we'll grab a Pegasus from the graveyard here. And then we will activate the effect of our Pegasus in the graveyard. And then we're going to bring this monster out. And ordinarily in the TCG, I might overlay to do what? Rhapsody and Berserk to banish out those cards from the graveyard, so I'm not as worried anymore. But here's the good news. That should be game just right there. And yeah, you know, Miyamoto, it's real interesting. If you take a look at Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D, specifically in the Japanese version, where they have the World Grand Prix Cup, right? It's kind of late in the 5D series. I'm not trying to spoil nothing for you, but you already know Pegasus is dead in the manga. Well, Pegasus eventually had to die of old age, right? Because, you know, everybody goes sometime. And he is named in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Specifically, the Pegasus J. Crawford Foundation. You know Pegasus J. Crawford, right? That's his name in the Japanese show, because he's an American fellow, so he has an American name. But, yeah, it's just one of those things. Different canon there. Alrighty, Hero XGP, I'm ready for the glorious rematch here. It's actually a lot of fun, by the way. It's Season 3 versus Season 3. This is the vibe incarnate. Oh, Gelato got... let me pull up this Rainbow Dragon effect for you real fast, because I'm waiting for eHero XGP. If you look over here, take a look at... Clip over that. And here's the second effect. It's Rainbow Dragon, actually. So here's how it reads. Quick effect. We already knew this one, that you could send all the Crystal Beasts to the graveyard in order to power it up by 1,000. But here's its other effect. You can banish all Crystal Beast monsters from your graveyard, shuffle all cards on the field into the deck. And so by doing so, it didn't matter what he chained, whether or not he summoned other monsters, those monsters went back to the deck when Rainbow Dragon's effect resolved. So I didn't have to deal with them, and I could just attack directly with my favorite steed, Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. So that is effectively what happened. So Arc 5 is not actually a revival. Arc 5, I'm just going to give it to you straight. Arc 5 takes place after all the other series, and has to do with the split in the dimensions, basically down 4 lines. And as a result, one of the dimensions is Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, and another one of the dimensions is Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. One of them is basically Yu-Gi-Oh! Without, you know, its other main protagonist, Yugi Muto, right? And then finally, the other one is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. And based on the way the line split, they never really expressly say this in the series, but it's pretty clear that the line was split in just such a way that you didn't get those characters you already know and love. But you do see other characters you know and love, right? Alexis from Duel Academy comes back. Jack Atlas comes back. Astra Phoenix comes back. They probably could have even fit more. And it's a really fun series, but I don't want to spoil the whole thing for you, so give it a try. It's not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Revival, though. I'd say it's more like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Kingdom Hearts. Kind of a celebration of the series, that's for sure, though. Oh, like a return to form. I feel like Zexal was actually a return to form, right? You had like a spirit floating around with ancient memories. You got villains who aren't really your friends, and you're trying to figure out what it is that's going to happen. And people are like, no, you're the villain, man. It's like, whoa, I'm the villain. And basically, if you've seen Yu-Gi-Oh!, you have seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal with a new coat of paint. Alright, so, speaking of new coats of paint, we're going to do the old coat of paint. We're going to do the same trick again. So we'll start by discarding these 2 Crystal Beast cards, and we're going to put, why don't we put these 2 in? And then I'm going to activate Rainbow Bridge. And with Rainbow Bridge, I'm going to grab Crystal Beacon. And I'm going to activate the effect of Yeah, we'll do Crystal Beacon.
I activate my spell. Crystal Beacon.
And then I'm gonna grab a Sapphire Pegasus.
Meet my
And I can't use its effect, which is so painful, but I will use Rare Value.
my spell. Rare value.
Oh, you technically could summon runes. Yeah, you could just level yourself up into being the new king of Uriah, Lord of the Searing Flames. And speaking of which, interesting. I will... What can we do with two level 3s here? Yeah, why don't we... Oh, we got to do with that, don't we? And you got 19. Besides making stupid noises, are we going to make a play here or not? Yeah, we can. Why don't we go ahead and activate Crystal Promise? And with Crystal Promise, we're going to put Emerald Tortoise in defense mode.
Here come.
No big deal here, right? And then we're going to normal summon our Ruby Carbuncle. Oh, man, I really, I do love me Rocky Balboa. I understand why people may have felt a little rubbed raw from Rocky 5, right? Because it doesn't end in a boxing match, it ends in a street fight, and that's not very Rocky-like, not very gentleman-like in general. But Rocky Balboa, man, does it get a lot of stuff right. Especially not caring about whether you win or lose, right? You're just there for the fight. You're just there to see how far you can go. And I think it does a good job of that. Alright, speaking of good job, wind up Zedmane's going to activate its effect, and we're going to destroy one card on the field. The card we're going to destroy is that too big for its own good, Volcanic Rocket.
I draw.
Well, it's one of those things though, Bia. Did you do any of that self-studying you were just mentioning on the internet? Because you got to remember, at the time Kazuki Takahashi was doing that sort of thing, it was even before the 90s, right? And I was around back then. We didn't really have great internet. Alright, yeah, we can use Sapphire Pegasus. That's fine. Turn him into another little crystal right there. I will say, Exodia the One, Egyptology is one of those things that I didn't naturally have in my system, but I did take a liking to it after Yu-Gi-Oh! You never really forget that series. Wow, this is going to be a little dangerous. I think I'm just going to switch this monster to defense mode, and we're going to play it safe. Your move, Duelist. Light Angel, it's not a bad theory. The problem with theories is, well, they're theories, right? You don't know if you're right or wrong. And here's the other thing. When Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 was made, it wasn't made at the discretion of one person, right? There's like a story core, there are people who are writers, there's directors and stuff. So even if one of the writers came forward and he said, this is what it means, he doesn't really have the authority to do that. And we see that all the time in the Marvel movies, right? Some of the directors, the writers, specifically with Endgame, which could get confusing from time to time. The writers and directors said, no, this is how it works. Problem is, they're not the guy in charge, right? They need a vault cap and a suit for that, and that'd be Kevin Feige, don't you know? But yeah, it's one of those things where different strokes for different folks, right? Alright, speaking of different strokes, we're going to try something new here. I'm going to go activate. Oh, we really doing this? Yeah, we're really doing it. We're going to do that, and we're going to say goodbye to your face down. Just for now. It'll come back, don't worry. But then... Oh, Skill, you're fine, you're fine. I'm going to normal summon Sapphire Pegasus. We are going to use the specs. And why don't we use that to put down... Sure. Just one from the grave. Don't really need to do nothing fancy. Turn this to attack mode. And then battle phase. Attack. Oh no, it's one of these! Alright, well, we'll deal with it. Same way we dealt with the other one.
Crash and burn.
It's just one of those things where it is a miracle, and I kid you not, it is a miracle that anything happens ever. From a television show to a video game to anything in the entertainment industry, it really is a miracle. Now this is going to be interesting. I did 100 points of damage to you. So now, you're going to banish all your monsters, and it's going to do 50, 50, 50. And, well, 50, 50, 50 ain't as scary as you think. But you still get the effect of your UFO turtle, so we'll see what happens next. Oh, another UFO turtle, okay. Which is very odd that that's a machine, by the way. I mean, it looks like a machine, but it could be a reptile, it could be a pyro. They could have figured that out differently.
I set a card.
Oh yeah, you know, Kev the Creator, I love Creed 1, but for whatever reason, even though I got HBO Max and could turn it on at any time, I still haven't made the time to see Creed 2. So I got some work to do. I'm really excited about it though, and I knew it was a good movie for a while, but I just, again, hanging out with you guys. And honestly, that's fun. Alright, so what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We could try something a little different here. So here's what we're gonna do. We've already seen Rainbow Dragon. So this time, we're gonna discard these other 2 cards, put out 1, 2 Crystal Beasts. Easy peasy. Then, we're gonna send all these Crystal Beasts to the graveyard. Goodbye, Tiger. Goodbye, Eagle. Thank you for your service. And hello, come on. And so now it really depends. You take 4,000 directly, unless you got something to reduce my attack, you're in trouble.
What an obvious move.
Oh, yeah, I actually do. If you go onto my YouTube channel, actually, I have been sewing and wig styling and doing this stuff since Kingdom Come. Oh, man, it's going to be Ignition Beast Volcanic, huh? But I've got a couple of tutorials that I've got online that are just kind of snuck in. Usually there's some sort of story about it, too. But, yeah, no, I've been wig styling, again, sewing and stuff like that. I learned, what was the first costume I really sewed? It wasn't my first 2 or 3 Yu-Gi-Oh! Costumes. It took a while, and a very funny situation occurred where I was the Jaden Yuki cosplayer, and my friend was the Professor Crowler cosplayer, and they literally taught me how to sew, at least better than I already knew how, right? You wouldn't want to see the seams on some of my very first costumes from 20 years ago, but in time, I actually did get my act together.
Go! My monster attack!
Alright, so
You sure you want to do that?
destroy that target and destroy that card and then inflict damage. Wow, man, I really am taking quite a bit here. And I know I can't attack you, because if I attack you... Oh, no, I can't attack you. Alright, well, we'll see what happens here.
The quick play spell, Burial from a Different Dimension.
Yeah, so what I would recommend, you know... Oh, no, look, I've done it to myself again. Well, that's the end of this duel. But here's the thing, sewing, and since you're learning, probably this will make a lot of sense to you. It's kind of like driving, right? When you're driving a car, what do? You get your hands on the steering wheel, you hold it tight, and you don't suddenly turn in any direction. Well, it's pretty much the same thing with sewing. There was a point where I used to pin and pin and pin, right? You get the 2 layers of the fabric together, and I used to just pin every inch because I was so scared. Nowadays, for something like pants, when it's just a couple of seams, right, one down one leg and one down the other, I will just grab the 2 ends together and just run that the same way that I mentioned. You don't just randomly turn the steering wheel, right? You don't just want to crash. Speaking of crashing, that's the end of this duel. That is so cool, by the way, to win specifically in the style of Blaze Accelerator and the Volcanic Monsters, right? Payne, wherever he is probably proud of you. That really was fun. That was fun. All right, so, speaking of fun, up next, we already dueled Skillet, already dueled Ihir XGP, so next gonna be Yusuke, then JJ Pars, Queen, Legendary, Lat Soul, Kabakev, Clayton, Crucible, SJJ Warrior, Seto Kaba, Seal Yuki, and I think this is Korean right here. It doesn't look like any Chinese or Japanese that I've seen, but I can't speak Korean. That's one of the ones I don't know, so why don't we scroll back up here then, and you can introduce yourself if you want to teach us how to say that. I'd love to know. But yeah, Yusuke, you are up. It is time to duel. Alright, challenge. Well, one of those things that, you know, the other cars can get out your way box, but I'll tell you, the walls probably can't, seeing as they're inanimate objects, so be careful. But that's really all there is to sewing, and things like making your own bias tape and stuff like that. It's really not that difficult. But if you have any specific questions, right, you got a costume that you're halfway through and it just isn't happening the way you want it to, just ask. A lot of cosplay, at least the way it used to be, is trial and error. And you learn because you messed up and you don't want to mess up again. So I'd be happy to pass on all of my mess ups so you don't have to mess up in the first place.
It's my turn. I play my field spell. Advanced Crystal Beast Amethyst Cat is on the
Alright, let's see.
I'm going.
So we're doing it. Okay, we're actually doing it. And you're using the good stuff too, huh? Wow, alright. Rainbow Gravity. Alright, let me go ahead and draw for turn. And let's see what we got here. Oh no, Brilliant Diamond High. I assume that's what BD stands for. Well, I do wish you the best of luck, but I know you can do it. You just gotta breathe, collect yourself, and just do it like you did in practice, right? Just keep on keeping on. Do I really want to get rid of a second Sapphire Pegasus just to have another crystal? No, I do not. We're going to go ahead and put out Carbuncle, and then we're going to normal summon this here monster. So our favorite steed, right? We're both of our favorite steeds in this case. And Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. Oh yeah, anytime. Tell you, the wig stuff is probably what was the biggest learning curve for me. But there's a video on my YouTube channel called Sand and Gold, and I think it'll definitely explain my process enough. There's also like Cosplay Into the Brains, which is on my channel, and just gives you a little bit of like insight that just the general approach I have to cosplay, right? Doesn't have to be done, just has to look good, right? Doesn't have to be done perfectly, just needs to look good. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and activate Crystal Promise. And so we're going to turn this into a couple of rank 3s here. Or maybe we won't. Tell you what. Why don't we do this the nice way? Alright, so I'm just going to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to attack you. And I think you're about to take 600. Or you might use Advanced Dark, which is something we don't see a whole lot of. You know, I did it for one season in Starlight Searcher. It was way back when Sun and Moon first came out. I guess it was VGC 2017. And competitive Pokemon, in my opinion, is even more difficult and more involving than competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And the reason why is, it's not enough just to know how to play your strategy or to play the strategies of other people. A little bit of luck involved and some top charts and a lot of information. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about duelists, right? You know I love those, but Pokemon's pretty involved, and it takes time. You can't just buy the deck. Although, I will say, and I'm not casting any shade on anyone in particular, but there are some Pokemon champions that may not breed their own Pokemon, right? They know what to tell them, but they also know how to tell other people to make their Pokemon for them. So, it's just one of those things. There's no one right way to do it, but I hope you get through what you got in no time flat. Speaking of getting through what you got, unfortunately, that Pendulum's going back to the extra deck, and Amethyst Cat is going to go onto my field.
Your clock's ticking down. It's my turn.
Good deal, good deal. And sometimes, you know, one of the things with wig styling is sometimes the wig, it does fight you back, right? Wigs, they're plastic, right? They're inanimate objects too, but there's a certain vibe to them, to say the least. And plastic remembers shapes, right? Heat, cooling, doesn't necessarily take dyes, but yeah, I've given hours and hours of panel content on that sort of stuff. So again, I'd love to put that back into work and action to help you. So if you ever need anything, you just let me know. All right, speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and turn Carbuncle and attack Mon. I might regret that. Let's see. 300? Oh no! Murder She Wrote! 70 is pretty good.
It's already over.
I've been so busy lately, this will be the first Pokemon game, despite dressed up as basically a Pokemon trainer for Yu-Gi-Oh! First Pokemon game I haven't been able to play right at the launch, and I'm hoping to spend some time after the Kabucore Cup and catch up. Probably end up in that same Cynthia struggle that you're in. But let me take a look here. Nope, we're still dueling, so Yusuke, let's go to game 2. Yusuke, where are you going? Looking forward to it for sure. Alright. Well, Yusuke, you just let me know when you're back here. So, I know which Pokemon are good now, right? And I know which Pokemon have been rotated in and out of equivalents of their Forbidden Limited list, right? But I didn't know what Pokemon were good back there in the 4. You know what's really interesting about Pokemon? I've never had an issue with Whitney's Miltank. Just never happened. I just went through, and I don't know if I had a fighting Pokemon or a rock Pokemon, but I don't have the same traumatic childhood memories that a number of Pokemon trainers have because of their issues with Whitney's Miltank. Just wasn't one of the things that happened. Ah, it was Kyogre. Only Kyogre, huh? Best Pokemon Shiny Bidoof, huh? Oh man, Cacturne. Cacturne's one of my favorites. Probably because I'm partial to that James feller from Team Rocket, but... Alright, so we're doing the rematch. Oh, yeah, Licky Licky, I think the name is. It's been a while. Oh, yeah, you just posted. Yeah, Lickitung. Yeah, I know. I mean, Meowth's alright. I mean, I like Meowth Mouth. Something about that New York accent just reminds me of home. Although you wouldn't know it listening to me today, right? Quagsire, Quillfish, Kyogre, yep.
I activate my spell.
Alright, so you are doing Crystal Promise. And you are going to show off the power of your favorite steed, Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
I think Cacturne's on my team in Pokemon Go. Not that that's like, you know, an official format of Pokemon, but I definitely use that just because partial to it too.
End my turn.
Maybe because my head looks like a cactus, who knows? Alright, so, we know what you got here. I'm going to read this a little bit more careful. So you're not going to take any damage. And you get to send a Crystal Beast monster, so you accelerate all that stuff. Not a Crystal Beast card, so I couldn't add it to my own deck and use Rainbow Bridge. But maybe we'll end up adding that card. It's not bad. Alright, so what we going to do? Why don't we activate our Rainbow Bridge and we'll use it to grab a trap card. Then, the next thing we'll do is activate our Rainbow Bridge again. Seems kind of unfair, doesn't it? And we'll add a Crystal Beacon to our hand. Then, we're going to activate our skill. And we're going to discard these two cards, so goodbye the trap card. And we're going to say hello to... Well, honestly, hello to these cards. Then we're going to activate Crystal Beacon. So, he used to, Kev the Creator, but that actually changed. I mean, all the Pokemon voice actors are different than the original at this point, except, you know, Miss Ikue Otani, the voice actress for Pikachu. But, yeah, they changed Meowth, they changed a couple of voices, and if you listen to real early Pokemon, it's kind of stiff, right? And that's the same that could be said of Yu-Gi-Oh! Really any early series. They hadn't found their character's voice yet. But, still sounds good. Still remember certain little Meowth, that same voice actor, complaining that he hated water, especially wet water. He did! Eric Stewart also did Brock and a number of other characters. You know what's really funny is they were already really established voice actors by the time they ended up on that show. And while Pokemon's probably what you know them for, they were already famous for everything else they had done. And speaking of being already famous, I think we're just going to go battle here.
Sapphire Pegasus.
And we're not going to win the duel just on this, but we are going to do a little bit of extra damage. Don't activate that effect. And then attack. And finally, attack.
I'll get you back
And that's all she wrote. Your turn.
My turn. I draw.
There are a lot of people out there. Now, I will say Eric Stewart likes to tour, like, all over the place. Doesn't matter how big or how small the event is. So if you maybe just follow him on Facebook or Twitter or something like that, you'll probably get information as to how to meet him in person. I'm sure he'd love to meet you, too, because he is one of those just pleasant, pleasurable guys who just likes meeting his fans. He also has a band, too, so if you want to listen to an album and tell him that, he'd probably appreciate it, too. I know he's very passionate about his music career. Alright, so let's see what we're going to do next. I'm going to activate my skill. And you notice I haven't been Exceed summoning. There's a reason. Let's go ahead and put that tiger out here. We didn't want to take any of these off the field before the greatest light in history resurrects. You're not wrong about that, Starlight Searcher, but he's actually a really nice fella. In fact, everybody from the 4Kids sort of like family, now known as 4K Media, right? Because they do the dubbing for Konami, what for? They're good people. They're good people. I wouldn't worry about meeting any of them in person and worrying that they'd be a jerk or something in real life, right? You ever hear the phrase, don't meet your heroes, kid? You can meet those heroes anytime. Alright, so, speaking of which, I think we're going to battle. And you are going to be able to protect yourself with your Advanced Dark Field spell.
Advanced Dark.
So, Penteven, here's the thing I want to tell you, and the reason I'm saying this is not to discourage you, it's actually to encourage you. This is the most important thing about voice acting. I'm not somebody who has ever been a voice actor, but I've been around them all the time, for better or worse, right? I was in the anime industry and still am for years and years and years. So I met, you know, voice actors from America, voice actors from Japan, actually, stuff like that. Doing the voice is half of it. It's an important half, right? You gotta have some kind of range. You gotta be able to sound like you don't. But the second thing that is really important is being able to live in that character's space. And what I mean by that is you need to be able to sing as them. Maybe not well, but as well as they could. You need to be able to complain as them, right? You need to be able to say, oh man, that really didn't go the way I wanted. You gotta be angry. You gotta be sad, right? You gotta be able to level with people. And that's the most important thing, because this is why it's so important. If you ever watch these behind the scenes videos for voice acting, you're gonna see what the actual business of voice acting looks like. It looks a little something like this, all right? Meet my favorite steed, Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus. And that sounds okay, right? And they'll say, well, we need you to do that one more time, but you need to sell that Pegasus more. Okay, fine, let's do it. Meet my favorite steed, Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus. And they're like, that was all right, but it did a little too much of this. We need you to do the same thing, but it needs to go down. All right, all right, all right. Meet my favorite steed, Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus. Well, that was good, but you need to make the rest of it sound like that. And you're going to be in there like that. And so the reason why it's important to be able to live in that character space is you got to just be able to do it like it's you. And that's the secret really to successful voice actors. You want to avoid having that anime sound, unless, of course, the voice director is telling you that. But yeah, I've been in the booth before, and it's fun for sure. But it's not just about the voice, but it's about your heart. And I know that sounds silly coming out of somebody dressed like this on a stream like this, but I really sincerely mean that, and I can't wait to see what you do next. Speaking of which, Yusuke, that was our duel. So up next, by the way, GG as always, is going to be JJ Pars. All right, Mr. Pars. Let's see what you got. Oh, goodness, good. Well, Pentaven, sounds like you probably heard that whole speech before, but I mean what I say. Whenever you start getting those roles, you come back. I'd love to hear about it. Oh, yeah, Queen. Norville Rogers' original voice actor, Casey Kasem's, is like none other. I've actually met a couple of members of the Scooby-Doo cast, which is a little weird, right? But, yeah, no, Casey Kasem was just a class act. But they've got some decent voice actors now. Even the live-action Shaggy really wasn't that bad either. Mr. Matthew Lillard.
Whatever your reason for dueling me, you better not waste my time by
If you go to my Instagram, I might be cosplaying Shaggy, so I might like me some Scooby-Doo as well. All right, so Rainbow Dragon was great last duel, but I don't imagine Seto Kaiba's going to give us the time of day, so, well, or is he? All right, maybe we can turbo out ourselves a Rainbow Dragon, actually. If I play this right, we've already got 4 Crystal Beasts, and with Sapphire Pegasus hitting the field, we're going to get another one right there. All right, so know what we like and what we don't like. Why don't we just put another 4 out? And then here comes Rare Value.
Rare value.
Oh, yeah, Baxter Stockman. Man, that's a classic right there. Oh, was that a fact? Wow, okay. Nah, I know that. You know, Scoob's a sore spot with me. It's a fun, serviceable movie for sure, but it definitely was one of those movies that was made to set something else up instead of focusing on itself. It really was, actually. Originally, Scoob was supposed to be, and I'll type this up in the chat because I think it'll make more sense. It was like this, and it was supposed to set up like a Marvel-style universe of, you know, all various characters, and that probably makes more sense, right? If you've seen the movie but you didn't know that fact, well, think about it. You had Falcon, and you had, oh man, we really got to make a decision here. You know what? I'll just activate, and I'll discard the 1, and we'll drop the other one out. And I think the greatest line in history is going to resurrect 3 Rainbow Dragons back-to-back sets. But it was definitely supposed to be like an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. type of thing, which just felt weird for me. I really wanted to have just a good, normal Scooby-Doo movie, and I would have liked that if they sold it to me. Nothing rubs me the wrong way more than somebody advertising a movie as something other than what it is because they're scared I won't like it. Just be honest with me. I'm sure I'll love the film, but if you hoodwink me, maybe not so much. All right, well, greatest light in history. Let's see, 4,000? Oh, you got something, do you? All right, let's see what you got. It's going to be a Catroid. Okay. Well, then, you want to spend that Catroid on 1,200? I doubt it. And then finally, 1,800.
I attack you directly.
The funny thing is, I actually really like Scoob for what it turned out to be, but from what they sold me, well, I feel like we got a montage and they moved on. Funny enough, I actually really liked Final Fantasy VII Remake, but it is true that the same thing I was just talking about, they kind of hoodwinked us on that too, didn't they? Alright, so I'm gonna battle 4,000 direct. I imagine you gotta block that with the Cotroid.
I activate my monster's effect.
Well, think about it. One of the first things that happens in any storyline when you got a really powerful character like Exodia. You may not think of Exodia as a character, but effectively he is, right? He's just one of the various monsters of Yugi's arsenal. But think about Marvel. The first thing they always do in every storyline is write out Thor and the Hulk. Why? Because they're so gosh darn strong. Think about Mr. Doctor Strange. Mr. Doctor Strange, wow, who am I to judge? Doctor Strange, in the final fight against Thanos, and a lot of endgame spoilers here, is holding up a waterfall. Why? Because if you don't write him that he's holding up a waterfall, he can destroy all those villains by himself. And so that's one of those things why they had to write out Exodia right after the beginning, because they can't let the whole show be dominated by the specter of Exodia, right? Why isn't he summoning Exodia? So that's pretty much it, Lot sold, and it doesn't make for an interesting story. And any of those questions you might have, right? Who would win? Superman or Goku? Whoever's writing the story gets to decide. If they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you, and that's the story you're going to get. Now this is interesting. You got to send this to the graveyard? Nope, just got destroyed by battle. Alright, well we're going to change and say goodbye to my crystal beasts. Now you only got 6,000 tech on the field. Yeah, plot armor. Plot armor is really a thing. I mean that. I really do mean that. Alright, draw for turn. And, feel pretty good about this one, actually. We're going to activate Rainbow Bridge. And, we ain't got many cards left. Alright, so, I'm going to go ahead and set a mysterious spell and trap card, right? I searched for a trap and I set a card. I wonder what that means. Now I'm going to attack. Oh! The greatest light in history. 1 out against the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Good news is, you got another duel coming, so let's see if we can bring that back.
Enjoy this for now.
Oh, yeah!
This is the way I've always seen it, Kev. We don't get to make the decisions in life, right? And some people say, well, you know, it's fantasy. It should be whatever we want it to be. But I'm a really big believer in whatever it is that happens, happens. A lot of people didn't like that new Cowboy Bebop anime. I'm ready to fight them to Kingdom Come. That show was great. It was. And if you want to see the original, you can watch the original on Netflix too. But sometimes life's different, right? You ever gone to the store to find out it was closed early for some reason? That's life. And that's fictional life too. It should reflect reality. Unpredictable, undeterminable.
You better give it your all,
indeterminate.
because I sure am.
Some fancy word like that.
That's the only way to do.
Fine. I have a few minutes to spare.
I want to say, Clayton, that the Rare Hunter used Exodia, and I think Exodia Necros was used by a different character than that. That was an interesting duel for sure, right? You find out why you shouldn't run multiple copies of Exodia. Alright, so, let's go ahead and activate our card. I guess we'll get rid of these two, and we'll plop these two out. And then, we're going to activate Rare Value.
Rare value.
It's one of those things, you know, I'm starting to realize, as I browse the internet looking for happy-go-lucky people like myself, and, well, find them in short supply, that a lot of people, well, sometimes complain about something that you don't have control over but isn't directly related to you. It's a little therapeutic, right? You know, there's probably a lot of serious stuff that might be going on wrong in any particular unhappy person's life, but if they can complain about Cowboy Bebop and maybe that makes them feel a little better, well, good on them, right? They found their therapy. The only thing that makes me sad, though, is a lot of people work real hard on that. And the people who worked real hard on the preceding show, they worked hard too and liked the new Cowboy Bebop, right? There's tweets from, what's that feller's name who does Fox Spiegel's voice? Steve Bloom, right? He liked the new Cowboy Bebop. And a lot of people who worked on the original Cowboy Bebop also worked on the new one. But we can mince words all day on that. I'm not trying to preach. I might be preaching to the choir, depending. But I'm just saying that, you know, some people, there's no pleasing them. That's all. Speaking of not pleasing people, I'm gonna summon my Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus and put out another one.
Sapphire
And see you, Rune.
effect activates.
Alright, so let me put out this here tiger. And then I'm gonna special summon. Had to get my Cowboy Bebop speech in there somewhere. I'm really passionate about that show's right to exist. Because there's a lot of people, I see them on the Netflix Facebook page, I see them basically everywhere. And they're hooting and hollering and, you know, saying all kinds of horrible things about the show. And people worked hard. They did work hard. Just one of those things. Alright, now this is one of those things too, unfortunately. My Haman Lord of the Striking Thunder is in attack mode, so you're going to be able to have your way with my Pegasus by attacking with your, I assume, Blue Eyes White Dragon? Yep. Here it is in all its glory. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You know, Cowboy Bebop was also made for like a certain style at a certain time. That show came out in 1998, and there was nothing like it back then. Not even Trigun or any of the other classics that didn't survive quite as long as it did. But if you look at Cowboy Bebop, there's a lot of dead space, right? It's just stuff. And if you watch that in movie form, in live action, the camera didn't move around, the characters really did much, and they just kind of said, you probably wouldn't be that excited. So, you know, styles change, the world evolves, life goes on. I'm sure those people who didn't like it, they'll find something else not to like next. But for the people who do give it a shot, I think you're in for a real treat. If you haven't, just watch one episode, please. Alright, so, what are we doing next? Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. I would have to have the knife in me and look down and see the blood and say, oh, you were being rude and you meant it. I am never affected by that stuff, so don't hold your tongue on my account. Speaking of which, we got, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I discard the one and we plop out the other, all of a sudden the greatest line in history resurrects. This is bizarre. I'm not used to seeing this many Rainbow Dragons on the field.
Meet the all-powerful Rainbow Dragon.
Yeah, you know, they kind of answered that question. They just decided they were going to go multiple universes with that. I've seen all of Dragon Ball Super. I'm actually kind of caught up with the Dragon Ball Super manga, too, with characters like Granola and all that. And, yeah, it just has to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's kind of, I can't call it a remake, and I can't call it a reimagining. Basically, if you've seen Cowboy Bebop before, all the stuff that's not affecting the main plot is basically the same, right? They just filmed almost exactly shot for shot. But they created a new story about all that side stuff going on with Spike and that organization he used to be part of. And honestly, I really liked it because they really followed up on it. Basically, you know, if you've seen Cowboy Bebop before, it's like they made an entire season based on episodes 25 and 26. Oh, yeah, I can see ghosts. Well, if you like that, just let them know. I'm sure they'd be happy to have me back on. And go. Those are some good folks, by the way, them TVMPS. They really are. All right, speaking of good folks, let's see if this fine Haman Lord of Striking Thunder can strike fear into the heart of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Looks like it can. And so I'm also going to do 1,000 bits of damage to you. What happens when I attack you for 18? All right, gnarly. Well, here's the good news. Of course, you can always watch this on the little videos, you know, on the video on demand on Twitch, whatever that is, that VOD nonsense. But even then, I'm probably going to be doing a little bit more content too. So you might look forward to, well, you know, the usual, right? Maybe some TikToks, maybe some photos. I got a big weekend planned ahead. The good news is also, though, we're going to be doing a Kabucore Marathon this Friday. So if you had a good time tonight, you don't mind me not talking with a southern accent, not looking as good as I do now, I will be competing as hard as I can, you know, representing the fam, right? Representing all the training that we do on Melodious. Melodious, I think, is the deck we're going to play. Lots of Melodious.
It's my turn. I draw. I set a card.
I think that was probably my favorite part of Dragon Ball Super is there was people who were stronger than Goku, and, like, they just didn't care, right? They weren't trying to make that anybody's problem. Right, you had Beerus, and you had Whis, and you had all those. I mean, it was really neat. All right, so this is a little weird. Unfortunately, I don't have the firepower to justify using my Rainbow Dragons effect. So we're just going to go put Haman in defense mode. You know, Gets us away from my particular trouble card, the Drown and Mirror Force.
Okay.
And we're going to go ahead and start with
Time to
18.
shut you down. Sapphire,
I activate my trap.
All right.
Counter gate.
Well, I'm not
Your
too
attack
worried
is
about this. I wonder what
making
happens here. A little rule and check.
Rainbow
If I
Dragon's
send my
effect.
Crystal Beast to the graveyard and you don't negate the attack, does that mean you don't draw? You didn't draw. Well, that's interesting.
Rainbow
Can't stop what's already
Dragon's
stopped, I
attack.
guess.
You have to try harder
Rainbow
than that.
refraction.
I flip over my set card. I activate a trap.
Oh no, I'm giving you a lot of life points there. 5,000. The good news is I can probably take care of that next turn if I get the cards, but it's pretty rough. But yeah, it is interesting that Jiren, you know, didn't get beat by power, he got beat by instinct. And I'm looking forward to seeing Ultra Ego on the field as well. Not the field, what am I saying? Too much duel monsters, right? But I would say that, yeah, it'll be interesting. Ooh, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let me normal summon this one. Alright, it's the Crystal Keeper. And then we're gonna go battle phase.
Let's battle.
Rainbow Dragon attacks for 5,000? Yes, no, maybe so. Oh, yeah, the Cotroid.
I activate my
But that means I ain't
monster
worried about your face down trap card anymore. I'll try to do 15. I match you. You'll pay no mind. Alright, Powerful Rebirth. Now that's interesting. I imagine. Oh, the Kid Moto Dragon in defense mode. Well, we're gonna leave that on the field, and I end my turn.
My turn. I draw.
I mean, to a degree,
I set a card.
numbers and cheating just sounds like the plot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, don't it?
Make your move.
Alright, time to make my move, huh? We're kind of running low on cards. We only got 5 left, and Kaiba's got 10. Let me see what kind of card I can get from Rainbow Bridge, and I think that's going to educate us on what's next. If I grab Crystal Beacon, now this is going to be weird, we're going to try it, and I activate the effect of Rainbow Dragon, and we banish all the Crystal Beasts in my graveyard. We're going to send some Crystal Beasts back to the deck, which means we could discard some cards to activate Transcendent Crystals. Then we could special summon a monster and start... Nope. Apparently we ain't got nothing. How many times can you use Transcendent Crystals then? Let's take a look. Did I throw it all away? Well, I did get rid of the most important threats. No, it's going to be Ultimate Dragons. Ah, here we go. Transcendent Crystals. Ah, twice per turn. Got greedy, but why not? Let's go ahead and just slap for 300.
Okay, Ruby, it's your time to shine.
Still got that Cotroid in the graveyard.
Ruby Sonic.
And I end my turn.
My turn.
My turn.
You say that, but breaking up a Seto Kaiba strategy into 1 card at a time typically is going to make him end his turn. The problem is, we got to be faster.
I draw.
Oh, that is not a bad choice. Alright, battle phase.
You got this.
Now, I've also given myself a few more turns on the clock, right? Because now we got 7 cards left in our deck. And, well, we do have a powerful set card as well.
I draw.
300, 300, 300.
I end my turn.
Alright. See what we got next. Draw. Well, we can't bring the Rainbow Dragon back out, so battle phase.
Go. I attack you directly.
And I end my turn.
I end my turn.
Here I go. My turn. I draw.
Because of the card I have set face down. You ain't got to fear when you got your whole family at your back. Alright, draw for turn. Oh, now this is getting interesting. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and bring out 2 carbuncles, and it's actually imperative that I not make a powerful Xyz monster. Battle phase. Battle phase. Battle phase. Well, that's weird. That's not doing what it's supposed to, that's for sure. I mean, it's not me, it's just the game. Now that's interesting, I ain't never seen that before. Alright, let's see. it won't let me activate nothing either. In fact, nothing's reacting to nothing. Hell, it ain't Wi-Fi, that's for sure. Everything is plugged directly in. But, I can't battle. Oh, there we go. Just took a little bit. Yeah, this is, I don't know what's happened, but got a moment's reprieve. I'm just gonna sit here and sip my water and wait for, it to catch up. This is wild. Up, connection error. Well, I'll take that as a loss on my part. Alright, so, JJ, that means we got ourselves a third duel, because I was the culprit there. Alright, I'm ready when you are. Very funny. Now you leave them alone. They wouldn't have said anything that weren't true. It's just one of those things where, yeah, it's a little bit of a head scratcher, but until you've run one of those type of major games like this, and you're, you know, running into all the issues that come with it, you don't know till you know, right? Alright, so we got Ultimate Dragons.
You better give it your all, because I sure am.
I'll keep that in mind, box. We're just going to do the best we can. All I really want to do is just make, you know, the usual top 1,000 in my region and top 10,000 worldwide. As long as we do that, I don't care win, lose, draw, what happens. But let's see what we got. Tell you what, this is a lot better hand than before. Now, it's way too early in the duel to use Rainbow Dragon. But we said that last time, and we were still able to get something done. So why don't we chunk these two cards, and we're going to put these two level 4s out. And why don't we go ahead and activate our rare value.
Rare value.
True, but just one of those things. Alright, so, up next, I'm going to use my Sapphire Pegasus. And I'll activate the effect of Sapphire Pegasus to bring out one more friend. And the friend we're going to have is Amber Mammoth. Then, Battle Phase. And, yeah, 18's all I got. Your move, duelist.
I draw.
Well, here's the thing. I actually wasn't going to win that duel when you think about it. It was going to take me a lot to get back in there. So, it really, you got to give humanity the benefit of the doubt. That's all.
Make your move.
Not everybody's out to rob you, cheat you, steal you, etc. Now, you should be safe, right? You want to be cautious. Cautious. There's that New York accent of mine slipping out. But, here's the thing. You don't want to believe someone's doing something bad just because it looks suspicious, right? At least in this country, people are innocent until proven guilty. And that's words to live by.
Come on out. I special summon a monster.
Alright, let me activate my Rainbow Bridge. I also think it would take a certain person to decide they want to cheat on this stream, right? To risk there being a log of something fishy happening.
Okay.
Alright, speaking of which...
You're finished.
Oh! 2,200 damage, all it took.
This is an old...
That's more of a Boston accent. I'd say for, oh, can I do a Southern accent and a New York accent at the same time? I guess I could. It's not that it's coffee.
Oh, well.
Oh, no, you can't. Once you say the word coffee, you already lose the accent right there. All right. Keep it to the plan here. JJ Pars, that was a heck of a game. Let's see. Queen, you are the next person up in line. So if you'll go ahead and mosey on over here, we'll be good to go. Yeah, there's something intoxicating about that particular accent. Just makes me feel at home. Paging Queen. All right, Queen, whenever you're ready. Are you next? No, and you only just need to take a look here in the line. After Queen, it's going to be Legendary. Then after Legendary, it'll be Light Soul. Then after Light Soul, then it's Kaba Kev. So there you go. Then Clayton, SSJ Warrior, and Seto Kaba. Looking for Queen. I don't see it. Oh, there you go. If you were a snake, you would have bit me. Now, speaking about that weird lag that we're experiencing, you're right. It's hard for me to even join the table, so hoping the game starts to work better soon. It ain't doing it. Well, that ain't good. Yes, I'd like to sign up. All right, Queen, standing by.
It's time to do.
Well, would you imagine that? Limit Break Radio. apparently what I'm going to do to welcome all of our new Final Fantasy friends here is post a whole bunch of Final Fantasy friendly emotes. Well, happy Friendsgiving to you too, fam. Gotta say, if you're just joining me from Limit Break Radio, what an accident, right? Nero had any stream he could have picked, and he didn't pick the wrong one. Maybe you picked the wrong one depending on your Vanadil temperament, that's for sure. But what we're doing right now is just a little bit of role play and cosplay for a Yu-Gi-Oh stream. That said, I was a denizen of the deep. I was deep in Vanadil up to level 99 and beyond. I think my item level might have capped out at about 1. I don't remember what it is in Ottergon when you get to like the 112. It's before whatever the final number is, which I think is 119 off the top of my head. Alright, you want to try table 5? Let's try. So, there are a lot of remote duel events going on for Duel Links, and specifically, to answer your question, Kid Sees Ghost, the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, which is going to happen in December, I think around, maybe it's December 17th, that will have Duel Links side events in it, which you can qualify for the Duel Links Remote Duel Invitational. Now, we've been splitting them up a little bit more because there's going to be more in-person events, and we're all excited about that, right? Hope to see you guys in Pasadena for sure. Alright, Davey, that's fine. You're allowed. I do remember Treasures of Ottergon quite fondly. I was a puppet master. I was also a blue mage and a Corsair. But I think my favorite one out of all that was probably the Corsair. Something about cards and luck. Well, you can see that kind of fits my style, right? Alright, speaking of style, we're going to go ahead and drop these two particular level 3 monsters from our deck into our Spell and Trap Zone. And then we're going to activate Crystal Beacon. Man, I remember right when Treasures of Ottergon first came out, I was just so excited. So excited I summoned the wrong Crystal Beast. Your move.
It's my turn.
Oh, good deal. Good deal, Fox of Doom. I'm actually doing quite well.
Take to the skies.
Corsair was good. I was one of those Beyond the Limitation fellers, and if you don't remember that, just shows you how long it's been since Vanadil was in full swing. But I was in one of those H&M link shells, right? We met like twice a week. We did the Dynamis. We did all the stuff. And I really loved Corsair because I was a bard. And I don't know if you played bard, but to a degree, there comes a point where you are just done playing Mage's Ballad, right? You just do. And you've done it for the last time. Corsair was playable and still added an element of excitement for sure. And those support characters are really unique to Final Fantasy XI. You don't really see that type of characters in Final Fantasy 14. Now, I love 14 too.
Go, Nova Master.
Well, I gotta draw the right card for this, so this might be the end of this duel. Uh-oh. It would have been the right card, but unfortunately my Spell and Trap zones are full, so this Elemental Hero is about to take a chunk out of my life points.
Looks a part of skill.
Oh, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dungeon Dice Monsters are classic for sure. Oh, language. But it is a good game. Now, if you don't like it, that's fine. But remember, whatever it is you don't like is absolutely someone's favorite, right? There are more than 7 billion people on this wonderful planet we call Earth, right? Some of you might be from Vanadil, some of you might be from Eorzea, but where I come from, planet Earth. And on Earth, again, there's enough people out there that if you hate me, there's probably somebody out there who loves me as much as you hate me. So, different strokes for different folks. That's what I always say. Alright, so... Queen, yeah, let's go to game 2 and see what we get from there. Challenge. You're fine, you're fine. Oh, man, Davey, I remember those days. I never played Red Mage. I do in Final Fantasy 14. Obviously different. But yeah, I remember the drill. Haste, refresh, Phalanx the tank. I think the thing that's so interesting about Final Fantasy XI, particularly when you're trying to explain it to people, because it was like a place, a real place and time, is in no other game that I can think of or that anybody can enjoy playing, could you blame the White Mage for healing too much, right? Hey, slow down with your Cure 5s and Cure 3s. We need you to only do the right amount of hate. The tank needs to get hate. That is not something you usually hear from Final Fantasy 14, I'll tell you what. Alright, so... what am I going to do this time? Let's show off the way this deck is supposed to work. You know, I'm going to go ahead and activate my skill just for one. And we're going to dip this carbuncle and say hello to this eagle. Then we're going to go meet my favorite steed, Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. Effect activates. we'll put out another Pegasus. And while that sounds redundant, the reason why is, it is! We're going to use our crystal release in order to special summon Sapphire Pegasus, and its effect will activate again, so we get another crystal. What am I doing this for? Well, we're trying to gather all 7 crystal beasts into our spell and trap zone to resurrect the greatest lot in history, Rainbow Dragon. And to do that, I'm going to set a card. This is turn 1, so I can't battle, so I end my turn.
Here I go. My turn. I draw.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember quite a number of thieves in the day doing the sneak attack and the trick attack, that's for sure.
Stratos' effect activates.
I mean, I do raid Savage, just not with you. But maybe on the next one, for sure. The only Savage that I really did in Final Fantasy XIV on this particular expansion, sorry, I had to curve myself back into that accent, right? Would be the, whatever the second tier would be, I guess it's number 5, and it's that Rambo run. I could not get enough of that Rambo run for the free accessories. No, I didn't say that. I just said I wasn't playing Savage. Right now, I mean, I'm in that hold'em pattern that most, denizens of Eorzea are in. We know that they're going to produce gear that's available at level, 81, and it's going to be better than any of the gear we currently have access to. So while my item level may only be a scant 525, I don't really need to raise it more than that. Because again, I'm going to save, the one thing that I guess I need to do would be a little bit more diamond weapon, get that, mount, finish the Bahamut raid, etc. Bahamut 2-person mount, etc. Whoa, by the way, it's nice to see Elemental Hero, everyone's favorite Elemental Hero, Flame Wingman. All right, back to business. By the way, even I have a character for Flame Wingman. All right, so unfortunately, Crystal Conclave's effect's going to activate, and I'm going to send one of my Crystal Beasts on the field back to my hand.
Turn up the heat.
And we're going to say goodbye to that Flame Wingman. And I think what we'll do is bounce one of our crystals here, just in case you get any funny ideas with that Stratos. Nope, that's all she wrote. All right. Capsule Monster was great. We actually did a full stream of Capsule Monster Coliseum, and it was excellent. Not to say that it's not the only good deck there for sure, but there's a lot of them that are out there. All right, so I'm going to do some weirdness here. Why don't we special summon our Diamond Direwolf?
I'm counting on you. I see summon a
Yeah,
monster.
Mokuba was good. That's the thing. Everybody's got something they're good at.
Monster's effect activates.
And then I'm going to go ahead and destroy my Pegasus and your Stratos. Then I get to use the effect of Pegasus, put him back in the spell and trap zone. We're going to activate Crystal Beacon and bring out, well, our best friend here, Ruben Carbuncle. Put that in attack mode, ain't going to make the same mistake twice. And then Carbuncle's effect activates. We're going to special summon our Sapphire Pegasus. And then, yep, Favorite Steed's effect activates as well. And I'll just put whoever out. This might be game depending on what you got in your hand. But it's battle time. We'll do 300. Alright, no hand trap. 18, no Karibos there. 2,000. That is all she wrote. You say that, but Duelist of the Roses wasn't fully voiced over. Now, I understand Duelist of the Roses probably represents a very special time in your life, right? You can still picture that PS2 controller in your hand. Maybe you're on the floor, maybe you're sat up on the couch, but you're using your standard definition television. I understand. I'm not trying to rob you of your memories. But in the PS2 generation, there was Capsule Monster Coliseum, and not only did it tell a new story, but it did it with completely new voice actors. Well, not new voice actors, but new voice acting that they inserted in the game. So for me, that's going to be my vote for the overall best story mode out of any of those games. But here's the thing, Master Duel, the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator that's coming out, produced by Konami, that's going to have a story mode too, based on the monsters from the card game. So, well, the fat lady has a saying, yeah, we might actually see a new story mode that turns out to be your favorite. Alright, speaking of favorites, I am 1-1 on Queen, so let's find out who the favorite for this 2 out of 3 matchup is. I mean, Nightmare Troubadour is good. It is. But it didn't have anime voice acting. Now, it did have everything else, right? It had, like, all the little sort of, like, standing gift monsters where they kind of flexed their biceps, right, depending on what the monster was. Yes, I absolutely am. It'll be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
This duel's gonna be a regular hoot.
Jesse, you're a nice guy,
But
I'm not
here's
gonna
the
go
thing,
easy
you know,
on
I don't mean to
That's
sound
not
like
how I
an
roll.
unhelpful duelist here,
Duel.
right? But Foxyden, we're probably
Here I
not going to
go.
see any remakes
My
on this.
turn.
It's one of those things where it was kind of a product of its time, and I think we're going to see other
Don't
new
let
games.
this shock
Here's the
you.
good news, though. They are making those weird new games like Duels to the Roses. For instance, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duels. If you haven't seen the beta for that, we actually have quite a bit of footage of it on my YouTube channel if you want to take a look there. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We got to do two, so goodbye, Crystal Beacon, and hello, Topaz Tiger and Cobalt Eagle. Then, I'm going to ask you, pretty please, will you let me draw two cards? I'll set a card, and I think that'll be the end of our turn.
Here I go.
Your move, Duelist.
My turn. I draw.
But yeah, we will be streaming on the Capricorn Cup. It'll be
Take to the skies.
marathon just like usual. We won't be able to do a duel room, which is why I'm being super nice today, right? Not as nice as anything that I'm particularly proud of, but I always try to offer this kind of service. But on the Capricorn Cup, that's a limited time competition. And we got to give it our all, and to give it our all, we can't be idling our hands in the duel room. But that means you should be competing in the Capricorn Cup too, because it is only going to be that limited time event, and that's your chance to win gems, tickets, tokens, and just get experience playing duelists you ordinarily wouldn't. Well, it's not that they don't want to, Kev. You got to remember that Konami doesn't own Yu-Gi-Oh! If you thought Konami owned Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's an easy mistake to make, but Konami actually just rents Yu-Gi-Oh! It was probably the most lucrative deal ever made because at the time, the person who had the license to make the anime was Toei. Toei is a Japanese company that makes a bunch of other shows you like, including things like One Piece, etc. And then to make the games, Bandai was the one who was making the games. And Konami basically swept in. They said, what do we got to give you to be the ones that you'll license and let us make Yu-Gi-Oh! Games? Kazuki Takahashi put up his list, and that's where we are today. There's certain things they can't do. There's certain things they can't remake, and there's certain things that can't be made for sale. All those rules, though, they were happy to make that trade. Why? Because they wanted to have the rights to make the greatest game on Earth. Speaking of great games, let's see what we got on the field here. You do have a spell trap, so I'm going to let you actually hit me for 1,800.
Not too shabby.
So, a bunch of people actually own the rights to order to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Products. Studio Dice. Actually, if you look at a new Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, you can kind of see the list right there. Studio Dice, TV Tokyo, Sway Shots, comic book company. They put out Shonen Jump and stuff like that. Used to say Shonen Jump's Yu-Gi-Oh! But now it kind of says everybody in Coalition. Now, Konami definitely's put the money up for that new anime there, but that's not the only thing out there, right? There's quite a bit. We are gonna... Battle phase and attack.
Sink your fangs into him, Topaz Tiger.
I'll do 200 damage the old-fashioned way, right? With a Topaz and Sizer Shred.
Get my game on.
So Bandai didn't own it, but they own the rights, right? It's basically, it's my idea and I rented it to you, right? It'd be like if I gave you the rights to make pheromone streams, right? You could call yourself Pheromone, you could run the pheromone stream as long as you follow special rules. And the second you didn't follow those rules, well, I'm just going to revoke that contract, you hear? And so that's basically the situation that Konami was in, but think about it, back in the 90s, man, they had the next Pokemon on their hands, right? And 25 years later in Japan, 20 years for us in the States, we're still talking about the show. So I'd say they probably got their money's worth and followed those rules for a cheap price to pay. Well, that probably isn't untrue.
H, heated heart.
All right, whoa, H Heat Heart, slow down, partner.
I attack with
Now,
my
3,100 is big, but 16 multiplied by 2 is 100 points bigger. I'll also be sending my Topaz Tiger back to the spell trap zone.
It's my draw.
All right, this might be all she wrote. I'm going to discard 2 cards in order to put out 2 new crystals on my field. And we'll just put the little level 3s there. Can't hurt nobody. And then I'm going to special summon in attack mode a very big monster. I guess you understood what was coming next. GG as always, fan. Alright, so I think that wrapped me for Queen. It did. So Legendary, if you are still here in the chat, it's time to duel. I think I just saw you. Up there you are. Well, there's quite a few things. If you notice, Konami never uses any art other than the official promotional art they're given. They actually have to ask permission, and this even applies to TCG content. They got to ask permission back to Japan, who's got to ask permission back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rights owners through a committee to see, hey, are we allowed to make this product? So that's the first thing, is you got to ask nicely pretty much for anything you do. The second thing is that all of the product is a promotional item only. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means that they can't sell those mats that we love so much, right? If you look on the bottom of, oh, I used to have the full mat rack. Well, if you look on the bottom of any of your mats, it'll usually say promotional item. And in fact, I do happen to have one of the mini mats right here in front of me, and right on the bottom here it says promotional item. Do you know what that says in clean as day English on the Japanese version of these mats? It says not for sale. And promotional item was their way of working around that, but that's the other thing, is that you can never win a cash dollar in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. And if you see a tournament that's offering cash, well, it's a community tournament. Nothing wrong with it, but they don't have to follow the rules because they're not an official one. Speaking of official ones, let's see. What we doing? I think we will discard 2 cards. So maybe we could actually bring out Rainbow Dragons. And we're going to bring these 2 to the field. All the 3s in the world. And then I'll rare value. Alright, Queen, good luck. And hope to see you Friday. But that's another one. One of the things you might notice is the art style changed in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, right? They are not using Studio Gallop anymore. And I'm not really sure, but I kind of have a hunch, without any, you know, I do know folks at Konami, but they didn't tell me this, right? This is really just a guess. That Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels might have been a way for them to kind of like write their own story, create their own path effectively, and I like it. And I think we're going to be seeing Rush Duels for quite a while because they just revealed a new patent. It's called Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's Go Rush Duel. And I don't know if it'll be a season 2 or 3, kind of in the vein of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal 2 and 3, etc. But it's nice to see that this new format's here to stay. And if you haven't seen Rush Duels, we'll be streaming a lot of it intermittently, starting on December 7th when that Nintendo Switch game comes out.
Fallen angel of roses.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah. So, Ryle, look up a lawsuit called Upper Deck Entertainment versus Konami Digital Entertainment, and you'll find out all the stuff that Upper Deck Entertainment was up to that wasn't on the level. In fact, you might even have, if you were a fan during Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, some of the cards that were counterfeit made by Upper Deck so they could fit those in those weird little blisters you see that are just like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, come get them. That might have been part of the reason why they lost out on that.
I draw.
Well, funny you say that. You see this here emote right here? Let's see where it is. This one. That's actually a miniature of a portrait that Konami commissioned of this here fella. And the reason why is because they did exactly that for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Arc 5 World. I've actually done a couple of partner projects with Konami. And, you know, worked with them this year almost as a full-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, right? We did so many tournaments, we never heard the end of it. But had a lot of fun for sure. Speaking of fun, we're going to bring out the biggest monster I got. After this, I ain't got anything else.
I'm counting on it. I special summon a monster.
Well, it just depends on the context, right? I'm not allowed to comment on what happens in the confines of any tournament's penalties, right? Because that's somebody's private information, right? What might be interesting to you might be the worst day ever for somebody else. But if you take a look at the tournament policy guidelines and the tournament penalty guidelines, it'll tell you expressly what you can't do. And gambling, for sure, is one of them. So it doesn't take, well, a Poindexter to put together the fact that, well, if you were gambling and you might have been doing it at an official event, that might be the end of your Yu-Gi-Oh! Career. So all I want you to do after this stream, read those rules when you get a chance, because I don't want that to happen to you. Because then you'll end up like Mr. Seto Kaiba there.
I synchro summon a monster.
Well, the people that I worked with at Konami were great. And every company's got those people, right? I've worked a lot with Square Enix, actually, back when I used to work in, I say back when, anime conventions just aren't as big or aren't as plentiful as they are, right, with everybody's health and safety in mind. But, yeah, I've had quite a storied career before I even started doing all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff.
My monster attacks you directly.
Well, I bet the farm on that one, and, well, I lost the farm. Sorry, Mom. Hamon was not the answer. But I'm ready for game 2 and you are, friend. Hopefully it's as good as that one. But yeah, it is one of those things. Oh, sorry ASD445M. I hope you're doing real well wherever you are in bot land, but you ain't gonna buy no followers or viewers here, and you ain't gonna sell none either. In fact, now that I think about it, probably the only people I banned are these bots running around from place to place. You might be able to purchase the service of a bot, but you can't buy friends, right? Takes a real being of character and understanding to put up with a guy like me.
I summon Lord Poison.
It is right. I'm looking forward to that. We actually streamed it in the Japanese version probably a couple months ago. And if you want to see footage of that, oh, thanks, Fox and Doom. Yeah, they're all real cards, right? This ain't no green screen or anything, or else my hair will be see-through too. But if you look back, maybe just a couple of videos, you'll see it. You'll know the Rush Duel characters, right? And I'm looking forward to that for real, for sure. Now, how am I going to get rid of all this? There's so much on the field. Well, perhaps I am. I'm going to go discard these two right here. And we'll grab these two right here. And then I'll Crystal Beacon.
Crystal Beacon.
Well, it's one of those things, you know, I'm not going to stream it all the time, Light Angel, so you don't have to worry about that. I mainly want to do it so that people's imaginations can be sparked, right? They might really want to give the game a shot for sure, but, ooh. I think my card doesn't resolve, yeah. Well, so much for Rainbow Dragons. It's like Thanksgiving, but we forgot to send out all the invites.
Now's my chance.
But, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the game for sure, but not everybody owns a Nintendo Switch, so I don't want to create a situation where, you know, people feel like they're left out. That's the great news about Master Duel. It's literally on every system. PlayStations, they got you. Xboxes, they got you covered, right? They've got everything, and so I am really looking forward to it for that reason. Now, this is going to be interesting. We got Lord Poison on the field. Merit card. Man, it'd be real great to have Lightning Chidori in this game, but this is what we got for now. We're going to special summon, and, you know, your deck might be about synchro summoning. So let me... I don't usually pull out Steel Swarm Roach, but... yeah, it's going to be on mobile, it'll be on Steam, it'll be on Apple, it'll be on Android phones, right? It'll be on your tablet, it'll be on everything. Wow. Well, that seems to be all for me, man. You have figured me out.
I draw.
No, I'm for real. Why don't you look up... I'm going to pull you up a trailer and tell you what. Master Duels. They don't got a release date for it yet, but probably sometime between December and March. So let me
flame envelops the world. Black flower bloom.
Pull up the trailer. I'm just trying to get you the trailer. I don't want to get you nothing but the trailer. And I keep finding like all the, you know, the videos, right? They're like, we're going to tell you about the trailer. I'm like, you know, I don't want to hear about the trailer. I want the trailer. Let's go to videos. Yeah, here we go. Well, it's from IGN, but tell you what, that'll do. So let me go open up the chat here, and... not in your toaster, but you can get it anywhere else. If that interests you in any way, shape, or form, I think it's going to be good time set. Oh, yeah, I got 3 of those book... Actually, now that they released it to everybody, I got 4 Book Moons. And they're good, but the problem is you don't really get a lot of stuff that you can put in your spell and trap zone, right? Because Crystal Beasts, well, they love to hog that spell and trap zone. I'm going to set this monster, but you got another plant, so that's... Oh, it's a warrior. Wow, bless my stars. That is going to keep me alive in this duel if you don't get another plant to the graveyard.
I draw.
Wow, you got 6. You got me beat.
With this.
Don't be too cool. And I'm not saying this in any way that I don't mean, you know, I don't mean no harm, but what I'm trying to say is, people who say the following things, it looks decent. It looks, I'm cautiously optimistic about it. We'll see when it comes out. You have the right to feel that way, but that might be the coolest looking Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator that Konami ever put out. And maybe that's not enough to dazzle you, right? You've seen all kinds of cool card games online, right? There's some other card games that might look suspiciously pretty similar, right? But it is pretty neat that they're finally giving us one of those. So again, don't be too cool. Sound like them Cowboy Bebop fellers that are saying, well, you know, the original was better. Yeah, we know the original's better, but you can still have fun. Speaking of having fun, though, I think I lose this duel. Your move, Legendary.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Oh, hey, Onyx. How you doing, fam? Oh, I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! Online. I remember the codes, but you gotta remember, it was a different day and age back then, right? Things were really, really different. Oh, yeah, Tag Force graphics. Well, here's the thing. They did release Yu-Gi-Oh! Games like that, like Legacy of the Duelist. If you haven't seen Legacy of the Duelist, it actually might be right up your alley. But people didn't respond to it, so they had to do something just with a little bit more fixins on it, right? So, anything that gets everyday duelists, especially people who love Duel Links, love the anime, but maybe haven't participated in Master Duel format because they can't afford the cards or to travel to tournaments, anything that gets free Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the hands of those fans is right by me, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I hate to say it, if you don't like it, we might be streaming quite a bit of it once the game comes out. But once you get a chance to see it, maybe it'll turn from decent to a little bit more your style, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh, so you like Legacy of the Duelist, huh? Alright, Legendary, yeah, you beat me right out. So up next then is going to be Light Soul, then Kaba Kev, Clayton, SSJ Warrior, Seto Kaba, and then Penned, best deck. Can't imagine we said those words, huh? Alright, joking aside, Light Soul, thank you for your patience. I know you've been here quite a bit. Let's see what you got, fam. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? They got a whole section on Twitch that's just retro gaming, right? And one of the top retro gaming channels is by a company called Game Center CX. And that particular channel, like, just, it is the origination of Let's Plays as far as I'm concerned. It's old 2003 era stuff where just some guy, you know, kind of well past his game in prime, playing games that are those simple games, right? Those simple style of games. And people love it. And I think it's probably got, you know, tenfold what we got in here right now. People just loving and enjoying that retro flavor. So you never got to apologize for being here. Didn't mean to step on any toes if I did. But I just know if you give it a shot, you might feel a little bit more passionate about it. But you'd have to get it in your hands, so you're just going to have to wait a couple of months. And I look forward to seeing what your opinion is of it then. Yep, GTA, Pokemon, and Rush Duels. It is just an exciting time to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan, right? Every single day, there is just more and more and more Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. And it's almost nauseating there's so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, right? Slow down, feller. Alright, speaking of slowing down, we're about to speed up. We're about to do the exact opposite here. So, say goodbye to my tortoise or my tiger. You pick. Oh, the plant deck was really cool. Couldn't do anything about it. It was really neat specifically to see Black Rose Dragon use that banish effect, because it's there. Every duelist who summons Black Rose Dragon has a chance, but most of them aren't running a plant deck. I'm gonna normal summon this monster, and I will set a mysterious card, and I end my turn.
Here I go. My turn.
Well, you know, here's the thing, though. There's an ancient Roman text that I read, and I ain't just talking about Rainbow Ruins. I mean this for the real philosophical stuff. It was a complaint from somebody way back in the day that was saying, oh man, all these kids these days, they're all writing books. And writing books doesn't sound like anything that anybody would modernly do. But I tell you, people in 400 BC, we're talking hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years ago, were sick of all these kids and them writing books, right? So you had old people hating on the new people stuff. I guarantee you, those little kids writing them books didn't want to hear anything from anybody over the ripe old age of, I guess, 15, technically, right? That was relatively adulthood for way back when. So yeah, that's just life, and that is just humanity. And we're not going to be able to change that, and I'm not trying to change it, but I might be trying to bend duelist ears one at a time.
Let's battle.
See what we got.
I attack.
Now here's where it gets interesting. I'm not going to do nothing here. I'm going to say goodbye to this. So Crystal Keeper is going to get rid of your Stratos, and you'll take 1,000 damage.
Haven't beat me yet.
But in exchange for that, I unfortunately am going to get attacked directly unless I activate my Crystal Conclave. And I will use my Crystal Conclave to put Cobalt Eagle back in my hand, and I'll bounce your Blaze Band. I understand you're going to be able to use the effect again, but keeps my life points safe, keeps you without having a monster, and you got, what, 6 cards in your hand? Sounds good to me.
It's my turn. I draw.
I mean, it's just one of those things. It really just depends. I like making mistakes for other people so they don't have to go through what I did way back in the day. Let me go grab one of these here Crystal Beacons, and then we're going to activate our skill. And we're going to go ahead and discard the same card we put back in our hand. And we're going to put a Sapphire Pegasus. And then I'm going to activate Crystal Beacon, and I'll put this Carbuncle here in attack mode.
Here's my pal, Crystal Beast Rubik Carbuncle.
And so Carbuncle's effects won't activate, and this might be the first time in a bit here that I'm actually going to Exceed Summon, because I kind of can't help myself. We're not going to be able to put up much of a fight if we don't. And I think the monster I'm going to choose will probably wind up Zenmaines. That way, if there's a Spherical Rebo or something like that, we're not quite as worried. So let's go Special Summon. Oh, you know what? We ain't never gotten to use this here, so yeah, let's do Bahamut Shark, number 47, right? No frills. Just damage. Oh no! Jay, not like this! But yeah, it's always one of those things. You make a game that's new, people say, wow, why don't you make the old thing? You make something old, they say, why don't you do something different? You can't please everybody. The only thing you can do is just kind of open your heart up to new experiences and just enjoy the ride that is life. Alright, up next is going to be Records Against Me. Light Soul Part 2, then Kabakev Clayton. Just making sure that we're keeping the line moving here. Wait, Light Soul! Not so fast, partner! I mean, I don't even know that I got 2 level 4 water monsters, right? I would have to use Territory of the Sharks in a Crystal Beast deck with 2 copies of... Oh, but you can't do that. You'd have to have, like, just an Emerald Tortoise deck because you have to be all water. So, that is not in the cards for me, unfortunately.
Hey, Jay. This duel's gonna be
all right, let's see what we got here.
Duel. Here I go. My turn. I throw down a face down. I throw down a face down.
I mean, Emerald Tortoise Turbo could be a thing.
My turn.
But, you know Tortoise, he likes to win that race slow and steady like. Speaking of slow and steady like, ooh, this is gonna hurt, but we're gonna discard those 2 cards. Because I want to just draw, I just love rare value too much. Why don't we just throw out the level 4s for now, then we'll rare value. I feel like this deck might need like a Mystical Space Typhoon or something to justify drawing into stuff, because what are you drawing into if not better cards, right? You don't want to draw into worse cards with the same cards. You need to draw towards hope. Alright, with this one, yeah, let's put out the Cobalt Eagle. And Battle Phase, and we'll attack for 18. And then, sure move, partner.
It's my turn.
I mean, I feel like in science class I learned something different, but boy, what do I know. We were chiseling them on tablets back then anyway. Alright. Setting a card. Oh, that's all she had. Okay, no more gas in the tank, unfortunately, friend. Well, it does happen sometime, but don't worry, we will duel again sometime. Then that means that up next is going to be Kabakev. So Kabakev, the creator. Ready when you are, friend. Any table you want, you just tell me. Well, it's not that they ripped it off, right? I mean, when you think about it, Kisatai does something very specific, right? When it's attack face down, it turns into an equip spell. And it's true that there were a number of monsters like that, right? Did Kisatai rip off, what is it, Blast Bomber or Blast Sphere? I guess it's Blast Sphere. No, but it's just one of those things where, you know, you only got so many card mechanics. I'm always so surprised when I see something totally new in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? If they figure out something like even to a certain degree, everything's kind of a riff off itself, but I just love when they can figure out something new. Now, where are you, friend? I see you here at the table, but I don't actually see you here at a table. So if you'll have a seat, I'm looking forward to a duel. Oh, clearly, right? I mean, the greatest monsters in history are ripoffs. Alright. Ah, there you are. Alright, my gold friend, let's get going. It's time to duel. Also might be time to jam some sugar. Oh, hey, thanks, Charlotte Rock Jr. Now, you just earned yourself a Sheepin' Helpin', a brand new emote that you can try out. A couple little Yu-Gi-Oh! Reacts that are other Yu-Gi-Oh! Cosplays that I've done. Now, we're not always in cosplay, but we can try to get this in about maybe like once every other month or so. And in the spirit of Friendsgiving, I figured I'd pick the friendliest duelist around, right? Now, that's interesting. Seems to be loading. Now, what are you seeing on your screen, Kev? Because I'm not seeing a duel, unfortunately. Now, that's weird. It's just loading. Just gotta wait and see what's happening. It's not my internet connection. We're still pumping out at a fabulous 5 megabytes per second. Alright, let's try that one more time with feeling. I'm gonna go sign up on the table and await your return. Which is a bad Street Fighter reference joke in there. Oh, it's doing it again. It does not like you. So tell you what, I'm gonna meet you at table 5. Just in case. I'm not a superstitious fellow, but just in case that's cursed. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you do gotta move tables. Alright, let's try this over here. Alright, cursed table. So, apparently 4, which is an unlucky number in Japan, because there's 2 ways of saying it, right? I mean, there's just 2 ways to draw the number 4, right? You can do it this way, where it's open, or you can do it this way, where it's like a little closed triangle. Well, there's 2 ways of saying 4. There's yon, and there's, what's the other one? Shi. And shi is death in Japanese. So, yeah, you probably don't want to run into, that. You usually want to count, like, ich, ni, san, yon, instead of shi. That's why 4 is an unlucky number in Japan. Which is like an entire JoJo character's motif, unfortunately, if I remember right. Now, Yubel versus Jesse. We've seen this in the show before, and it doesn't exactly turn out my way, but I'm seeing a little bit of connection issue here, friend. Kev, we may not be able to play, unfortunately, until you get that worked out. But I'm willing to give it another try. But I think we might get kicked out of this one, unfortunately. He really was, wasn't he? One of these days, I'm going to work in that JoJo cosplay. I still really want to do Diavolo and use all that CGI magic I use. Oh, hey! Looks like we're still doing this. All right.
Here I go.
But yeah, put King Crimson in the background and all that. Oof. 500 damage actually is nothing to shy away from. I can't let this duel go too long. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to splash these monsters out. And I'll activate my Rainbow Bridge. And with Rainbow Bridge, I'm going to grab Crystal Beacon. And with Crystal Beacon...
Activate my spell. Crystal Beacon.
I mean, I guess we can put out whoever. Let's start with Amethyst Cat. I got this funny feeling this might be like a Burn Lava Golem deck, and we might need Amethyst Cat to sort of peek under those defensive shields of yours. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm cosplaying JoJo about the speed that he's writing it. Somewhere Araki-san can hear me, and he's turning in his, well, not his grave, but, you know. Alright, I'm gonna save that for next turn. So we're just gonna go battle and 1200 direct. Alright, all you, friend.
I won't let you. My monster's effect.
Cotroid, gotcha. then I end my turn.
Experience true suffering. My turn. I draw. I activate a continuous spell.
All right, let's see what we got here next.
End my turn.
It's my turn. I
Draw for turn. Well, actually, those are the monsters we want to see. So, we're going to activate our skill here, just for one, I think. Yeah, and I don't want it to be Pegasus, because Pegasus is pretty useful. So, we're going to get rid of this Emerald Tortoise. And, oh, Pegasus was the last one. Is that all? We've gathered all the lots here. All right, well, let's do a rare value real fast.
value.
And, well, there's a lot of options we got, but time to let the greatest light in history resurrect. I can't believe how many legit rainbow dragons we've seen on this stream. I ain't, you know, cheating, doing anything funny. Of course, we're using the skill, right? That's what makes the deck good. And, it's just wild. You don't usually see it. But here's what I'm going to do differently that I haven't done before. I'm going to set the pendulum scale. And the reason why is now the first time a rainbow dragon, or ultimate crystal monster, will be destroyed, it isn't. So, let's get dangerous.
Okay, let's battle.
I'm going to do the guaranteed damage first. We're going to do 600 to you.
My monster attacks you directly.
Alright. And now we're going to let
Rainbow Dragon
bygones
attack.
be bygones and let these two
Rainbow
monsters,
reflection.
well, see what happens. Whoa, it's Cassetta!
My
I guess, you know, speak the devil's name and he shall appear. You're about to gain a heap and help and a life points at the rate of 2,000 per
I
turn.
activate a
That's
continuous
incredible.
spell.
And, yeah, I ain't got anything to respond to that.
Not bad.
In fact, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. Alright, well, here's my first question. Do I have access to...
I won't let you. I activate a
no
continuous
response.
spell.
Woo! Let's see what else you got.
Not losing to Cassetta quite yet, but
Monster's effect activated.
it definitely is hurting. I'm a normal summon. We gotta take this up a notch. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna special summon Bahamut Shark. And we're gonna basically amp up our attack directly game.
I exceed summon a
And so we're gonna remove one of the materials here.
My monster's effect activates.
Target this water monster. Other water monsters can attack, we know. Battle phase.
Go!
See what you got.
Monster attacks you
Now, we certainly have other things we can do in follow-up turns, but I just kind of wanted to at least even out the life points.
This is
Uh-oh, now that is a problem.
I use my face down card. My trap activates.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's Nightmare Shark. I'm so used to saying Bahamut Shark because, well, that's the only one that's typically relevant, right? But, yes, you're right. It's Nightmare Shark.
Activate a continuous spell.
That's what I get for skipping my Duel Academy lessons. Still a shark. Still got wings. Still kind of dragony. Alright, so here's what we're going to do.
This
I'll get you back for that.
We
monster's effect
gotta... I think we gotta. Let's set this card. Battle phase. Attack your face down monster. It's another Cassetta! Wow, that's impressive,
I end my
to
turn.
say the least.
my turn.
Well, I got a plan. It's gonna require me to go to auto and or on, I should say.
Activate a continuous
But yeah, I think we got a plan here. So I'm gonna take 500 again. About to end your turn. Well, here's what I'm gonna do now that you end your turn. I'm gonna use Crystal Conclave,
My continuous trap
and I can
activates.
bounce any card.
Gathering.
And I'm gonna bounce. Well, gotta be careful here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the Amethyst Cat is underneath that, which is fine. So I'm actually gonna bounce my Rainbow Dragon.
Oh no!
Now you lose your Cassetta,
I draw.
and I get to do just a little bit more damage next time my monster attacks. I'll summon Cobalt Eagle. And we'll set one of these here.
Set a card.
And why don't we just activate Rainbow Dragon or Rainbow Bridge, see what we got.
Activate a spell.
That's really wild. That shows me that those duelists don't know what it is they've landed upon, because that is an excellent card. Battle phase. 14.
Take him down, Cobalt Eagle.
Ooh, you got something in your hand. I know it's there. You don't have to last much longer, but remember, that Rainbow Dragon's coming back the hard way. Oh no, Kev! Your connection! Not like this, fam! Oh no! Ubel!
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see if Kev's still here. You might need to strengthen that connection, and if you want to take a break to fix that connection, just let me know and I can duel some of the other fellas here, and we'll work our way back to you. Promise. But the choice is yours. It just said that your connection wasn't being strong. I can't change reality. I can only influence it bit by bit. If you want to duel again now, we can. But you did seem like you were having some connection issues, so again, the choice is yours. Alright, you're going to work on that? Well then, in the meantime then, Clayton, I know you've been patient too. I'm ready to duel. Apparently the answer to the question on who I get to duel today is everyone. And honestly, it's been really fun. But it seems like Clayton, you could have, I might add too. All I had to do was banish one of my materials, attack you for less, and then go ahead and bring that Rainbow Dragon back. Oh, there's Clayton. About to say you might be the next guy, but no, you're here, so good deal. All right, let's see what we got next.
I better keep on my toes.
It's my turn.
Might be one of those things if you're playing mobile, you might want to just restart your phone. If you're playing on a computer, you might just want to restart your router. Either or. We'll be here, don't worry, friend. We're not going anywhere fast.
Okay.
Alright, so what do you say got in store for us? We got Decider. Decider's effect activates? Nope, just end your turn. Alright, so let's see what we got in response to that. Honestly, not too bad. Let's go ahead and discard these cards. So, buy rare value, buy Amethyst Cap, and I think I'm going to try something different today, and we're just going to put 2 Pegasus down and activate our rare value. So, pick a Pegasus. Either or, if there's no wrong answer. Oh, Fox of Doom. So here's the good news, is once that Master Duel program comes out, if you like the full Master Duel setup, then I'll be dueling with that too. If you end up getting Rush Duel for the Nintendo Switch, we'll be playing that as well. There's plenty of different ways, so don't get discouraged. Help's on the way. Alright, speaking of health, we're going to go ahead and activate our Crystal Promise and special summon one of our Crystal Beasts. So here comes our favorite steed, Sapphire Pegasus, right? We know and love him well.
Sapphire Pegasus's effect activates.
And now this is an interesting combination of card effects. What would happen if I put out this card and I put this pendulum on the field and we went to set this monster and go into our battle phase and we attack?
Sapphire Pegasus.
I just need this for the knowledge. Wow, it does protect it. I need to get another one of those because that's actually pretty cool.
My turn.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Now, I know we said we were going to do the 1 out of 1s, but it looks like most fellas done fall asleep by now, so we might just wrap it up with a full set of 2 out of 3s. But we'll see, we'll see. It's kind of getting late, but I'm not trying to keep y'all up all night. But, you know, where there's daylight, there's dueling. And for everything else, we got candles. Just a little southern charm there. Alright, so, looks like your Neos alias is coming to get me. And I will not use the effect. Too dangerous. Kind of expensive for my taste. Alright, so, draw for turn. Yeah, that'll do it. So we're going to go battle phase, and Topaz Incisor Shred. You're going to power my monster to 2,000, so you're not the only one who can power your monsters up.
Go beyond my limits. It's my turn. I draw. I know what to do.
Alright.
I summon a
Destiny Hero Drill Dark, huh? Won't try to drill through my defenses. Well, buyer beware.
Quick play spell.
Oh, how interesting. So, here's where it gets wild, right?
I special
You're not
summon a
necessarily going to be able to activate the effect of your Masked Hero Anki if your monster doesn't destroy my monster and send it to the graveyard. But then I gotta make the choice whether or not I feel comfortable with full spell and trap zone. And I'll say yes if it means staying in the duel.
I'm not giving up.
Oh, congratulations, Kid Blunder. Now, I take it that was that Crystal Clear Wing Synchro Dragon. Not a bad one to have. Alright, I'm gonna end my turn. Turns out, I wasn't gonna be able to hold out that long.
I draw. I'll set a card.
Alright.
From my hand, I activate
Mass
a
charge. So you get a hero, and you get a mass change spell. So it doesn't matter what I do at this point. I think that's going to be all she wrote. Because all you got to do is normal summon your monster. Oh man, you're bringing out the big boy, right? It's going to be Masked Hero Koga, the light one. Unless you want to make an Anki out of an Anki. Oh, congratulations! Yeah, there's nothing quite like a Ghost Rare. I think my first Ghost Rare really is Rainbow Dragon, actually.
I'm not scared to attack. Let's battle.
Because I got Elemental Hero Chaos Neos, who did come in a previous set, but I didn't get it, I think, until after that. So let me see if I can find... You never forget your first love, that's all. And speaking of first love, I'm about to get destroyed. Yeah, I've actually got two of these. I think one of them is in my Elemental Hero Neo-Spatian deck, and the other one's here in my Crystal Beast deck, but... I figure you share your stories, I'll share mine. And let me plop this out of the sleeve here. Right now it's no longer mint because human hands have touched this poor little card. Ghost rares are just something special, right when the light catches it a certain way. Difficult to see them otherwise, but really neat to see the holographic technology. I sorely missed them when they were gone, and it's really nice to have them back here in full swing. Speaking of full swing, we're going to get right back to dueling Clayton here. So, Clayton, if you'll go ahead and queue up again, it is time to duel. Of course, you already knew that. You hadn't even moved from the table yet. Oh, but you might be changing your deck, which is totally fine. I'll meet you at the same table. Oh, hey! Thanks, VG fam. Hope you guys were doing well on your stream, and thanks for visiting mine. Oh, Burning Land with Declan. Now, that's interesting. Burning Land with Declan, it would skip your standby phase, but it wouldn't skip mine, and therefore I would still land. There's other ways to do that, but it's not a bad idea. Yeah, contract procrastination, they're going to have to change that as soon as they can. Because if not, well, everybody's going to take advantage of it. That would be pretty cool. I used to have an ancient rare, not ancient rare, ghost rare ancient fairy dragon. I was kind of working on completing the 5D set. And then a little thing called spiral format happened, and the price tag on that skyrocketed, and I could not help myself but trade that for something else. Oh, thanks, fam. Yeah, we do quite a few of these. In fact, for those of you who are following, or new followers, you might notice that every one of these emotes appears to be a picture of me in a different costume. And the answer is, yeah, these are all costumes that I've worn throughout the stream. Except Dog Joey. Dog Joey is something that is for TikTok only. Alright, yeah, we chose this one because, you know, friends. Can't think of a friendlier duelist than Mr. Jesse Anderson himself. Sorry, I took pause there. I'm like, oh, wow, it's Evil Hero reduced to gold. Now, how are we going to get past this? Honestly, it may not actually be that bad. We're going to go ahead and do Transcendent Crystals and discard these two little baby crystals for two more adult crystals, to say the least. We will do a Pegasus from the field, and maybe we'll go ahead and do a Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger as well. Oh, wow, Burning Deck with Grand Manju. Yeah, that actually would probably pay off there. So now I'm going to activate Rainbow Bridge, and we're going to grasp the Crystal Bacon out of the deck here. Activate Crystal Bacon, and, well, if you're following along at home, you know what we're going to see. We're going to see our Ruby Carbuncle. And I'm going to put that in attack mode. You might be asking yourself, well, why would you do that, Pheromone? It's such a small monster. Aren't you worried about losing all your life points? Well, don't worry just yet, because we're about to have some fun here. And let me do some quick math here. That's technically 3,000. That's technically 1,600. I will throw this one down. And did I normal summon this turn? It's always nice to just be able to... I draw it, I send. No, I actually didn't normal summon this turn. So I could technically Xyz summon, which just feels criminal. Criminally unfair. But, you know, we're here to show what Crystal Beast can do. So, I'm going to open up the overlay network and bring out number 70, Malevolent Sin. And with Malevolent Sin's effect, I'm actually going to banish your monster to where I'm not even worried about it being on the field no more. And since I haven't normal summoned this turn, here is that normal summon. It's our favorite Steve, Crystal Beast, Sapphire, Pegasus. Man, complicated deck for sure, but sounds like you got a heck of a project on your hands. Alright, battle phase. Oh no! Say it ain't so, Clayton. Alright, 300 direct. And then, well, Murder She Wrote. There's 18. That is game. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. That is Duel Monsters. Always keeps it interesting, right? You're never bored in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! That means we are currently 1-1. And then after that, it'll be SSJ Warrior, Settle Combat, and Pen Best Deck. Alright. It's time to get your game on. As a friendly duelist used to tell me way back in the day. Alright. Wrong accent. Alright. Tell you, sometimes it does get a little difficult to talk in a way that you really haven't. But I appreciate y'all keeping up with me as best I can as we approach hour 4 of streaming in a southern accent that isn't my own.
I set a card.
Hermit's giving you eyes and sipping Tetley. Oh wait, I gotta be careful when I say that because Vox, you actually were one of those fellas from across the pond, right? So you might actually know what the Tetley brand is.
I end my turn.
Alright, so we're gonna draw for turn. And what are we gonna do here? I will... Oh, I gotta pick something. Yeah, let's not go for the Rainbow Dragon, and let's do something entire... Oh, we could do both! We're gonna have our cake and eat it too. So we discard 3 crystals, so we can send 3 crystals from our deck to the field, and then send to the graveyard. It is. It's specific. I don't think I ever knew about anything Tetley related for sure until I listened to a whole bunch of Mr. JME. Right? Because we know that Vincent really loves his grime. And I didn't even know what that was, right? Kermit's giving me eyes and sipping Tetley. Now you know what it is, right? It's Kermit the Frog and it's that gift where he's just looking at you funny.
I'm counting on you. I summon a monster.
I mean, it's just one of those things where America's a weird country, right? I don't mean anything bad by it, but we're relatively young in the world, right? When you think about it, a lot of other countries have been around for a way longer time than us. But you'll have to forgive those other Americans that think that the sun revolves around this country, because the sun revolves around nothing, right? The planet revolves around the sun, and it's everybody's to share. So I try to keep it a little bit more PG than most.
I end my turn.
Here I go.
All right, let's draw for turn. And this is going to be weird, but we can do weird. We're going to discard our rare value, and we're going to put a Pegasus in the Spell and Trap Zone. Then, the greatest light in history resurrects. Rainbow Dragon again. All right, time for a little Rainbow Refraction here. And technically, I got 100 points on your monster. In fact, exactly 100 points. So battle phase, attack.
Rainbow Dragon attack.
Thought 3,900 was too big for me, but my defense and attack points are bigger than it. Although, not this here feller. This here feller's only...
Okay.
Big old whopping champion of defense, right? 0. Whoa! Destiny Hero Decider. You're trying to stall the clock out with that one. If you're not aware, for those of you watching at home, Destiny Hero Decider has this effect. Level 6 or higher monsters your opponent controls cannot target this card for attacks. So that makes things a little bit more difficult. But what could we do in turn? I don't really want to go ahead and activate its effect to send it back to the deck until we have a follow-up plan. So for now, I end my turn. Your move.
My turn.
Is that really
I draw.
the Japanese name of that card? Let me take a quick look. That sounds right. Destiny Hero Decider. Because all the cards in Astro Phoenix's deck in Japanese are always Guy, right?
I end my turn.
Here I go.
Japanese version of the card is... Oh, it's even funnier than that. It's Destiny Hero Decision Guy. So it's Destiny Hero Decision Guy.
I draw.
That's basically the same thing. Only you were just a little bit bigger, friend. I guess at this point I could end my turn. I end my turn.
My turn. I draw.
Depends on which D you're talking about, Kev the Creator. If you're talking about Count D, I definitely remember me some Count D.
I'll set a monster.
But it just depends,
I
right?
end my turn.
That name can mean quite a bit to different folks.
It's my I
Draw for turn.
I set a card.
Set a card.
I end
You know,
my
laugh while you
turn.
still can. Not that you're laughing at me, but I know you got the better hand of the duel, but... Well, we might be coming back soon, friends, so make this turn a good one. Oh, don't be gross, fam. Why you gotta be like that? I hope I don't have to tell you again.
I draw.
Family friendly. It's not too difficult. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We don't want to overcommit just yet. So... Oh, that's pretty rough, actually, now that I think about it. Although...
My continuous trap activates.
I'm going to go activate this card here.
My continuous trap activates.
Put this back in my
Crystal
hand.
Gathering.
And use that to bounce your Destiny Hero Decider. I'm going to normal summon my monster. And technically I could have done that differently. Well, maybe I might get the chance to get him. I'm going to put something from our graveyard on the field. Why don't we pull out one of these? And then I'm going to set another card.
Set a card.
Battle phase. We're about to find out
Sapphire Pegasus.
how many ways there are to
Roll up a
victory.
storm.
Now you got something in your hand there, I can tell.
Tornado.
So maybe I made the right decision. I'm going to attack you directly for 4,000. I got a funny feeling we're going to find out what that card is. We did. It is Sphere Karibo.
I activate my monster's
I
effect.
end my turn.
I end my turn.
It's go time. My turn. I draw. Okay. I summon a monster.
So you got your drill dart.
I activate my
We know what that
monster's
does. I'm gonna wait for the summon. Turn this to on. What you got? I'm eager to see whatever monster you present me with. And I got a funny feeling it's probably Decider,
effect.
right?
Special summon a monster.
Well, here's where the fun begins. I am not dealing with that Decider again.
Activates. Crystal Gathering.
So, Crystal Gathering, by the way, if you listen to him, he ain't saying what he's typing. We're going to go ahead and bounce that
My
one.
continuous trap activates.
And so why don't we...
Crystal Gathering.
We got to make some decisions here. I'm going to pull this monster back to my hand, and we'll send that Decider back to your hand. Looks like you might have a mass change in that hand of yours. Oh,
I
no!
activate a
You
Cosplay
do!
spell.
Well, now things are going to get funny fast. I will let that fly.
I know what to do.
All right.
I special summon a monster.
Things are going to get awfully strange awfully fast. What I wouldn't give for a book of Taiyu right now, I'll tell you what. So ties that bind, you're going to make it 3,018. Now you can do some piercing battle damage.
Scared to attack.
But let's see what you choose to do.
Here I go.
You chose the piercing battle
I
damage.
attack with my monster.
Easy peasy. I'll take 18, and now it's all up to your masked hero Wonky. Well,
I attack with my monster.
my Crystal Beast fights best when they're together, so I'll discard my cards, do 600 damage to you, and then get a new crystal on my field.
I end my turn.
It's not that they're lying, it's just, well, they didn't have the name figured out yet, right? There's a couple of situations like that throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show, but that is kind of a funny one for sure. Alright, so we used our Rainbow Bridge, and we're going to use Rainbow Bridge to go ahead and get Crystal Promise on the field. And here comes our Sapphire Pegasus once again. The other thing we're going to do is just slap down, well, I don't want to slap one of those down. We'll do that over here. Then we'll normal summon Topaz Tiger. And so battle phase, attack, and again, 1800. Alright, I end my turn.
Perfect test
Your
to go
move,
beyond my
Duelist.
limits. It's my
Trying to think of my favorite version of that. I mean, I know in the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Pyramid of Light movie, he says, I activate double spell, and I want to say he's got exchange, so what's he thinking? Like, Kaba's not going to be able to see the card from there, so we can just say whatever card he thinks it is? It's not how dual discs work, but, well, it's one of those things.
I'm not giving up.
2100 is pretty big. Well, we're going to have to do something, so why don't we... Oh, we got to be careful here. Yeah, we're going to have to exceed something. You put out a monster big enough, finally.
I'm counting on you. I exceed summon
There's like a lot of deck errors, too, in the English version of the show, because, well, sometimes spells are traps, and traps are spells, and, yeah, it gets all over the place, right? Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and battle.
Okay, you're
Is this
set.
it?
I
Got
attack
that
you
face down.
directly. There's still hope.
Dimensional Prism. Wow, alright, I end my turn.
Perfect test to go
I've got
beyond my
4
limits.
cards left in my deck, and
It's my
you've
turn.
got 12, so I think I'm going to deck out before this is said. Congratulations! Yeah, I ended up with a bunch of unexpected dies myself when we did those King's Court box openings. And while I'm not using them for sous ships, I do have a sous ship in my deck. And you probably think that's the strangest thing you've heard since, well, you discovered the sous ship archetype, right?
My turn.
But I use it for magic keys because, well, that's what magic keys do, right? I will end my turn, unfortunately. Yeah, I think this is going to be a deck out.
My turn. I draw.
Well, he also says that he banishes a card in order to activate his quick play spell card, but you and I both know it's the other way
I
around.
summon a
But
monster.
apparently the voice acting crew, they don't. Alright, we got that Destiny Hero Decider again. You don't have a fusion monster, but you might be able to convert one of your 2 monsters with a mash change,
I end
right?
my turn.
Now that's interesting. You know, I don't think we have a prayer, but I'm curious to find out what those last 2 cards are, at
Test to
least.
go beyond my limits.
I don't want to say I'm not going out without a fight, because, you know, Hamon, well, he's the fight for enough for 3 of us, but he ain't going anywhere.
I set a card.
And now you got a set card. Could be anything. Alright, let's draw for turn. And we can't activate Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, I think we are done. Going nowhere fast.
My turn.
It does, but here's the thing, Mr. Blaze. I don't have access to that right now. Now, if I did, I absolutely could use it to put a Crystal Beast back on top of the deck, including itself. But right now, this is all we got. Now, here's something interesting. We might actually still be able to pull this off. We're going to go ahead and use the effect of Sapphire Pegasus. And, yeah, sure, we'll have Cobalt Eagle join the party just to say hello. We don't want to activate Rare Value because we would lose the duel if we did. So we're going to go battle.
Okay, let's
And if my math is correct, let's see what happens if I get to damage calculation. All depends on your face down card. Dimensional Prison! Well, that's all she wrote for us, duelists. We lose. Now, if I got the damage calculation, I could have shown off, you know, what is a very powerful card, right? Crystal Keeper. And Crystal Keeper could be tributed from my hand to double the attack and defense of my monster. That would have done a lot of life point damage, but unfortunately, instead, we're decking out. Running a 21-card deck, I said. Well, turns out I needed to run even more. And I want to say, Clayton, that might be it. All she wrote? Yep, that's all she wrote. All right, SSJ Warrior, if you're still here, it is time to duel. Yes. That was a good game indeed. Especially from one Sentai fan to another. You know what's actually probably my favorite out of all the shows we've been talking about? Probably... I really love Jetman, right? I mean, Jetman. Let's go, Toby Daze. Man, that is hard to do. Southern accent, speaking Japanese at the same time is very difficult. But, that said, yeah, Jetman's really good. Honestly, Kyoryu Sentai Zyurenja is one of my favorites too, so, yeah. Now, Vox, when you say that, do you mean the Japanese version, or do you mean just like straight up Power Rangers Mystic Force? Not that there's anything wrong with Power Rangers, right? A lot of Power Ranger shows are great. In fact, Dino Thunder, I think, is particularly good in English. But, just, you know, different strokes for different folks. Alright, you mean the English one. Well, that's cool. Nice to find somebody passionate about, well, usually when you find a Super Sentai fan, they're more attracted to one version or the other, so it's interesting to see somebody who likes both.
Right on, duel. Here I go.
Alright, so you passed your turn. Was that the safest play to make against me?
This is what?
Let's find out. Discard and... Oh, I don't really want to discard that, though. Oh, but I gotta. Oh, no, wait. It's my turn. That's right. Well, that's still actually a good play, because we're going to put 2 crystals down. So we'll just do... Let's do the 3Bs first. Manapexis.
From my hand...
Actually, you know, Wild Force is pretty good in English now that I think about it. Recently just rewatched Gal Ranger, right? Gal Ranger in the original Japanese, but you're right, there's something to Wild Force. And I did like many other Super Sentai fans, I was introduced to it, right? Actually, you know, before Power Rangers came out, I actually watched, I think it's Dynaman. Dynaman was dubbed as a parody before they, like, really seriously dubbed any of the Power Ranger shows. And that was my first experience with Super Sentai, which may not have been the best way to start. But, you know, still got that Dynaman theme stuck in my head. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna... Yeah, I don't know what we're playing against, so I'm gonna put a Wind-Up Zenmain in defense mode.
I have seen summon a monster.
And then, I think that's it. Your turn, Duelist. Let me go ahead and pass, and it's all yours. Show us your Dino Thunder. Right, since we're talking about Power Rangers.
From my hand, I activate a quick play spell.
Well, there goes my Rainbow Dragon. Don't need much more to see than that to know that we are not summoning that this duel.
I end my turn.
Alright, let's see what we got instead then. I draw for turn, and, well, any normal summon you can walk away from is a good one. So I'm about to normal summon as soon as you let me. Alright, here comes Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger. And we're going right in the battle phase. So time for some Topaz and Sizer Shred. In fact, I ain't afraid of no Drowning Air Force. Battle phase.
Okay, let's battle.
I activate my trap. Survival's end. I activate my trap.
Looks like you actually had more up your sleeve than I thought. Is that 2 Survival's end? I guess to get both of them in the graveyards, you got the powerful effect. And then those are both in the grave. Now you're going to banish it. Target your dinosaur. Target my tiger. So much for my Incisor Shred.
From my graveyard.
I will activate the effect of Wind Up Zenmains, though. And I will use the effect of my Topaz Tiger. But you do get Baby Sarasaurus, so it just depends on what kind of monster you want to bring out there.
I believe in you, Miscellaneousaurus.
Miscellaneousaurus, huh? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to attack, and during damage calculation, we're going to make this monster even bigger than before. while also letting me turn it into a crystal. Then we're going to do 1,500, and while that isn't all your life points, it's a pretty big jump. So I will go ahead and choose a card that has to be destroyed this turn. I guess I will get rid of my Topaz Tiger. Your move.
A true soldier never surrenders. It's my turn. I draw. I'm setting the
Oh,
card.
Josh, you absolutely can. That's what that code above my head's for, so you don't have to type anything like that, right? You can enjoy this in full screen. So all you got to do to join is type in 550564, and I'm happy to do that for you. Let's see, 550564.
Baby Sarasaurus.
Now, we're probably going to be switching to 1 out of 1s pretty soon, but we'll try to get as many of these as we can within the next 30 minutes or so before we got to start winding it down, right? All right, so I'll go ahead and send that to the graveyard. Baby Sarasaurus effect activates.
Don't underestimate this guy.
But yeah, as long as we can clock that in the next 30 minutes, we should be able to get everybody else in. I do get to destroy one of your cards, though. And the card I'm going to destroy is your normal monster. Alright, so I draw for turn. Well, this isn't helpful. So I'm going to have to turn this monster defense mode and end my turn. Alright, well, looks like there's more duelists after all.
I activate my spell card, Fossil Dig.
Ladies and gentlemen, good to see ya. Jaguara. Is that perhaps Portuguese? Well, Portuguese ain't what it used to be, but let's find out first, and then we might be able to say a lick or two. All right, let's see.
I believe in you,
Miscellaneousaurus. Well, I'm not afraid of the two monsters together, but whatever Xyz monster they combine into is probably going to be bigger than 2,100 defense.
Rally up! I Xyz summon a monster.
All right, let me see if I can subtitle me. Make that a little easier on everybody viewing at home. Can I say that one out loud? Let's see that.
Prazer em conhecê-los, amigos.
Prazer em conhecer-los, amigos. Welcome to the fold, friends. All right, so I'm going to draw for turn. And, well, we got to do what we got to do. So I'm going to activate my skill. And let's see. Oh, from Brazil. All right, let's try this one out.
Estou fazendo mais amigos do Brasil, tão legal.
So what's that saying in English, by the way, for those of you following along at home, is it's pretty cool to make new friends from different places. All right, I'm going to activate my rare value. And then, well, I got one card I can put out, and this is all she wrote. Put that out in defense mode, and sure, we'll get one more crystal, and we don't really have a lot left in the deck, so we're going to grab this Emerald Tortoise. And I end my turn.
A true soldier never surrenders. It's my turn. I draw.
It might just be on your end. It depends on what the technical issue is, but it looks like we're not dropping any frames. What I mean by that is frames are data, right? This stream is being sent to you at 30 frames per second, and none of the frames are going anywhere. Ah, obrigado, obrigado. Which is just Portuguese for thank you. So, first things, ouch, and now we're about to get hit for 6,000. 6,000, that's incredible. All right. Man, SSJ, you ain't playing for games. I mean, that is for keeps. And I want to say, nah, I was just the first one. All right, so ready for the next one. Huh? Ready when you are, friend. Alright, is it going to be dinosaurs again? Only time will tell. It is! So the battle of Obelisk Blue and Raw Yellow continues. Man, that life point boost day actually pays dividends, that's for sure. Alright, so this is what we got. We're going to discard 2 crystals. And we're going to put 2 monsters out. And then I'm going to activate my rare value.
Activate my spell. Rare value.
Alright, see you next time. Obrigado por seguirmo. Seguirmo? Ah, obrigado por invadir.
Obrigado por invadir.
Rating. Alright, let's see what we got next. I'm going to activate...
From my hand, I activate a spell.
Yeah, this is the quality GX content that you guys came to see. I'm going to grab a Crystal Conclave, then for no other reason other than my own professional curiosity, sure, I'll set a trap card. Then, I'm going to bring in my Crystal Beast Cobalt Eagle, and I think that's going to be all she wrote. By the way, nice Miscellaneousaurus in the hand there.
My prehistoric patrol isn't through with you yet. I draw. Rally up. I summon a monster.
Alright, we got a Robbie.
I'm setting the card.
Okay.
I'm setting the card. I set a card.
About to end your turn, huh? Now here's something interesting. What happens when you don't have any dinosaurs? So I'm going to jump this mammoth back to my hand, and I'm going to put the dinosaur back in yours. Find out how that influences your strategy, huh? Alright, so I will set my... Oh, you're Paleozoic Canadian. Oh, no. That's not Canadian. That's Paleozoic Morella. And now that you got your Morella in the graveyard, you've also got your Survival's End. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and summon Crystal Beast Amber Mammoth. Set a card. And I guess it's time to battle.
Never let your guard down.
Ah, looks like it's Paleozoic Hallucinogenia. Hallucinogenia? Something like that. But that does mean you're going to get another card to your field while simultaneously half the attack and defense of one of my monsters. I could continue my main phase actually. So now we can change this up just a little bit. But actually, I want to experiment just a bit. What would happen? Yep. I guess we aren't experimenting at all. Here comes Survival's End. And you get another trap monster. Oh, good 5 o'clock, Charlie. We are just jamming out in the duel room here. We're about to switch to 1 out of 1s. But if you still want to play a game, I'd be happy. All you gotta do is jump in with the code above my head, Mr.
This'll throw you for a loop.
There we go. 5 o'clock, and your duel is as good as sealed. Alright, so, be a little scary, but bad things are about to happen. We're going to turn Cobalt Eagle into a spell and trap, but we're going to lose our Crystal Conclave. And, it's all still in the battle phase, by the way. My battle phase.
Giant Rex, you're up.
Alright. I guess we can try to do what we're going to try to do. Oh, you know what? I'm going to end my turn on that. Just to see, just to experiment there.
It's my turn. I draw.
You don't have to type in join. The reason I put the chat and above my head because I thought you might see it over here. Oh, yeah. Josh, you're probably going to be the last one as long as we can get it done within the next 22 minutes, but I think we're going to be just fine. Then after 11, win, lose, or draw, including if you're on that part of the list, we are going to have to switch to 1 out of 1, friends. We'll get it done as many duels as we can in the time we're given. Hey, but don't worry, we're also going to be back on Friday, too. Now, here is where it gets a little interesting. I'm going to activate this card. So, goodbye to Coachy. And hello to Amber Mammoth in my spell and trap zone.
I attack you directly.
17 hurts. Well, it all comes down to this draw. may not be perfect, but it'll get the job done. Battle phase. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, fam.
Sapphire Pegasus.
You just earned yourself a heap and help and a new emote,
Sapphire Tornado.
which include other characters I've cosplayed.
Here I go.
In fact, for those of you who have subbed, well, you probably are sick of hearing this because you got them on your own bar, but there's quite a few emotes for those guys, too. Oh, thanks, 5 o'clock. It's all real, by the way, not a green screen, or else my hair would be transparent. But goes on for quite a bit, and you guys will get to see a little bit of that as we wind down the stream. Now, you got rid of my Amber Mammoth, unfortunately. That is a scary proposition there. But what's even scarier, technically, is I think we're about to see 1, 2, 3, 4 dinosaurs vanish. Yep, you got it. Here comes a 4,000, actually a bigger than that.
Miscellaneousaurus, giant Rex's effect.
Really chose Miscellaneousaurus. I wonder if
It's the start.
Oh, there we go. There's Tyranno Infinity. 3,000. That's a pretty big monster, if I do say so myself. 800. I can make that a Crystal Beast, but that's gonna be the end of us. Good game, partner. All right, let's see who's next then. All right, so up next gonna be Penn Best Deck. See if you are ready to duel. And after that's gonna be Josh Fishy. So I think you're gonna make the cutoff just fine, fam. Don't worry your deck box. We are gonna be able to duel 2 out of 3. I can't believe what a collection we had. We went from being like a 1 emote channel to having more emotes than you could shake a stick at. Ooh, Pendulum Best Deck, but not the Pendulums I was thinking of. It might actually be DDD Octhros. Well, we'll take a look and find out.
Strength yet. Not even close.
It's my turn.
All right, enjoy your main phase, sir.
I activate my
And Kev, don't worry either. I understand. You said you wanted to come back. Have you fixed your connection yet?
Activates. I'll set a card.
Don't worry, fam. It's
I
coming.
end my turn.
Go ahead and rebuild.
Believe it
your
or not,
strength.
there's a human
I'll
being
just
on the
stand
other end of
up.
this stream, and he remembers you. All right. Speaking of remembering, you probably remember this move because I've done it so many times this stream. But you can't beat the classics. We're gonna go ahead and activate Rare Value.
Rare value.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's pretty good. You might have to put in a couple of tech cards here and there just to make sure that you're getting your most out of it, but it's gonna do some damage to some people. All right, hello, Topaz Tiger, who sounds like Sean Connery for some reason in the dub. I guess we've seen weirder. I will set this card over here because I know that your particular deck, if that's that witch trap card right there, you probably want to discard one of your contracts in order to destroy my monster.
Sink your fangs into
And,
it,
well,
Topaz Tiger.
I don't want that to happen, right? Topaz Tiger's family.
I see.
I end my turn.
I end my turn.
It's my turn. Observe what makes.
All right, there's contract procrastination. You ain't gonna take that 1,000 because, well, you ain't got a standby phase.
Dark contract.
Oh,
with the
hey.
base effect activates.
Thank you for the follow, fam. Nice to meet you, Alemania. If you want to duel, if you enter the code above my head into the duel room, we're going to start doing 1 out of 1 shortly, and so you'll be pretty much first in line after we get through the 2 people I think that are here
set
now.
The pendulum scale. I activate double the Orthrosis pendulum effect.
All right. So you're getting rid of my Crystal Keeper. You do.
Pendulum scale.
All right, SSJ. We'll see you next time. Remember, Friday.
Come out.
Although I might look a little bit more like myself on Friday. That's all I'm saying.
Here.
Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
I activate my monster.
Wow. Wow. I'm dead. That's it.
Battle.
Because even if my monster turned into a crystal, that sure ain't gonna help me survive 2 attacks
I'll
from
get
Odd
you
Eyes
back
Pendulum
for
Dragon.
that.
The
Good
best
game.
wasn't enough.
No hablo español para mis amigos hablamos grande español. Lo siente. Lo siento. I wonder what Jesse sounds like. I wonder what Jesse sounds like on Espanol. Have to give that a shot. All right, well, we're still in 2 out of 3 mode, friends. So yeah, let's see if I can survive that twice. Apparently, pendulums are the best decks. Ah, all right. Sounds like you understood. That's fine. Just let me know when you're back at the table. It's probably going to be giving me this little clockwise motion you see. We're just going and going and going. Let me know when you're ready to challenge again. Well, Mox, I look mighty forward to your 5-hour streaming character just to see how long you last. My mom always used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say nothing at all, but, well, may never hear from me again. Nah, I'm just turning on the Southern Charm. I apologize in advance for all the onslaught of insults that I'm about to be receiving.
I set the pendulum.
Oh yeah, Straw Hats. Yeah, I remember Monkey D. Luffy. In fact, a long time ago, I actually cosplayed him from the Wano Kuni arc.
The universal energy swings between darkness.
Well,
and
you know,
light.
passed on from Disney
Harness the
family to
power
Disney
of
family.
this oscillation. Pendulum summon.
All right, Mox, looking forward to it. If you're gonna write checks, I'm gonna start trying to cash them. Man, that is a fierce collection of monsters there. I'm not really sure what we can do. Well, oh hey! Gracias, mi nuevo amigo. Nuevo amigo? Nuevo amigo. Nueva amiga? Alright, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and it might be for the best to drop one of these and one of these. And then we'll put these 2 on the field. Amigo. Got it. Alright, so. Alright, see you next time, Clayton. Oh, you know, we might be okay. I'm going to summon this monster. Can I do this in 1 turn? Because that's really all you're going to get against a deck like this. Doesn't do nothing I got to worry about. Doesn't do nothing I got to worry about. And doesn't do nothing I got to worry about. And doesn't do nothing I got to worry about. Alright, so how are we going to get through these monsters? Well, I guess we'll grab a Crystal Beacon. And then we'll activate that Crystal Beacon. And we'll put Ruby Carbuncle in attack mode here. And it's like, not like I'm gonna win the duel, but at least I can give it a shot. Because here we go. Battle phase. Attack. Discard. We're gonna double this attack here. And do 1300 damage. And become a crystal. Then we're gonna attack this monster. Now I know you're gonna be able to spin that pendulum again, but can't fault me for trying. And 300. Now here's where it goes real south, real fast. Pendulum summon, Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, and this duelist is dead. Oh, looks like that Sky Iris is going to be clearing the way, so even if I had something that'd be able to stop your Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, well, wouldn't be able to do much with it. Thanks, Marvelous. It's all real, by the way, not a green screen or anything like that. Oh, Fox of Doom, I'm just teasing. But I wasn't teasing about that. Sorry, I mixed up my directions. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's a good card because of its double battle damage. If you leave a little monster on the field, well, you're going to pay for it. That's for sure. All right. Then, yeah, that was a quick set of games. Apparently, DDD ain't dead. All right, so Josh Fishy G, you were up next, and yeah, we are well ahead of schedule. We're going to be just fine. Although, after this one, we probably are only going to be doing 1 out of 1, so if you want to get on the bus, well, this will be the last stop, friends. So if you want to type that code in, right? 550564, or I guess on Espanol, 550-564. You can go ahead and duel, and we would be happy to duel you. Yeah, it's really nice to see, like Like DDD's doing.
Toes if I want to win.
This is my
All right, and I'm looking forward to Friday's stream just as much as I have been this one, because this is the thing. Like, the week is still not even over yet. We've got an entire competitive Kabacore Cup Stage 2 marathon this Friday, and I hope to see at least some of my new friends there. What we gonna do? I think I'm gonna forego Hamon for now because we can get so much more done with a Ruby Carbuncle and some friends. So let's see what we got. Alright, so you know the drill. We are going to be activating Crystal-based Ruby Carbuncle because it's been special summoned. Because once it's special summoned, everybody else in the Spell and Trap Zone gets to join the party. So meet my favorite steed again. You know, this actually was a card that really taught me how this game works. Simultaneous effects go on chain. And when you summon 2 Crystal Beasts, Sapphire Pegasi, at the same time, you get both their effects actually. I'm going to bring out the level 3s. So hello friend and hello friend. Then I'm going to activate Rare Value.
Rare value.
It's really funny actually the way they did kind of just sidestep that very vital mechanic, but I get it. Like, Hamon reached its pinnacle in part 2, right? I mean, New York's JoJo really was a master of the Hamon. I will end my turn. Your move, duelist.
My turn. I draw.
There are a lot of decks like that, by the way, Kid Blunder. I'm thinking, well, Pendulum's a great example, but Lightsworn. Lightsworn's an excellent example of a deck that, well, you know, it did okay, but it does really great work for things like Destiny Heroes, Zombies. If you love the graveyard, you'll love Lightsworn. Let's see what we're going to do. Tell you what, I'm going to gamble here. What'd you reveal? Oh, you have it. You're going to reveal a Fierce Knight to get a dragon? I wonder if that means you don't have a dragon. So here's what we're going to do. Oh, wait, you know what? When you chain it, it still works, actually. So I'm going to have to wait till you get your monster on the field.
Let's go. I summon a monster in attack.
I like remember spin, but it's been so long. I might be choking here right now.
What I need. I special summon a monster.
Okay, I'm fine. But there was a point where I was dying just now. Nah, we ain't gonna do nothing.
My monster's effect.
Alright, fam, I ain't gonna say it, but I understand the game. Am I winning? I'd like to think so, right? Here's the thing, though. We'll call you, BATF, just for short, right? Family-friendly stream. You know the drill. It's one of those things where you never really know who it is that you're speaking with, right? You never can tell the entirety of somebody's life. That's using monsters you control on the field. Yeah, that makes sense. We're just going to bounce the dragon back. So if you don't control the dragon, you don't got nothing to fuse. But it's one of those things where I don't want to quote Transformers, but maybe there might be more than meets the eye, friend. Oh, prank kids are a lot of fun, actually. Wow, he got the polymerization and everything. All right, then. Prank kids are a lot of fun. Definitely a difficult deck to play against, especially in real life, because even if they're moving at blinding speed, most of the turns are going to take about 2 to 3 minutes, and I've been on the losing end of that, right? You know, Dropsies, Fansies, Roxies, etc. You get quite a bit done without even, like, giving your opponent a turn. And so when you gain 1,000 life points and then do a little bit of damage, and time gets called, well, in Yu-Gi-Oh, that is the end. Speaking of the end, by the way, I fell for that hook, line, and sinker because we are about to get basically destroyed here. Is that a fact? Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense, right? And those are the gold rare little reprints, right? They're not super rare, but they're still got those gold nameplates. That's pretty cool, honestly. Maybe I'll give that a shot in the future. Alright, ouch. That definitely hurt. Oh, I know what you were hoping for. You were hoping that you were going to get... Oh, you got it. Never mind. You can banish it. You do have it. Alright. So, that's going to go back to 26. And I'm going to take 800. And then you're going to get the ability to, well, quick play destroy. I won't turn that into a crystal, though. It's a little dangerous on my end.
Effect activates. I'm finished with my turn.
All right, let's draw for turn.
I draw.
And, well, that is interesting for sure. But nah, we don't really stand a ghost of a chance at this point. Here's what we can do. If we want to be fancy, we can activate
My spell.
Crystal Promise. And we're going to bring back our Ruby Carbuncle in defense mode.
Ruby Carbuncle's effect activates.
I mean, it's a great deck. I gotta say, like, it's a good way to buy into Yu-Gi-Oh! And it'll teach you quite a bit about all those different summoning mechanics. Alright, so Sapphire Pegasus effect activates. We're just gonna grab whoever, right? Here's Cobalt Eagle. And, I mean, the problem is the uphill battle I gotta engage in, right? So I can't activate any effects during the battle phase, we know that. But, you know what? Let's go out in style. So, I'm not just playing whoever. Here's the great news. Most people don't know about this in Duel Links, but Duel Links actually keeps an active tab of who joined the room first. So all you gotta do is enter in the code 554564, and it'll tell me who's in line. I'll show you exactly how that works so you can have a little bit of fun on your own stream, or educate some of your favorite streamers. Alright, so, here's the problem though. No matter what happens, we are still dead.
That's a nice monster spirit you got there.
Probably so. I don't think that prank kids are really like something that needs to get hit on the Forbidden and Limited list, but we'll see, we'll see. So yeah, check this out. If you didn't know before, here's everybody that we've been dueling. And so you can actually keep track of it. Vox joined the room first. Well, we got 2 losses against him because Vox is a pretty strong guy here. Then, all through here, you'll be able to see. And so the duelists that have no wins or losses against specifically me, well, you know I haven't dueled them yet. And so, with that in mind, I'm going to finish up my 2 out of 3 set with Joshi, and then by then, we're going to be in that territory that's only 1 out of 1s, because it is kind of getting late, even for Friendsgiving. But this is a way that you can do it without ever having to basically make somebody feel singled out because they didn't use a code or they forgot what they were doing. All they got to do is follow the rules, sit at any table they like, just like you might have done now, and it's time to duel. Speaking of which, though, let me get back to Josh, and we will see what happens from there. Challenge. Oh, yeah, it's a really good deck. You won't hear any fronting from me. I understand. DDD with Sky Iris, right? That's like the whole Lancers family together. Hey, Jesus, how are you doing? Alright, so let's get our game on. Alright, so let me... Well, I think we're going to be just doing a little bit of the usual. So I'll start with Rainbow Bridge, and I'm going to grab Crystal Conclave, and I think we might play this a little bit more conservatively this time. I'm going to summon our Pegasus, and I'm going to probably just put somebody in the spell trap zone, so hello Emerald Tortoise. I'll set Crystal, well, you'll know, and then I end my turn. Good, friend. We are wrapping it up for the night, but if you want to jump on the bus, you still can at 550564. Probably be doing 1 out of 1s after I finish up this last 2 out of 3 set, but that still means you can fit quite a few duels in. Speaking of which, I'm still in the middle of a duel right now, so I want to go ahead and activate my Crystal Conclave, and, how weird would it be to normal summon this monster again? To bounce one of your spell and traps.
I end my turn.
It's
different for sure, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to normal summon Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus, and Pegasus effect will activate to plop somebody out here. Then I'm going to activate Rare Value. So you get to choose one of my Crystal Beasts to go to the graveyard, and I get to draw 2 cards. One of my cards was Rainbow Bridge, and I'll use that to search out, well, maybe your least favorite trap card, Crystal Conclave. I'll set a mysterious card, wonder what that could be, and then I think I'm just gonna go battle phase and 1800. Looks like that was a hit, so it's your turn, duelist.
My turn. I draw. I set a card.
All right,
Here comes
Dragon Knight's Path. Here we go.
My field spell activates.
Can't really do much about that. Pass. Still got to be pretty careful here.
Come forth. I summon my monster's effect activates.
Okay.
My continuous trap activates.
Now, you're still going to be able to get your monster, but I'd rather get rid of your bigger monster.
I special summon a monster.
Activate my effect.
Trap activates. Crystal
And
Gathering.
let's put this one back on your hand. Still got 2,300, but wow, and you have the polymerization again? Good, that's good.
Come forth.
That's
Fusion
shockingly
summon a
good.
monster.
So with that in mind, well, that's pretty much the rest of the duel right there. Wow, and you had the Dragon Snare. That's almost fictional. That's so good. We know the game shuffling. I ain't accusing you of nothing, but wow, that is pretty good. So yeah,
Here's my face
and you already had the Spiral Spear Strike.
activates.
Put in defense mode, 1,400, draw 2, possibly discard. Sure, we'll turn it into a crystal. I don't think it's going to mean much, though, with 2,600. Now, if you wonder why I was able to turn my monster into a crystal, even though he had his Dragon Knight ability, get out that field spell Galloping guy, well, it's because it's actually not an effect that activates. It's actually just an effect, right? It's a continuous effect that applies. Speaking of applying continuous effects, it looks like, yeah, we are officially at midnight Eastern time. So the next 3 duels against 5 o'clock Charlie, JT Money, Diane, and anybody else who wants to join are going to be 1 out of 1 just because of how late it is, right? So 5 o'clock Charlie, unfortunately, it's way past 5 o'clock, but let's make this duel a good one, friend. Challenge, I'm ready when you are. Now, Vox, when you say new character, I don't know if you're talking about JoJo or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or what. You gotta let me know. Oh, hey, okay. That's some news for sure.
Give it your all, because I sure am. That's the only way to duel.
Wild, though, that we're getting another Mech Lord Emperor character that fast. But I guess, 5Ds was kind of overdue.
It's my turn.
I am. After we get done with these duels, friend, I'm trying to make sure that everybody gets a shake. Well, yours wasn't the duel that you wanted to have. Well, we'll get you and you'll be the finale right after I finish up with these friends, alright? Alright, speaking of which, draw for turn. Well, that changes everything. How we gonna do this? Activate skill. And I think, honestly, this is how we're gonna do it. Plop these friends down. Just the one-ofs. Now, it depends on what you have on your hand. It's great to see Gaia back-to-back. It's a deck I honestly believe in, too. I bought that in the TCG right when it came out.
I special summon them. Here comes Crystal Beast.
Now, you wouldn't be getting that information from nefarious sources, would you, Vox? Wow, and then 600 makes it exactly game! Oh no, Fran. I'm sorry, 5 o'clock, and we are upholding that 1 out of 1 rule, even though that went fast. But here's the good news. I actually stream Monday, Wednesday, and most Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you don't know what Eastern Time is, just look at your clock and roll it back about 5 hours, and you'll know that is the time where you can duel me again. Speaking of which, though, up next is going to be JT Money 86. All right, friend. I don't see you sitting down, but as soon as you do, I'm happy to duel you. Oh, how fancy is that? All right. Have to check that out right before we leave the stream so we know what's coming up. I'm not seeing JT Money, and I don't know who JT Money is in the stream. Well, tell you what, Kev, since JT Money isn't here, I'm actually going to let you have that next duel. Oh, cool. Buenos noches, mi nuevo amigo. Un poquito español. Soy habla un poquito español. Para mi oficina y mi amigos hablamos grande español. So I hear quite a little bit, but it is not my native language for sure. So, if it sounds awful, lo siente. And then JT, once you get back, I'll be happy to play against you. Alright, so Duel. Let's see what we got here.
Stay out duel.
Alright, Power and Dark.
You shall experience true suffering.
Now, I know you said you fixed your connection, but unfortunately, I am seeing that connection icon up here. If you look in the upper right corner of the screen, for those of you following along at home, this is what it looks like when the handshake isn't quite right, right? It's a little upside down or it's a little sideways. It's just not quite working the way it's supposed to.
I'm setting a monster.
All right, let us draw for turn. And this is an awkward hand if I ever saw one, but at least the connection's working better than it was. I think I'm going to go ahead and drop 3 cards, actually. Yep. And let's go ahead and put out all these crystals and more. Wild how many times I've been able to summon Haman, Lord of the Striking Thunder, as well. But it really just depends on what that face down card is.
I'm counting on you. I special say how.
All right. Battle phase.
Let's battle.
Am I going to regret this attack? Well, we're going to sink my fangs and do them with Topaz Incisor Shred.
I won't let you. I reveal my fate. I won't let you.
Oh, but then Cassetti's effect activates. And you still had something going the other way. Ah, Kariba. Well, not a bad touch there. Now, here's the thing. Half a 0. You can't divide by 0, but you can divide 0 all day. And 0 divided by 2 is still 0. Alright, you know what? Since we got such wonderful duel monsters on the field, I'm going to change the camera angle up here. Interesting. Needle Ball. Pay 200 life points. No, excuse me. Pay 2,000 life points to inflict 1,000 points of damage to your opponent. That's actually kind of interesting.
Here I go.
Alright, I draw for turn. We're definitely not going to be using that monster yet. So Haman will attack and do 1450. And yeah, it's your move. I know you were supposed to be the effect damage guy, but with Haman, I can do a little bit of that myself.
I draw.
All right.
Turn's done.
Oh no! Well, actually, maybe that means nothing, right? Because it is one of those decks where perhaps having cards in your hand isn't the worst thing. But what I'll do is normal summon this monster. And let's see if we can get a little bit of damage in here. Oh no! Not like that! Well, I'm glad we got our rematch in. And I'll look forward to dueling you again sometime soon. But that is going to be, yep, that is going to be the 2 games there. Because disconnects do technically count. Alright, so up next is going to be Dion. Un nuevo amigo. Oh, how do you say it? En español. Un momento, por favor. Ah, es hora de duela. ¿Es hora de duelo? Es hora de duelo.
Es hora de duelo.
Es hora de duelo. All right. Es hora de duelo. Amiga, amiga, lo siente, lo siente. All right, learning something new though. I love that though. When you think about the sound of that, it's time to duel, but it's very much like it's the hour of dueling. So I really like that.
Let's go. From my hand, I activate.
All right, Witchcrafter Unveiling.
Come on out.
Haven't seen this deck in a while.
Special summon a monster.
Now that's a new
I end my turn.
question
Here
too.
I go.
Witchcrafter.
My turn.
Wikia. See what this is on Espanol. Let's see. Witchcrafter, Nell.
I draw.
On Espanol, it's Arta Bruja. Arta Bruja. Well, that's interesting. All right, let's see what I can do in return here. Now, I know you're going to be able to negate my effect with that one, so basically, we just got to go as in as possible right away, right? So, we're going to go ditch that one and ditch that one. And do I dare? I think I do. 1, 2, 3. Crystal Beast speed run. And, you know what? This is gonna be weird, but we're doing it. The Jesse Anderson way, huh?
When I gather all 7 crystal beasts, the greatest light in history resurrects.
All right, let's see it.
Meet the all-powerful Rainbow Dragon.
Rainbow Dragon is here. En español, Dragon Arco Iris. What you're finding out is I'm obsessed with language, and so it's really cool to see the similarities there.
Okay,
Alright, so
battle.
I don't want to target your monster for an attack, so we're just going to have to go battle
Rainbow
here.
Dragon attack.
And basically my boss versus your boss. But that's all I'm willing to commit to. It's your move.
I draw. From my hand, I activate a spell.
Alright, so Witchcraft or Holiday. No response, friend.
Go get him.
Alright, it's
I
back.
special summon a monster.
Now, I know you're about to get some more Witchcraft back in your hand. No response.
I activate a quick play spell.
That is going to increase the attack quite a bit there.
My turn's over.
Draw for turn. Now that's an interesting card to have in our hand here. Well, I'm going to gamble a little bit. I will battle,
Okay, let's battle.
attack.
Let's rev it up!
That monster attacks.
All right,
I activate
discard.
Guardian's effect.
And so now I'm certain you don't have it, but I might be wrong.
Rainbow refraction.
Then I'll do this. I activate my monster's effect.
1, 2. Yep, now we know what's in your hand. And your move, duelist.
Nerve.
I end my turn.
It's my turn. I draw.
Now we really need to draw Hammam pretty soon here, because if not, we're out of luck. But we can try our best. Now that's a live card if I ever saw one.
I activate a spell.
Honestly, maybe I'll be playing this deck sometime soon.
My turn's over.
I draw.
All right, I draw. Oh, I really don't want to do that. Battle phase.
Rainbow Dragon attack. Rainbow refraction.
Not good enough.
All right, so you're gonna reveal
I
2,
activate my monster's effect.
and with those 2 you've revealed, oh, it does count invocation. All right, I might be in trouble.
I'm still alive. Oh, I end my turn.
I'm doing great.
Because that's the thing, I don't really have it out for this situation.
Chocolate Magician Girl's effect lets me draw a card.
I would say Blackwings probably would be a free win, by the way. Although I eagerly look forward to the next cosplay stream that we do, maybe December, maybe sooner. We'll see.
My turn.
All right, draw for turn. Wow, I was not expecting that. 1, 2, 3.
Counting on you. I special summon
All
a
right,
monster.
Hammam is here. Battle phase.
Okay, let's battle.
And I know you got 3 spells, so attack your face down.
You got this. I attack with my monster.
Well, that's interesting.
My monster's effect.
You're gonna take 1,000 points of damage,
Nothing I can't handle.
but that's all she wrote on that one.
Oh, I
It's
end
my
my
turn.
turn.
This is oddly still anybody's game, but Witchcrafters do have quite a creative series of outs, for sure.
battle. Chocolate Magician Girl attacks. I activate Launch Monsters effect.
Alright, about to lose 900. Took me a second to put 2 and 2 together, but I realized all 3 of those cards in your hands are still spells.
I end my turn.
I draw.
Well, we're going to activate the effect. We're going to do it. We're going to banish all the crystal beasts in our graveyard. And I got a funny feeling you're going to negate that. Because you should.
I'll use my set card. I activate a trap. I believe in you.
Now that is interesting. I'm going to activate my skill, discard, and put this one here. And then I'll activate, and we'll put this one over here. We'll use the effect, and we're going to get the last Crystal Beast out of the deck. We ain't got nothing at this point. Alright. Your move. All comes down to this. But I think you got this one, Fran.
Fairy Magician Girl. Fairy Magician Girl adds a Magician Girl to my hand. From my hand, I activate a spell.
Well, what do you know?
This'll do. I fusion summon a
Invoke
monster.
Modulonica. This is about to hurt real bad. But honestly, what an exciting duel, actually. Being able to see Witchcrafters interact with Invoked and all kinds of fusions, that's pretty neat. Good game, friend. Or en español, buen juego.
Like you are the reason I can't stop dueling.
That was pretty good. Alright, let's see who is next on the list. It is Jesus. Alright, Jesus. This will be the last duel of the night, so let's make it a good one. And then we're going to talk about everything we are doing for the rest of the week. Buen duelo, buen duelo, buen duelo. Sí, buen duelo. Buen juego, buen duelo. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, not a bad hand for this final duel. But I got a funny feeling that we're about to see, well, not 1, but 2, but probably even 3 synchro summons.
I'll set a card. Let's rev it up!
Alright, let's see what you got. Ooh, a set monster card. Well, that's not quite a synchro summon, but let's see what we can add to that. I'm going to activate Rainbow Bridge, and with Rainbow Bridge, we're going to take one of these Crystal Conclaves. We're going to activate our skill, Transcendent Crystals, and discard 1 to put a Pegasus, and then I'm going to activate Rainbow Bridge, and Rainbow Bridge I'll use to get Crystal Promise, and then I'll activate Crystal Promise.
Crystal Promise.
Alright, let's see if I can get something decent off of this. I feel like, you know, I really can't wait till the day that we finally get, for some reason, Duel Links before it comes out in the TCG, Rainbow Dragon Zenith, or I think it's Rainbow Dragon, the Zenith Crystal Beast, if I'm remembering correctly. There's another Crystal Beast card, and you can use it in the place of any of the Crystal Beasts because it's an 8th name, effectively. I will start by attacking here, and then I'm going to attack directly for 12. Oh, it's Drown and Mirror Force! Wow, alright, well, this duel is off to a pretty decent start. It's your move.
I draw. I set a monster.
Alright. I will not do that because I might actually need that in a second. Well, here's what we're going to do in its place. We're going to activate Crystal Conclave. We're going to use the effect of Crystal Conclave to...
Crystal Gathering.
I love that it's Crystal Gathering, even though that's not even a real card. Alright, we're going to activate our skill here. And we're going to say goodbye to some useful cards, but I believe it's all in the right path here. Because we're going to activate Rare Value.
Rare Value.
Alright. And we might be able to get through this one way or the other. 1400 direct, your move. Now I think I've used my 2 copies of the skill so far, so I don't really have much more that I can do here, but that may not be a problem depending on what we draw.
Here's the tuner monster.
Quick draw Synchron, okay.
I'm counting on you. I summon a monster.
Now Stardust Phantom is not a monster I'm familiar with,
Fragments of steel merge into an impenetrable...
but I do see that you can do quite a bit with it. And you're getting Junk Gardner. Well, Junk Gardner might actually throw me for a loop for the rest of this duel. And I've already burned through my trap cards, that's right. And I've only got 1, 2, 3 Crystal Base names, that's also right. Interesting. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have to go in, right? You started this extra deck war, so I'm going to finish it. I am going to put my Sapphire Pegasus back on top of the deck. And I am also going to special summon, and will special summon... You know what's better than having to fight a monster that can change your battle position anyway? I'm going to try destroying it, and we'll save that number 70 Malevolent Sin for later. So destroy and destroy.
Junk Gardner's effect.
Now, of course, you do get to change the position of the monster, but, well, that's not going to do much. I end my turn. I'm wide open. Technically, a Junk Synchron would finish this. Junk Synchron! There he is! As I live and breathe. So why does this powerful monster turn into the end of the duel? We'll check this out. Here's how it works.
Even the tiniest scrap has value. And this
So if you haven't seen the deck before,
Synchro Summon.
Junk Synchron obviously brings back a level 2. So 3 plus 2 equals 5, right? We all know math. 2, 3, 5. And that's this fella here. Good old-fashioned Junk Warrior. But that's only half the battle, right? Because Junk Converter was sent to the graveyard. And so Junk Converter is going to bring Junk Synchron back onto the field. And now that Junk Synchron's on the field, well, now you can combine 5 and 3 to make 8. And you got yourself a Stardust Dragon, right? It's the hopes of a whole star convalescing. Wait, is it the hopes of a whole world convalescing in a single star? Well, we'll let you do the fancy talk. So right now we got 8, but what would happen if you added 2 more to that? Well, you'd have 10, right? Sound like the Count off of Sesame Street at this point. But like everyone's coming together at this point. We're gonna Delta Excel. 3 animations. Gotta say, if we were ever gonna have a great final duel, this would be it, right? We pulled all the moves that we could, but we are just not going to be ready for this.
I activate my monster.
Wow, you don't even have to activate the effect of Shooting Star Dragon because you could increase your monster's attack by 800. And it looks like you only revealed no tuners. Wow, I actually get a chance here. Well, we know what our card is that we draw. All we can do is set it and play the long game.
I draw. I set a card.
You're gonna try the roulette one more time. Alright, you revealed not 1. Well, you found yourself a tuner, but it was only 1.
I'm not scared to attack. Shooting Star Dragon.
So I gotta say goodbye to my favorite steed, but it will stick around as a crystal on the field.
my turn.
Alright, it's my turn. Let's draw.
You use some interesting cards.
I said a monster. Oh no.
I end my turn.
I end my turn.
I feel like I'm living through this duel, but for the grace of God.
My turn. I draw. I set a card.
Alright.
Here's my face down.
Burst, rebirth. Target a monster in your graveyard and then special summon it face down. Uh-oh. That means that we're going to be facing not one, but two Stardust Dragons before we know it.
Here I go. My monster attack.
Alright. Then that means in order to
I'm not
basically
giving up.
stand a chance in this
I end
duel,
my turn.
we're going to need to draw Sapphire Pegasus. But what's better than drawing it? It's pulling out Crystal Beacon. And we're just going to put all these monsters in defense mode.
Ruby Carbuncle's effect activates. Meet my...
So not only do we have our favorite steed, Sapphire Pegasus, but we also have Crystal Beast, Topaz Tiger.
Pegasus's effect activates.
And Pegasus effect will activate to bring out... Well, we kind of been through all the names at this point. We're almost at Rainbow Dragon. I'm gonna leave these monsters on the field in order to protect my life points and maybe make a powerful counterattack next turn.
My turn. I draw. Take flight, Stardust Dragon.
Rainbow Dragon would be able to send everything back to the deck, but it's also just big, right?
Attack.
So we're gonna let that turn to a crystal,
Shooting
and we're
star
gonna let that turn to a crystal.
Falling star slam.
Alright, now here's the thing.
Not giving
We
up.
won't be able to
I
negate
end my turn.
or get through the negations there, but we can do this. Special summon by sending these 3 crystals to the grave, and we're gonna put Haman in defense mode. Why are we doing that? Well, when Haman's in defense mode, he's the only monster on my side of the field you can attack. Which means all of a sudden, I can protect myself from the onslaught of your Stardust Dragon attacks. But I also only have 3 cards left in my deck, so win, lose, or draw, I think I'm about to deck out.
Let's battle. I'm not
Your
giving up.
clock's ticking down.
I end my turn.
Draw for turn. Well, time for the greatest light in history to resurrect.
And I gather all 7 crystal beasts. The greatest light in history resurrects. Meet the all-powerful Rainbow Dragon.
It's here. I can't believe how many times we legitimately summon this monster in actual Duel Links duels over and over and over again. Now that, my friends, is what you call a reliable duel monster. But here's the problem. We really don't have a chance to actually get through it, right?
Okay.
Because if we attacked, we're in trouble.
You're finished.
And maybe we'd be able to get it, but I kind of want to see if you got a powerful trap card or not. And maybe you don't. So maybe next turn we might be able to do what we need to do.
And that ends my
I knew
turn.
you'd be a tough one to beat. My turn. I draw.
Well, there's not a lot we can do, but you only got 600 life points, so depending on what you draw, we might actually be able to use the effect of Rainbow Dragon, return it back to the deck, as well as the other cards, and then, well, you know what happens
I'm not
next.
scared to attack. Let's battle. Shooting Star Dragon attacks. Falling Star Slam.
No response? Oh no, you knew! Alright. Well, what a duel, and basically what a duel room we have had. We've been going on for about 5 hours,
Excellent duel.
so it is
Sorry
quitting
about
time. But I'll
that.
tell you what, we're going to talk about all the fun things we're going to do for the rest of the week and more.